Good morning. The early bird gets the worm, huh? 352 people. That's good enough to have a conversation. Usually I wait till around 1,000 people join in, but I know most of you are either hungover, sleeping in, or just trying not to do anything on a Saturday, which is fun. But if y'all could just take a second, if you would, and just post back to me that you can hear me okay. 5 by 5 would be adequate. Let me know. I should be okay. I'm sitting right next to the my house has these connection devices that allows the internet supposedly to be bounced around better. So I should be okay today. If not, then that'll prove that they're trying to keep you from hearing me. Awesome. Thank you so much. So anyway, hope you're all doing well today. I had to do some special navigation today to get in here before my wife commandeers my schedule for the weekend. As you know, we have in the United States, we celebrate Mother's Day tomorrow. So if you're listening, don't forget. I've made the mistake like once in my lifetime, and it never will happen again. So the title of this one here is Something New Under the Sun. And obviously it's a play on words, as I usually like to do, either somewhere in my presentation or in the title of the spaces. What prompted me with this one, because I had no intention of really doing one, but I got up this morning, I was going through the normal comedy strips that I look on X and listen to the people that think they know what they're talking about, or they think they know me, or they think they know what you're learning is rebranded this, that, and the other thing. And I saw, I replied to them, well, not them directly. One of their posts garnered the attention of the fanboys that love to sit around and circle jerk and say that they know everything about ICT and it's rebranded. And he said that Larry Williams is the real author of SMC. And they're pulling up books that I told you to buy yourself. Short-Term Secrets to Long-Term Success by Larry Williams, which is kind of, it's a hodgepodge of a lot of his stuff he's done throughout his, his teaching. And I'm not dumping on Larry Williams, okay? So don't take this out of context. I'm just stating, let's be factual here. Just for your history lesson, I'm not going to go through everything that I use in my repertoire down to the infinite detail here, because obviously that I'd be spending more time just pointing to things I've already said in my YouTube channel. But there are some things that obviously inspired me to either improve upon or to outright say that is not true. That's not what's going on. Like buying and selling pressure is a myth. That's actually not what's going on in price action. I think you can clearly see that now. And anyone that's denying that is either selling a course which is wrapped around some bullshit, logic that retail, Ichimoku, supply and demand, Elliott Wave, Wyckoff, all those things. They're all gimmicks. They're gimmicks, folks. Okay. There's a verse in the Bible says, "There's nothing new under the sun," and people take that and they stretch it to bounds that encompass things that it didn't really mean. For instance, the world record is only the world record until it's broken. And guess what that becomes? A new world record. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. The idea of technology increasing. Well, take trading, for example, since that's what we're here for, right? We used to trade with hand-drawn charts. I came from that generation. In fact, I was the last generation before electronic trading kicked in. A lot of you listening weren't even alive yet. Weren't even an itch in your daddy's jock yet. And guess what? You have no idea what it was like to be trading back then when margins were much more reasonable, and commissions were exorbitant. Now you have extremely cheap commissions, and you have everything at your fingertips, and yet you still cry like little babies because it isn't spoon fed to you. Not all of you, but you know the people in the community, not just my community, in FinTwit. You know who they are. So technology has changed. Something new under the sun. We have the ability to push a button and charts are populated on our charts in our phone, in our hand. Think about it. You have more power in your hand than the President of the United States had 30 years ago. That's wild. But you don't recognize it because the rate of technology is speeding up so fast, everything's obsolete 10 minutes ago. So the expression is, and this is what I draw your attention to today because it's just more or less for me to have fun today. Kind of like this set the record straight too, just kind of inspire you to know that what you're learning is from the real McCoy himself, me. And what you're learning isn't anywhere else, despite someone showing you a chart in a book that I actually recommended you buy. So for the sake of completion here, if you so desire to collect certain trading books, I have over 2,000, and I don't literally believe that the majority of those, not even 2% of them, are worth even opening up. Most of it's regurgitating the same things. It's redundancy. It is almost ambiguous plagiarism, where they don't know what they're talking about, but they're all repeating one another. That's the whole collection of the pursuit of trying to learn how to trade buying books. See, I did all that stuff. But the few books that I do like, I've mentioned before, but I'll say it here, and I don't mean this to be a complete list, but Larry Williams, How He Made $1 Million Trading Commodities Last Year, 1970s book. Most of the stuff in that book was what you saw me come out on Baby Pips with and said, here it is. And over time, I've already told you that that was a graduated, this is where I started in this process, in this order of how I learned, what indicators I looked at, what indicators I'd done away with. That was actually directly right from journal entries of my own progress, because I wanted to see if I could create another ICT 2.0. Given the focus on the things I was going in this order, using these concepts, these principles, these indicators, these things, will you abandon 99.9% of that stuff and see what I saw? And none of you did. Not one of you did. And they would have been all over the place, popular and grown a huge following, and it didn't happen. So I was disappointed because I was hoping I was going to create like a Frankenstein monster in the same situation, but it didn't happen that way. But Larry Williams' book, Short-Term Secrets to Long-Term Success, that book is kind of like his version of Street Smarts. You just take a look at that presentation style, and I think he kind of like applied it to his own tools and things that he used over the years. And there's a section there where he says, here's a breakout, and then he's trading the other direction, okay? And what people don't realize is those ideas, they're not unique to anyone. Larry Williams didn't create that. Linda Rasch and Larry Connor's book, Street Smarts, they have these like little bullet point ideas of trading setups. And I believe that's a good book too. And only because it had a big impact on me in understanding stop hunts, because I didn't see that as a thing until around, well, 1995, I started feeling the pain of it. And I didn't want to admit what I was feeling was likely true, which was those guys are out to get me. Okay. And Larry Williams had always said, you know, there are people out there to say, those guys did it to us guys again. That's verbatim coming out of his teachings. That's how he says it. And his view, and if it hasn't changed, I wouldn't know, but at least for a long, long time, Larry held true to, you know, you put your stop loss in the wrong place. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Larry. That's absolutely true. If you get stopped out, you did put your stop loss in the wrong place. But you placed it exactly where they want you to place it. And understanding where those stops will be placed in advance is a skill set that I teach. Not just simply, oh, here's a breakout and it reverses. And if you look at what he teaches in his books, and I've said this before, initially I could not make that part work, which is selling weakness and buying strength. I just couldn't make it work for me. And because I am a contrarian at heart, you know, I consider myself a breaker, as the Bible teaches. I'm standing in the way. And I look at things like when Larry said he wanted to know how to buy below the opening price and know that he could do it. He had one entry method called OOPS, where if you open less than the previous range and rallies back up 20% of the previous range, that's one iteration of it, by the way. He's had several iterations of OOPS over the years, but the original, it's simply taking 20% of the previous range, and if it opens less than or below the low of the previous range, if it rallies back 20%, he'd be a buyer of that, and then use like a huge stop loss. That at the time, I couldn't weather that. Like I couldn't, at that time, I didn't have the money to be able to do that. And the guts, really. So I listened to what he said, where he admitted a weakness on his part and said he wished he knew the zip code of the traders that was buying below the opening price on large range days. So that was like, whoa. If I could figure that out, not only would I impress him, but I'd be able to do something he couldn't do, and that would feel like an amazing, you know, feat. So that's what I set out to do. For years, I worked on the methodology of looking at examples of where it did this and where it did that over the years. And long and short of this is sometimes I felt like I was on the right path. Other times I felt like I was completely going in a circle and wasn't figuring anything out. And then finally it clicked. By having Street Smart's book, the simplicity of just watching that book outline how the turtles, who were really big deals back then when I first started, they were the secret society of traders that everybody wanted to delve into. What were they doing? How are they making these hundreds of millions of dollars, you know? And it came out that their strike rate was extremely low, you know, in the 30% likelihood that the trade what they would take would be profitable. Now, would you be willing to take 70% plus losing trades and feel like you got a winning system? To me, it made no sense. So quickly, I was like, oh, well, they don't know anything. They're just getting lucky. But they're a long-term trend methodology. So these long-term trends allow them, afforded that type of trading, to yield huge winners because it took a long time for trades to get stopped out. But they got stopped out a lot frequently. So Linda and Larry, not Larry Williams, but Larry Connors, co-authored a book, and they talked about this false breakout pattern of a 20-day high or a 21-day high breakout and then go short if it fails. And again, look at these examples in the book. Larry Williams, Short-Term Trading, Short-Term Secrets to Long-Term Success book, which is wonderful. And look at Street Smart's books, okay? Now you're gonna see these books in open, high, low, close format. That's the language we used back then until we got comfortable with the idea that candlesticks are better on the eyes. It's easier to see what you're looking for. instead of straining for the little dash for the opening price and a dash to the right of the bar for the closing price. And if you look real close, folks, you look real close, you'll see my fair value gap in their charts that they're not making any mention of. And they're going right to the consequent encroachment, and then the turn happens. But they're selling short on weakness, way down below those levels. Or buying way above it. So when you see those types of things, and they don't exist in Wyckoff books either, anywhere, you see these things and you see people say, well, it's ICT rebranding it. And guess what I found? Chris Laurie's deleted tweet where he says very plainly in his own words when I asked him, because I threatened to bring him into a lawsuit because I had someone acting like a dickhead, and they've been since humbled. And I told you it would happen just like that. But he said, no, I don't see your stuff in there. But he basically said it like this, no, and he gives some bullshit spin on words to save face publicly. Because I caught him in emails talking two-faced. One side of his mouth, he's talking to me in an email. And then when other people saying, yeah, ICT rips you off. Oh, yeah, everybody's figured him out by now. I made that guy lots of money by putting people onto him. And you never seen him trading. You saw him putting a line saying, okay, we're going to watch this and we're going to watch that. That's not fucking trading. That's not trading. He invited me into his shit. Okay? He invited me. And I told him in an email, I said, I will make this stuff public unless you come out right now. Because I know you don't do any fucking thing like I'm doing. And I found his tweet. And I'm going to repost it. I'm just kind of come up with a way where I can do it with a little bit of candor because I could be a real dickhead. But why would you delete that? Why would you delete a comment that says, no, ICT, no, Michael, I don't see my own work in there, because you want people to believe I did that. And see, you fucked up, because I'm that kind of guy. I am that kind of guy that will rub your fucking nose in it. Chrissy, that Olympic competition state of mind, you fucked up, buddy. You fucked up. I am the fucking man in trading. I am the motherfucker that can do this. I plan and schedule my losing trades. I told you this week. I know where I'll mess up. I've done the work on that area, okay? But there ain't a motherfucker walking this planet gonna be able to say that I took their stuff and rebranded anything. If anything, if stuff that worked in my hands when I was younger, I improved it. I made it work. I made it applicable. I made it where you can go into the charts and see it and set your clocks to it. SMT divergence, I've been very, very open about it. The idea and the premise came from Larry Williams' book, How I Made $1 Million Trading Commodities last year. And he's talking about comparing like markets. I said this when I was teaching it. I've always maintained it. And I've always given his flowers and his credit. Looking at a commodity, looking at closely correlated commodities, well, doesn't it go without saying that if you apply that to currencies, in his own words, this works really well trading the currency market. Well, what do you think I was doing as a Forex trader? I'm going to do that. But there was no real name for it. You know, it's just relative strength analysis. Yeah, I didn't like that term because it sounded like the relative strength index. And I hated that indicator. I hated it. Despised it. So I called it SMT. Smart money technique, smart money tool. To me, it's applicable. I didn't go around and trademark it and say, "I can put a trademark on it." You can't say it. I mean, it's so small. It's insignificant in what it is that I do. I don't need a chart, folks. Okay, I'm before the chart. Before you see your chart, I already know it. I've proven this to you, but yet you deny it. And the people that are struggling, they can't stand it, they're going to tell you, or other people that are willing to listen to the bullshit and say, this is all rebranded. It's never been seen. It's always been seen like this. It's always been like this. No, it hasn't. No, it's not. You've never seen anybody calling it to the tick. You've never seen anybody do that. Now, I've never seen Al Brooks trade. I've never seen Al Brooks call every 1 minute candle. I've never seen anyone tell me that he could tell you the time that the setups are going to form. I've never seen that. And maybe you're going to hear all the ambient sound in the background because I'm doing my normal routine. Oh, the day in the life of ICT. We're hearing it. Yeah, you're hearing it. You're going to see it. It's just boring. But I love reading these guys when they put these little comments up there and saying that it's nothing. There's nothing new under the sun. Let me tell you something. Everything I teach is a new ray of sunshine. Every single time I present it, because I'm giving you something that you aren't supposed to know. You're not supposed to know that. See, everybody knows about RSI. Everybody knows about Bollinger Bands. Everybody knows about supply and demand zones. And why isn't it everybody's making money with that stuff? If it's so obvious and this is the way the markets work, why isn't volume profile cracking the code for everybody and they're all retired? And where's the yachts at? Where's all the, that was the expression when I came up. The funny expression everybody said, if it was going to be a meme back then being shared, memes weren't a thing back then, but funny one-liners were. That's where my wit comes from. I came up in the industry because I was never really witty as a young man. I was quiet, and my sense of sarcasm and snarky responses has been conditioned over the years when I was on internet relay chat. So you had to be fast on your feet back then because people that were very, very good at talking down to other people, they could slice and dice you pretty quick. So I had a lot of scar tissue built up over the years. So that's why I have a remark that comes right off the cuff real fast. And some of these 20-year-olds, they're not prepared for it. But this idea that there's nothing new under the sun, I make a mockery of that every day on social media. I tell you where the market's going to go. I set up the people that don't believe in what I'm teaching. I give them exactly what they think they believe. They believe that I only trade demo. They believe that I have 20 different computers and I'm recording everything, but yet I still show the same fucking trades. Scroll to the left, ICT. Scroll to the left. It's still there. Do that on your demo account that keeps getting reset. You can't do that. You can't do it. Why do you keep showing that the market hours is open tab? What's the point of that? The point is it's not market replay. The point is I'm rubbing your nose in it. That's the point, because there is something new under the sun. There's lots of things that are new that I've never shown before. All the stuff you've seen to this point is still nothing. It's nothing. That's why I have such a great time on social media, because reading these people pretend that they know what you're talking about is your progress learning. You're coming away from retail logic, or obviously, if you're smart and you didn't get bogged down with all that stuff initially as a retail trader, you're kind of coming in with a perspective that if you've never seen indicator trading, if you've never seen other schools of thought in retail aspects, as soon as you start looking at it, you're like, what in the hell is this? And why would anybody look at that versus what the price is doing and what time it is? That's it. Where's the liquidity? Where's the inefficiencies? And what day of the week is it? And where are we at in the daily range, time-wise? That's all that matters, because the algorithm only cares about that. It doesn't care about your Ichimoku position based on a cloud, based on a candlestick pattern, based on a moving average crossover, based on an overvaluation or an undervaluation of an indicator that absolutely has no bearing on what price is going to do. If there's nothing new under the sun, why does all these new forms of indicator keep coming out? Again, you're trying to stretch something to comfort you because you're seeing shit that shouldn't exist. I told you I had to do it wrong, baby. I had to do it wrong. But see, you don't believe it. You don't believe it because it's too good to be true. And I take that as a compliment. Thank you. Thank you, detractors. Thank you, doubters. Thank you, people that call me a scammer. I love it because without you, the people learning and seeing it in their own hands wouldn't be even more motivated by it. You not having said so. That's like a pinch to them that, yes, this shit's real. And yes, you are being cut out of a mold that few people can press themselves into. See, you have this normalcy bias, folks, that you deny me, you deny what I teach, and deny what I prove. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm out here where I have to be right. Not you as a student. You don't have to be right. See, the people that sell mentorships, they love the idea that I'm trying to teach you to be right. No, I'm teaching you how to operate and not demand perfection and still be profitable. But daddy can walk this shit every day and come home a winner because it's my stuff. It's mine. I know when they're going to work and when they're not really going to work. I know that. What I don't know is when they're going to step in and intervene manually. And I have protocols and procedures for that. I know where I'm likely to fail. I know I know buying during a protraction where the market's going to reach down into a lower PD array for a discount, then go higher. Well, that makes a perfect scenario to go in there and do, I'm going to go long here and put a very, very small stop loss, extremely small, so that way it looks like I messed up. And the trolls get fever pitched and salivating. They can't wait. Oh, look at this guy. He invented the algorithm. He took a loss. And then I really shunned the waters. Oh, took another loss. Look at that. Look at that. And then it delivers. Then it delivers. It was right where I said it was going to go. It went above it a little bit. Thursday's high. And then Friday's non-farm payroll Friday high last week. And that's about all we got in it. The daily fair value gap traded down into it, didn't close below it, and we stayed inside pretty much the range I outlined. But trading in the direction of that higher buy-side liquidity pool on NQ's daily chart. So that's we're not seeing nothing new under the sun. We're seeing something new under the sun. We're seeing proficiency. We're seeing consistency. We're seeing foresight. We're seeing precision-based ideas that are unrivaled in this industry. That's something new, folks. When I was coming up, we didn't have that. We didn't have one guy or one style of trading leading entirely all the time in first position all the time. But see, you're in that moment right now. You are in a Gann moment. You are in a Wyckoff moment. You are in a Jesse Livermore moment. You're listening to the person right now that all of those motherfuckers would be sitting in my classroom taking notes. And if that has a problem, it makes you all uncomfortable, this guy's arrogant. That's not arrogance. That's the absolute facts. That is absolute fact. Because you never seen them go out there and do that. You know, Gann wasn't even a profitable guy. Oop, weren't prepared for that. Jesse Livermore blew his brains out because he went bust. But these are the people that you all think I copied, and I don't have anything from them. Wonderful stories in terms of don't do this. But they would all be listening to this space right now if they were here. And they'd be looking at everything I ever put out there because what I'm teaching you never existed before. Just because you're looking at the same price charts and you're looking at shit after it's happened, that's easy to say. This resembles something. None of these people come forward and says, this is what this procedure, this is the methodology, calls for this, this, and this. And ICT is going to be able to say, here's this is going to line up. Have you ever seen anybody doing that? Because it's never fucking happened. I've challenged it. I've said it all the time. If my stuff is something else, Save everybody time. Save them time. Get $5 million from me in a direct wire where you've proven beyond a shadow of doubt that whatever I'm teaching, institutional order flow entry drill, SIBIs, buy-side imbalance, sell-side efficiency, all these things, where they're going to form, the first presentation of them, and how they're going to be used throughout the week and the day. See, folks, George Angel with S&P trading, he never had the shit I'm teaching. It did not exist. See, in the beginning, I knew when I told people these were the people that were influential to me. It doesn't mean that they make my trading special. They were influential to me. What I learned from George Angel was the day was divided because this guy was a floor trader. The ebb and flow of what the market was doing, how these rushes of volume coming in, that's what made floor traders profitable. They could see the orders coming in. They could watch this massive shift where, man, there's a lot of buying. There's a lot of buying. And they all knew where the whale accounts were. And when these big whale accounts would start buying, what are they going to do? They're going to dogpile on top of it. They only need a little bit, but a little bit in their hands down there in the pits. You could be making millions of dollars in a month. But trading, because of patterns and shit, that's not what they were doing. They didn't have the luxury of having charts. They're standing down there in the pits, listening to these people rage about being short or being long, getting in and getting out. So they just dogpiled. That's all floor trading was. Yes, they had the pivot numbers. They knew that it was likely going to gravitate to that level down there. But really what they were watching was the order flow that was literally in their fucking hands, ticket runners running down to the pit screaming, I got an order. I got an order. This is what I got. This is how many contracts. And they start ripping it across. They're hollering out there. Some of you 20-years don't even know what the fuck that means. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about half the time, let alone how these markets booked before they were electronic. I have floor traders, very successful floor traders, that were in my fucking mentorship that paid to learn from me because they couldn't do shit when they left the pit. Couldn't transition. Couldn't do it. They don't have a problem now. But you're learning technical science. You are in something that's new under the sun. You're experiencing something where they're going to write books about all of this stuff. And you were here when it happened. See, when you read a book about Gann, you read a book about Wyckoff, you read a book about Dow, Charles Dow, you don't really have an affinity for that. I know I didn't. I was like, whatever. To me, it sounded like Stalin, Abraham Lincoln, people, yeah, they maybe existed, but really, who gives a shit? See, I put out there a persona like Stone Cold Steve Austin because it causes people to argue and wrestle and reason. Does this guy know what he's talking about, or is he full of shit? And I love fanning the flames to have just enough for the people that don't want to warm up to the idea because they have hero mentality of loving something else, that they're going to talk. And that talking advertises for me. It's the same broken people that do it. And they are employed by me and they work for free. Their hate is a 100% validation to what you're learning sets you apart. These people that complain and say these things that I'm teaching are rebranded, they've never came forward and proven anything. Not one thing. And the proof is, again, I'm making it public. I have $5 million US, 100% real fucking money. Someone still has yet to come out and say, here's where he gets the time for that fair value gap. This is the aspect of where he wants to use the lower half and the upper half when it changes in the state of delivery. Listen, folks, there has never been, ever, people talking, oh, Chris Laurie. Chris Laurie couldn't do shit if we sat one by one. And I know you're going to hear it because they're going to give you the soundbite, Chris. I will invite you to use the stuff that you do right now. And if you do it better, I will give you $1 million, or I'll give you $1 million to your charity of choice. But it has to be live streamed, and we have to put it in a real account. Just one day. That's easy. Easy. And I promise you, I will bring out 5 things I've never fucking taught before that'll roll your fucking socks up. Now, put your money where your mouth is. Don't be double-minded. Don't speak out both sides of your mouth. When a fanboy or fangirl talks to you and says, oh yeah, this guy at ICT is arrogant, blah, 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 but you're so humble. You're not fucking humble. You're a fucking fraud. You don't go on public social media and say, no, I don't see your stuff and showing my stuff in it. I don't see that. And then delete the fucking tweet. I told you I was going to get that fucking tweet. And I almost didn't want to screenshot it because I was like, nah, he's upstanding. He came out and he pretty much did it. But behind the scenes, I told him that I'm going to drag his ass into a lawsuit. And he was going to testify that what I'm doing ain't his shit. That's how far I was willing to go back then. So he came out and did it. And I thanked him for it. But then the tweets disappeared now. Tweet has been removed. Why would you want to do that? Because that helps promote the idea that you think that other people, and some people that are stupid, will really believe that I took Chris Lori's stuff. I've been trading longer than Chris Lori. I've been teaching longer than Chris Lori. Okay? I am absolutely 100% willing to do this against anyone. And I've shown all of you. Billy Big Bogs, what's his name? Lance. Mr. Couple $1 million here and there with other people's money. I told him, let's go. Crickets, ran away, keep frauding, keep scamming. I'm calling it before it happens. I'm telling you what's going to happen, and I'm fucking taking trades. And dumb shit. Open up a fucking AMP account, or someone with a live AMP account, okay? Put the fucking orders on your screen. Put the orders on your screen. And it's going to look the same fucking way. Come on. These people are stupid. They're fucking stupid. They can't accept what they're seeing is real. They can't. It's completely blowing their fucking minds. And I love that. I love that because I got a lot of new students in the last 2 years that hated my fucking guts. And they're like, you know what? Your presentation style really got under my skin, and I wanted to prove you wrong. But damn it, when I went in there, it was a bitter pill for me to swallow and say, you know what? He's right. He got me. Because I want you to hate me. I want you to not trust me. I want you to fucking go in there and say, you know what? I'm going to prove this son of a bitch a liar. And guess what happens? You're a fucking convert. You're convinced. Because you can't escape it. When you do the real work, you can't escape. What I'm teaching you is the market. Because I am the fucking algo. I'm making it very plain and telling you right now, I am the fucking market maker. I am the motherfucker that runs your stop. I am the motherfucker that sets the daily high and low. I am the motherfucker that works out all this shit in advance. And if you can't see it, if you can't recognize it, if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, it went completely over your fucking head. And you deserve to be right where you're at because you're not trying to learn. You're trying to listen to all these people talk out their ass and they can't do shit. They can't do anything but talk out their ass. What do you think I'm doing every fucking day? What do you think I'm doing? It's not magic tricks. Price is only going to go where everybody sees it go. And it's going where I say it's going to go. And it's not simply saying enough that, yeah, I can trade. It's not enough to say that. Not for me, it ain't. It's not enough to say that I can be consistent in front of all of you. That's not enough for me. I want to fucking twist that dull edge over and over and over again for the people that have lied and talked shit. And they're silent. They can't say shit and have any meaning behind it. Look at all the people that are standing out in our industry right now. They're among you. They are your brethren. They have been in the same position you're in right now, listening to the same person talk to you right here, right now. What changed? What changed? The two biggest paid out traders in the prop firm industry, and I'm only talking about the prop industry because it's a hot topic right now. But I have students that have quadrupled both Kyle and Kane in 1 year. But they don't give a fuck about your acceptance of them. They don't want to be hounded. What model do you use? What PDF do you use? What are you doing? Because that's exactly what everybody does. Well, how do you use an ICT? It doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. How are you using what I taught? That was the invitation. But both Kyle and Kane have been honest. They said they were fucking wrecks as traders. They were doing all kinds of stuff. They tried everything. They tried every fucking thing. But my life's work made them millionaires. Sure, absolutely. They had to condition themselves, and 90% of the work was done by them. Don't get it twisted. But how they think, how they talk, you can tell they're one of mine. And you're here, and you're in that process just like they are. Just like they went through. They're not at their peak right now. It's at their highest performance right now for them, but that's not their peak. I guarantee you, if you gave both of them the stage to speak exactly how they want to speak and dismiss the idea of arrogance, dismiss the idea of not appearing humble, just talk plainly, they know. They fucking know that they can walk out there and smash this shit when they want. But because now they've been recognized, I'm very interested to see how they handle it. Because as a 20-year-old on America Online, I was a fucking nut job. I was out there flashing everything. And I didn't have the skills I have right now. I was half-baked, not fully refined, but I knew I was on the right track of getting something that nobody could come close to. And when you do that, day after day after day after day after day, every fucking market you talk about, it does it. You think that doesn't go unnoticed? Because it got noticed. And you see people, you meet people, they question you, how do you know this? How do you know that? What are you doing? How are you doing this? And how are you doing that? You're set apart. There's something new under the sun. This aberration, this oddity, this fucking mutant, where did he come from? How is this guy able to do this? That's the question I love prying into your mind and forcing you to ask yourself every day. How am I able to do this if I'm not what I claim to be? So you're forced to either deal with the uncomfortable state of knowing that I'm calling this stuff before it happens, and I'm showing you the executions and sliding to the left that your reset demo account won't show. So where are you at with that, Virginia? Where are you at with that? You can waste a whole lot of time. You can waste a whole lot of time trying to make me out to be a liar. And 1/4 of the time that you put into that, just working with what I'm simply inviting you to test it and see if you don't see it. Test and see that you will not have any reliance on retail logic once you start looking at it this way. And it gives you visibility. It gives you clarity. And here's the number one rule here. What sets me apart? I know when not to do it. Your gurus, these authors, these other educators, even the big old time giants, they can't tell you when not to trade because they tell you, my system's calling for this as a buy signal right now. Okay. I have PD arrays that if I don't know the fuck I'm doing, oh, it looks like a bullish order block. Well, let's go long when it trades down into it. It fails. I know when that's going to happen. That's narrative. I gave you a narrative this week. Look out, hand out in your charts. What's above Thursday and Friday's highs? Buy side, buy stops. It reached primarily this week up there and only went down to that daily bullish yellow. If you go back and look at the analysis, it went down into that by 1 or 2 ticks below it, but didn't close below it. And I told you that it remains bullish until it closes below that daily fair value gap that was in yellow. So we're trading inside of a predefined range with a predetermined bias, which was reaching for that higher daily buy-side liquidity pool, but narrowing our focus down to the low-hanging fruit objective for the week would be what? Thursday's high of last week, where it created that wick. And then Friday's non-farm payroll high. Look at your charts. Look at the first resistance to fair value gap on Monday. Look at Tuesday's first resistance to fair value gap. Wednesday's first resistance to fair value gap. Thursday's first resistance to fair value gap. From morning and PM session, and see what opportunities were available to you. The new week opening gaps over the last 5 weeks, how were they used? See, folks, there is absolutely something new under the sun. I have so many things to share. But the problem is, it doesn't satisfy you when you learn something that makes money, that forms every single fucking day. That's not good enough for you. Why? Because you're infected. You're a very specific type of person. You're ICT infected. You're ICT positive. You're becoming one of me. I'm a virus to this industry. That's why I'm here. And they don't want you knowing this stuff. And if nothing ever gets released from here, we have already disrupted the entire industry. They will be talking about you as a community for a long, long time. And all of you that are learning, that are becoming pillars, I promise you, there are people that are about to spring onto the scene that make Kyle and King look like they just started. And gentlemen, that is not meant to be making a negative remark against you, because what you've done is exceptional. But just know that you have brethren that are about to step the fuck out, and it's going to shock all of you. And don't think for a moment that I don't think that the folks that contact me and say, look, this is what I'm doing, I have no interest in being on social media. I only have an account just so I can see what you're doing. And if I wasn't on X, they wouldn't be here either. And they're smashing it day after day after day, week after week. They're pulling down what the highest leaderboard spot right now in Robbins is. They're doing that every month, over and over and over again. Not in prop, not in fake monetized demo accounts. They're doing it with live brokerage accounts. And to me, I have a lot of respect for that. The fact that they don't want to come out here and show off. They don't want to be seen as anything, because the ones that have been honest about it, they said, I can see how I could get sucked into this And I got to feel like I got to live up to the last experience that I shared online. And that's what influencers have a problem with. I don't run out of yeast. I don't hit a wall in consistency. I don't get it wrong. I don't get it wrong. So they have to spend their time consoling themselves by consoling you by saying, trading is mostly sitting around waiting. Trading isn't a perfect scenario where you can avoid a lot of the losses, except and warm up to the idea that you're going to lose a lot. I don't tell you that. I don't tell you those things. In the beginning, you will suffer that. You will go through that because that's where you discover who you are. You discover the very things that you self-destruct with. Performance anxiety, keeping up with the Joneses expressions in mine here, where you see people, like even myself, just shy of 150,000 just this week, and I didn't trade everything that's available. Bro, talking about, I've been doing this account for a month and a half, and look at what I'm doing. I did it in 3 fucking days and didn't even try. Again, there's a meme. There's this little cheetah. He's sitting in the Greyhound box right before the race starts, and the meme is implying that the race has started, and the cheetah's just chilling inside the box, like, you stupid fucks. Like, I don't need to run this race. I'm already at the finish line if I want to be. And this is not arrogance. I'm not bragging. I'm telling you that you're learning this craft and you're going to have this same skill. But how are you going to handle it once you get there? Because there is going to be something new under the sun for you. How are you going to deal with this success? How are you going to be able to wrestle the confidence and not allow it to become overconfidence and then you turn into a prick? See, a lot of you all want to be a Negan. You want to be a shit-talking ICT. You all like this part of me. But I only use this caricature to get your attention, hold you in place, to listen. Because I always come back around and bring you Mr. Rogers. Give you a little bit of Bob Ross. But I got to get your attention with the abrasive stuff. Because that's what sells wrestling. It ain't the bullshit they do inside that ring. It's the shit talking. It's the promos. It's the shooting. That's the stuff that I fell in love with as a young man. And the people I loved to hate made me so mad. And the people that I looked at as a hero inspired me. Yeah. This one's going to do this and he's going to beat you up. And I tackle those very things in my presentation. And I capture your attention. And I hold your attention with that stuff. And I know there are people that have little dick energy. They don't like when I do this because they think, oh, look, he's bragging. He doesn't have a track record. Look at what I'm fucking putting down every day. These people that talk that shit, they never come here and wrestle me. They never stand side by side. Let's do it. Something happens always. Something always fucking happens. I'll tell you what it is. It's Velcro balls, okay? You can put them on and take them off. Mine are attached to me. And I'm dragging them behind me every fucking day on social media, asking someone to step on them. I dare you to step on them. But they won't do it. If everything out here is something better than what you're learning, why don't they come here? Why don't they show it? Why don't they prove it? Why don't they call it every candlestick? Why don't they tell you where the fucking daily high and low is going to be? Why don't they tell you beforehand? Because they can't. They won't. And that's all there is. Nobody talking shit about what you're learning can outperform it. Just remember that. That's what I'm trying to show you. When I do these types of things and I make these public stunts and stand out here and beat my chest, it's not because I need that. I do it as a reminder to the ones that are weak-hearted, that you're just easily influenced by other people. What do you think fucking matters more? Seriously. Anything that I could show over the last 33 plus years, which could be fabricated. I got a lot of fucking money, folks. I could pay people to do things that make Everything I've ever done looked like it's rainbows and fucking gumdrops. And a lot of you people would foolishly believe because it was presented in a well presented with a ribbon and all kinds of lights and spotlights on this and accolades here and talked about this and stuff. That's what used to be able to be employed on people to scam them. But you know what separates the people that are bullshit? The ones that won't come out there and tell you what's going to happen beforehand. The ones that won't put an execution on, that won't place a fucking stop loss and know that it won't be hit. I said that right. And know that it won't be hit. See, all these other educators out there, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're selling shit because they need that money. If I need to live on ad revenue, why the fuck am I not doing 20 fucking videos a week? Because I don't give a fuck. I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm talking to you right now, and there's no money. I'm not making money on this. All of you that make money by taking these presentations and put them on your YouTube, you're making the money. Think about that logic. How's that a fucking winning campaign? It doesn't make any sense. But people, they just ignore it. They ignore it. They ignore the fact that your captain in arms, okay, your fucking quarterback, that guy, that ICT guy, is out here and telling you what's going to happen. Focus here. It's not going to do anything but this. Just focus on this. Look at these levels. Fuck everything else. Don't listen to anybody else. This is your mark. I'm your spotter every week. You're training to be a sniper. The spotter's job is get range. Where's your range? What are you aiming for? This level. Are you shooting downwind or upwind? Bullish or bearish? I've already given you the skill set. I've already given you the ammunition. The ammunition is a PD arrays. What caliber are you gonna shoot with? 5.56, 2.23, 30-06, 50 cal. Pick your poison, baby. 9mm, 22 long range. In deference to the ladies just starting out. A little bit of recoil. Still putting rounds on target. See, I make a mockery of everything else. And if a 20-year-old knew what I know right now in me, it would have been a monster. Like, it would have been a monster. But over the years, I have been humbled. May not sound like it, but remember, you're listening to a caricature. You know what a caricature is? It is an expression. It's an impersonation of something that is not the actual person. When you look at Brad Pitt, when you look at George Clooney, when you look at Robert De Niro, who's become a real piece of shit as recent, and Al Pacino, okay? The characters that they play in the movies, that's not them. They're artists. And on social media, you have to be a character. You have to be. Or you have to be naturally interesting. I'm not naturally interesting. In my real life, away from all of you, when I'm not teaching, I'm a very, very frumpy, boring introvert. You would never hear me talk like this if we were in front of one another. But I have to put this persona on to hold your attention because you're not going to listen to the boring stuff. I've done it for a long time. I did it on Baby Pips and nobody was paying attention. Sure, they like the little intros and they like the little vignettes of me putting in sniper stuff. And I was trying to find my way to tap into the group that I wanted because men love to talk shit. We do. Women, not so much. The ones that should have been men, do. Or they pretend they're in. They do. Mona, hello. The idea of looking for this attention, this I need to get attention on myself. I'm giving that to you. I don't need this. But I know that that's what my listeners want to do in their own lives. They want to learn a skill set so they can step out there and do what they think I'm doing right now. But I'm doing it in a setting that's not monetized. They want to do it where they are monetized. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Get your ends met. But I don't have a naturally interesting persona. I don't. So I had to create Inner Circle Trader to draw an attention. I can draw a crowd. As a young man, I studied ninjutsu. And when I was learning about them, and I was like 10 years old when I first learned about them, I was like, wow, this is crazy. Stephen K. Hayes was the first American to learn under Hatsumi. He's a grandmaster of Budokan. And then his student, Shota Tanemura, he started off another thing, Genbukan. And I learned both, but it was really Bujinkan just revamped. And because he wanted to be grandmaster, and Takamatsu said, "You're not going to be." So he tapped Hatsumi, and that was it. Well, long story short, without losing you, the allure of the ninja was you had to be an actor. You had to be able to instill fear in your enemies, or make them feel that you're weak when you're not. Sun Tzu, Art of War. Appear strong when you're weak. Appear weak when you're strong. The idea of selling these wrestling events, anybody that's ever got hooked up into that, you got hooked into buying those pay-per-views or going to those events because you like the character that these men and women portray. But that's not who they are. And the ones that do very, very well on social media stay in kayfabe. Kayfabe is where you don't break character. You're in it. Like you're always in it. You're always in character. Those are the people that get really hard to determine if that's really who they are. And for a long time, I allowed you to think that ICT is who I really am. But I'm a very, very fuddy-duddy, simple, stay in the house most of the time, introvert. I don't like to be around a lot of people, not because I'm afraid to be around them. Just most people just don't know how to act. And they don't have any candor. They don't have any, decency. You'll see when I'm down there in Florida, sitting across from Patrick Whelan, you're not going to see this ICT. You're going to see Mr. Rogers. You're going to see Dad. You're going to see just like my sons see. That's how it is. But I'll still beat his ass in that day when I'm trading, humbly, quietly, and politely. It's going to happen. You'll know my entry, and you'll know my stop, and you know where the market's going to go. But I just want to show you there's a contrast from what people say about what it is you're learning and who I am and what the reality is. The reality is that I could be the biggest jerk and most hated person on the internet, but I don't want that. I like staying right in the middle, and I go back and forth where I'll go just a little bit to the hero side when it starts to get sickeningly sugary sweet. Then I'll do something to cause people to be upset with me. And I learned this from a magician, Paul Harris. Guy invented a lot of tricks with cards and such. And a lot of the professional magicians, big guys, a lot of Korean magicians, which are phenomenal magicians, by the way, a lot of their work are his craft. Like he created those things, those illusions, but they never get the credit for it. And to look at the guy, he looks like he slept in his clothes for 2 weeks, never brushed his hair, probably homeless next to being homeless. And the logic he shared in one of his interviews when they were doing, I think it was for Genie magazine. He says, what do you find most interesting as a performer when you're doing shows? He goes, well, I'm not really impressed by the audience's reactions when I do something that I know is astonishing. If I do a magic trick every day in front of you and call a very specific price run every single day, it gets boring after a while. You know what it means to be bored by it now. You're not impressed anymore. It used to be like, wow, look at that. He did it again. I wonder how many times he could do it again. For the people who've been around for a long time, you're not impressed by that. That's exactly how you should be. But you see new people coming to our community all the time, and they watch me call a specific level, call a specific order block, specific fair value gap. It's going to go down here. It's going to get this stopped, and it's going to go here. And then it happens in your charts and in mine. Then you look back on the week and say, wow, he saw all this stuff before it happened. And it seems like magic to them. And that's why when I was a young man, I was infatuated with magic. David Copperfield to me was a hero. Like, this guy was able to bend time and space and do crazy shit. I actually believed that he passed through the Great Wall of China. That was the moment of astonishment where that veil of reality was disrupted there. Even knowing that that's a magic trick, I was like, how do you do that? My young mind was fascinated with that. So I tap into that in my audience. See, a ninja had to be an actor, had to be a magician, a warrior, a strategist. And I employ those things. I did not read the book of Power. Okay, a lot of people say, "Oh, he's just doing this and doing this, do this." Bullshit. That book is nonsense, and it's written by a guy that says he can get you to get anybody to be seduced by him. Get the fuck out of here! You see this guy? He looks like a fucking overcooked potato. He's not attractive at all. And I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying that just know that I don't use this shit that guy writes about. But Sun Tzu, yep. And the lore of the ninja, that's what I use in my presentation. I am a kabuki actor in front of you. You see me as this samurai, this unbeatable samurai that wields his sword and everybody's head just falls the fuck off. But I wasn't that in the beginning. I was the guy that was afraid to do anything. Certainly never would talk this passionately or authoritative. But I hold authority. I hold authority. I can tell you what everybody else isn't going to be able to tell you, and I can do it consistently. I can tell you why. Before. All the other stuff out there that's available to you, it doesn't do that. It does not do that. And it doesn't matter how much it resembles something after it happens, because unless you saw it beforehand and put a trade on and took it home, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And these people that are wrestling with what you are learning, and some of you are doing exceptionally well now. Some of you are doing so good, but you see things that I'm doing or other traders that are learning the same thing you're learning, and you feel like you're not doing good enough because, man, I just need to get a six-figure payout. I just need to get another big supercar so I can be part of the clique. No, you don't. I promise you, I am the richest motherfucker out here. I am the richest one. I am the most successful one. I am the one that will beat anybody else's ass in trading, period, nonstop, every single fucking day. I am telling you all right now, you can do it. Come out here right now. And I'm not out here buying cars and buying this and showing off what I got and how much I can spend. So why should you feel that way? I'm the high seat right now. I'm the highest stack in the fucking industry, and there ain't nobody close to me. And I don't do those things. You don't need to do it either. So why put pressure on yourself like that? Why do you feel like you have to purchase something to appear that you're profitable or well beyond the level of profitability that you may be in reality, but you want to present it like you're really, really profitable? Let me buy a used Lamborghini and put a wrap on it. How about you don't even bring up what you drive and keep it about what you love to do as a trader? Because somebody that's got money like myself, that's more interesting. Because anybody can lease a car, anybody can sell a course, anybody can do affiliate programs and get lots of money doing that. That is not translated to they're very, very good at trading. And there's a lot of people out there that exist in that realm. And they allow people to believe that they're greater than they really are. And very few people that are actually proven they can. And the ones that are doing that deserve to be recognized, even if you don't like their character. Look at Patrick. A lot of you don't understand that presentation is a mode of engagement. As an influencer, you have to have a hook. You're either going to be a heel, that means you're out there to piss people off just for the sake of being an asshole, and knowing that it's going to get people's attention, or you're going to be everybody's superhero. You're one or the other. And anybody in the middle doesn't have a following worth shit. Nobody talks about them, and they're there. You've seen them once or twice before. People talk about them. They have students, but they just blend in. They don't really stand out. But only the heroes and the heels are the ones that do well on social media. And I knew this when my time on internet relay chat, Merck back then, I was learning how people engaged other people. That's what made me successful as someone that, I mean, think about it. Until recently, in the last few years, you never saw a live account from me. You never saw it. It was always in a paper trading account, whether it was me teaching in Forex or when I transitioned away from Forex to back to where I started as a trader in 1992 as a commodity trader. How can anyone hold the attention of millions of people coming out and being publicly honest and saying, I'm going to teach you in a medium of a paper trading account? Right away, that sets the tone for who's really going to try to learn here and who can't wait to look at that and take shots at it. I told my children and my wife, I said, watch the response I get with this. Because number one, I'm going to be completely 100% legally compliant by saying I'm teaching in this demo account. That way I'm not inspiring you to take real trades. It's not a signal. I'm not acting as a certified trade advisor. I would never do the test to do that because you basically, you have to divulge what it is that you do. I had no interest in doing that. The fuck do I want to teach fair value gaps and overblocks to them for? Fuck that. I'm keeping it to myself. So I'm going to stand out here and put on a clown face for the people that want to see a clown. And I'll wear a kabuki mask to see a samurai warrior for the people that look past all that stuff and say, yeah, he was teaching with a demo account, but he called it to the tick in currencies and in futures. And I let you wrestle that. I let my audience stay divided that way. And I fanned both sides all the time. When the level was getting low on the hero side, pump it up. When I'm not getting enough traction, not enough people talking bad about me, do something to cause them to talk about it. I told you I was going to do it this week. I got to do something wrong. Got to give them something. It worked. They're back to saying, oh, this stuff's rebranded, blah, blah, blah. And that talking gets people reacting. And that one person's going to come in contact with 50 more people. And those 50 people are going to come in contact with 50 more people. And what happens? You grow. And never have to pay for advertising. I act like a pimp. And I hire these Sarahs and Sallys, and I put them on the corner, and they earn from me for free. Every time they talk shit about me, they're drawing attention to me, and they're doing it for free. At their job, they're talking about me. At home, when they wake up in the middle of the night, they come in and check on social media. Let me see what I can talk about. This is how you manage an audience. This is how you do it. And people get wrapped up in it, and they think, you're the biggest piece of shit. You're so arrogant, or you're this, you're a braggart. You don't have a track record. I'm telling you my track record every fucking day. And there ain't a motherfucker out there walking that's this accurate. Because if they were, they'd already been here. They would already showed the fuck up, and they ain't showing up, are they? They're not. But you don't see that. You don't recognize that. Because you're not trying to learn. You're not trying to see the value in what I'm doing. Because I could be making millions and fucking millions every week. Just doing what I'm doing right now. I don't need money, folks. I don't need it. And just like you think you need the materialistic aspects, sure, if you're not equipped as a trader that can be consistently profitable and know exactly what you're doing, when not to do it, then it makes sense to have all that materialism around you, because it's like, wow, that's fanfare. That seems like something new under the sun for someone that has lack, that doesn't have money, doesn't have luxury items around them. So they live vicariously through the caricature that you're presenting online. And some people go to the extreme and say, this person deserves to have something happen to them in their real life. And some people shouldn't be fucked around with like that. Because the people that do that kind of stuff get got. And you never really hear about it sometimes. But they know it happened. You should get wrapped up. Just like the people that would run in the ring when wrestling matches would go on. These people are working out a script. They're performing for you, your entertainment. But some people are unhinged and they go beyond the realm of reasonable and think this person needs to have something bad to happen to them because they didn't do this or they did this. All of you are adults, or should be, responsible adults. And because I know that there's a large degree of you that are not responsible, you're not in a position where you own your own actions. You take actions directly or indirectly from other people's opinions, and mine included. And I know I have a very strong influence. That's why I kind of like stopped going into my own students' live streams and chatting, because I would point out certain things because some of them weren't recognizing it. And I thought to myself, this could be misconstrued as me trying to make them look bad. And it's not what I was doing. I was just trying to make them aware of something in the chart that they're not seeing. And I started thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I don't want to bring them heat. I don't want them to feel like I'm correcting them. Then it's like, it messes them up. And some of them get weirded out just by me being there. And you see them, they start blushing, they start smirking. They're like, I can't believe ICT's in my chat right now. This is fucking crazy, blah, blah, blah. Like I'm something special, like I'm fucking Gandhi. I'm not Gandhi. I don't have that picture of myself where I'm out there. The problem is I want to be just like all of you, where I can go into a chat and just be part of the audience. But when I show up, something new on their son's there. The person that's doing the live stream, they fall to the back seat. Nobody gives a shit about what they're talking about or what they're doing, and they're asking me questions. And that's rude. And I miss that part of being online. Like I don't have that same ability just to go in and listen to somebody and just be a member of the audience and not get all the people in there talking about me, whether good or bad. And these people that do that, they have heroes or they see me as the villain. In between those two bookmarks, these bookends, hero and lovers to hate, you're supposed to be in the middle. Recognize that what I've taught you and what I've authored, I can do very well with it. That doesn't mean that that's where you should be at any given time during your development. None of you are going to be able to trade better than me, ever. That's never going to happen because I'm going to hold back things that make me absolutely beyond touchable. Like absolutely, it's never going to happen. Okay, it's never going to happen. Let's just say it that way. But here's how you will be better than me, because some of you can be better than me. How? How can I be better than ICT? How can I be better than this guy? Number one, don't make the mistakes I did. I put off my success by rushing it. And that just went right over your fucking head. I pushed my success further away from my reach by demanding it happen sooner. And any incremental progress I had, I made it a big spectacle online. And I needed other people to validate me. If you go into your development and you avoid those things, for the men, 90% of your fucking problem is solved right away. Because you're demanding something that you haven't earned yet. And you're demanding other people to tell you that you're the man, you're the GOAT, you're the greatest of all times, when you can't even do it consistently to the next day. And I needed that inspiration when I was on the internet initially. I mean, I was on America Online when the internet became internet. I was there. None of you in the 20-year-old, maybe in a 30-year-old, can fully appreciate the wild, wild west of what we were all able to do back then. We felt like, this is crazy. This is like the Jetsons now. And now, as a 50-year-old later this year, I'm looking at the technology that we have today, and it's mind-numbing that we have information at our fingertips, just like that. And we can push a button and make money or lose money. You don't have to fly out to Las Vegas or Atlantic City to gamble. You can do it right on your phone. And now you can gamble with a demo account that you pay for with extra rules on it than real trading provides. You see how easy people can be manipulated? Like they're convincing you that it's a good idea for you to have all your hopes on making big payouts through prop firm. When all the rules are stacking against you endlessly, they keep creating more rules, can't do this, can't do that, you can't make more money. Why the fuck are we trading? Why did you start trading? Because you want to make money. Why have they allowed you to view not making more money as advantageous? You can't make more money than this, or you're not being consistent. How about I can make crazy fucking returns every single day, and that is the normal thing, and the prop firm makes allowance for that? Why? The answer's simple. They can't afford to have big winners. Big winners would bankrupt them or prove they won't pay out, and that's bad for business. But they sell the idea that gambling, you might get it. That's just like the lottery. You might be the winner of that $1 billion payout. When you should just say, you know what, I am broke, I'm strapped, I don't have that much money. But I have a new opportunity under the sun right in front of me. And I could maybe employ one account, not fucking 20, not 10, not 15, not as many as you can. How much can I afford to charge up on my fucking credit card right now? Just one. Just one. And take the little bit of money that you can make from that one account, pull it out as you make it. Save up that way to put your money into a real brokerage account that you're going to give a shit about. Because let's be honest, folks, there's no person out there that would ever trade like they see their trades being done in prop when they have 20 accounts. If you had your own money to handle the leverage that you're pushing around that's unbelievable, you would never trade that way with your own money, because you see it as it's a cheap reset, and you're trading it's the lottery. That works for a few people, and I can say that confidently because you only see a few people doing it. But that's not what you should do. You should just try to get one. Take one account and prove that you consistent with following a model, that you can wrestle your impulses. You have a limited exposure to what it's going to cost you if you do it wrong. In that case, in that instance, there is advantageous characteristics to trading these pseudo prop firms. They're not prop, they're monetized demo accounts. But you can learn all about how you see risk that goes beyond just trading with paper or demo. Because if you do it wrong there, you have to pay to reset that. Whereas you were trading a paper account, just click a button and you reset it to whatever you want it to say. But having a procedure of how you're going to grow and develop is important, because it's easy to get caught up in the winds of social media. Who's hot, who's not? Who's everybody flaming right now? And who is everybody sucking up to right now? Who's got the hot hand? Who's doing really, really well? Who's dog shit right now? Who can't trade worth a shit right now? I don't keep up with that stuff. I only see that kind of stuff when people at me and they drag somebody else's name in. And these other people ain't doing what I'm doing. Sorry. So when you guys make all these lists and shit, let me allow my arrogance to pop out just for one time, because it hasn't been out one time today until right now. When you want to thank me. Don't add me to a list of other people that are my fucking students, okay? Because that irritates the shit out of me. That irritates the fucking shit out of me, because they are parroting what I've said, period. Now, let's take it back to me. When you want to thank me, don't. Give God the praise. Now, how's that for humility? Because that's how it should be done. Don't add me to a list of other people that's learning just like you are from me. That's why I never like your posts. I never, ever add a little heart to that kind of stuff, because I see that as glad handing. And I am not out here trying to promote you to be a caricature, a hero. Don't have hero worship. Don't look at me as a hero. Don't worship me. Don't do any of that kind of stuff. Learn from me. Take notes. Listen to what I'm telling you that you should focus on, and ignore the things I tell you don't worry about these things. But a lot of you do it the opposite. Social media is a wonderful tool, and you can get rich with it. You can get really, really rich real fast, just like that. Millions of dollars can fall in your hands. If you develop a skill set of knowing how to manage yourself, find setups, you have something new under the sun. You never could do that before, until today you can. And when that happens, you're given a choice. You have an opportunity right then and there. I have a talent, I have a skill that I have never had before. And I know there's lots of people out there that want to have what I have right now. And you want to bottle it. And you want to slap a sticker on it and hide those 3 letters ICT for some of you. I love it. I love how they go every way they can to avoid ever mentioning me. Like Voldemort, you can't say his name. It's so funny. It's great, because as soon as you hear him talking, oh shit, that's ICT. That's it. That's his stuff. My vocabulary, not the people that I supposedly rebranded. It's funny, isn't it? If it's been rebranded, why the hell they keep using my terms? Why not just say, here's what it really is? Because what it is what it is, and I made it. But you're going to have a choice. You're going to have a choice. Are you going to be a heel, or are you going to be a hero? Because you're going to start one way or the other. And so many people want to start out there, online persona, trying to be something that they're not. Wanting to be viewed as a hero, but fastly become a heel. And it shoots them in the foot. They do it to themselves. They're not equipped. Lots of people out there have tried to step to me and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. And they don't do shit. They don't do shit. Because they don't know themselves. Now, take it back to Patrick Whelan. I saw him a couple years ago. He used to troll me in other people's comment section. I could care less about him back then. It was just like, oh, you're just one of the other people. And there was a meme going around where he's screaming because it looks like he's losing on the trade or whatnot. I don't even know. I just love his outbursts because to me it's funny as shit. Like you all like using that meme where I'm talking and then I start yelling and ranting. Those things are scheduled. I put them out there. I am not a bipolar person. Some people still believe that that part of my caricature is who I really am. I'm not bipolar, folks. I choose my words very specifically, and they're all timed. This is where I want to pace the speech. It's an ebb and flow. I bring you up high, and I gradually bring you back down. And then when you start feeling like, okay, well, I need him to really juice me up, I toss it in there. That allows you to listen because you think there's going to be something more profound because the element of energy just increased. It's audience management, folks. That's all it is. I learned that from reading. That's it. Reading, not trade-related books. How to speak. I would read the thesaurus just so I can get other words. Because when I was in school, they didn't teach you how to speak eloquently or be very articulate. And I was always fascinated with people that could speak well. I look to people. My best mentors are people that teach how to speak well, but they don't have a skill beyond teaching how to speak well. They're not known for anything except for teaching how to speak well. Give them material that they can study. They could stand up on a stage and talk like they know everything about it because they teach by speaking well. What makes me different than everybody else? I care about your success. How do I know that I can believe ICT just meant what he just said? Because I don't sell you anything. I give you my time, my expensive fucking time. I give it to you. And I entice you to go in and prove me wrong. Because I know that challenge is going to be met by most men. If you have a penis swinging between your legs, you're going to hear what I say and say, I'm going to show this guy he's wrong. I'm counting on you having that. And most of my students have came by that very challenge in the last 2 years because they've been seeing things that nobody else is producing. Which camp is all the big names coming out of? Ours. Our community. The one that everybody says is a cult. And damn it, we are a cult of winners. You know what the membership badge is to be a part of this cult? Not giving a fuck what anybody else thinks. Because the market's going to give to us. It's going to yield to us. They cannot change it. They can't hide it. They cannot prevent you. They can't hold you back. They cannot withstand you. They will not prevent you from getting what you want. 81 fucking ways for me to rob this fucking bank anytime I fucking want. Change the passcode, motherfucker. I got the master passcode. I can go around everything you fucking people want to do. Do it. Change it up. Spin that wheel. Make the high and low go real fast. Both directions. Okay. You can't do that all day. In 60 fucking minutes, I'm going to be in there with a whole new plan. You can't stop me, which means you can't stop them. Who's them? All of you listening. All of you that have had your eyes opened and your mind broadened to boundaries that are way beyond what you first started thinking about as a trader. If I could just take this indicator and I could just get consistent with taking 10 points, if I could just get 10 pips, I could get this much money out of the month and I wouldn't be struggling to get my car payment paid and my car insurance because I drove around like an asshole and my car insurance is too high now. I've been having too many accidents because I'm not responsible. I'm reckless. That's why I teach the way I teach. Because if you're getting car accidents all the time or having failed relationships, you're going to fucking suck as a trader. Because you don't manage risk well. Just like you're going to point to, yeah, she left me because she's a piece of shit. She left you because you're a piece of shit. You didn't recognize it. There was warning signs before she left. Vice versa. Ladies, you're not exempt. Guy said, you're not good enough. Cut his losses and found somebody else and got married. He's a piece of shit. No, you were a piece of shit. You just didn't recognize it. When I was a young man, I was a piece of shit. I was a womanizer. I was weak. I did those things because I hated how I existed in my own skin. I'm comfortable in my own skin now. I acknowledge my weaknesses. I acknowledge where my shortcomings are. I know my limitations. And as a trader, you need to know those things. See, it's taboo to mention if you're successful as a trader, if you're successful and consistent and profitable, it's taboo to mention weaknesses. It sounds like an oxymoron. How could you have a weakness? How could you have a weakness if you are proficient, consistent, and profitable, and you know what you're doing, and you manage risk well? How could you possibly even refer to a term in your own character description as a weakness? How could that possibly be? Everyone, every single person that's ever reached a height of proficiency, extraordinary success, a measure cut above everyone else, all of those individuals know exactly what their weaknesses are. Procrastination, laziness, performance anxiety, fear of not being able to do as well as they hoped. They're weaknesses. You know what they are? You know what they are? Things that are not real. You're afraid of the loss that you haven't incurred yet. You're afraid of the losing trade that you did not suffer yet because you took one losing trade, because you took 3 losing trades. You're afraid of that next losing trade. It didn't happen yet. You're giving energy to something that's not there. You have to allow for something new under the sun, the change in your recorded trade history. Yeah, you may have taken a loss, maybe taken 2 losses, maybe 3 trades, losing positions. Maybe you did that. Maybe it was reckless on your part. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just a normal procedure that you followed. You trust the logic, and it didn't pan out because you did it wrong. You just didn't quite see everything there, but you trusted enough to push the button. It doesn't mean the model or the methodology is flawed or that you suck as a trader. It means that you just did it wrong at that time. That transaction, that engagement with price, you just simply did it wrong. You're not inflating it to be something where it causes the whole thing needs to be taken back to the drawing board, scrap everything. But that's exactly what you're doing. You're increasing the level of importance on the outcome of the next trade. When I teach you not to do that, what is it that you teach us, ICT? What is it that you're trying to do? Because I feel like that's what you're doing. You're hiding things from us. You know something, you're hiding it from us. You know, I'm teaching you. I'm teaching you. All of the major questions that's ever been asked of me, I've already answered and addressed. And now I'm out here singing and dancing in the rain in front of all of you. And you're asking questions that have already been answered. But you haven't done the work to get the answer for yourself. See, that's the difference. People that come to me and they understand that what I wield, what I hold in my hands is the market. It's inescapable. I don't give a fuck who you are, where you came from, what you did before, you know, all that shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All that stuff falls to the wayside. When you sit down with me and I'm explaining price to you, everybody has to stop and say, okay, what he's describing is absolutely the truth because it's happening right now. In my chart, we all have real-time data. We all have it. And I'm using a market that everybody has the same price for. And it's following my logic. It's doing what I'm telling it it's going to do. Why should you fear what has not happened yet versus being encouraged by seeing what you've been witnessing day after day after day and how frequently it happens? That's how you should be thinking. Find your own evidence. Don't look to the heroes that's in our community that are rising up by their own efforts, study, the time they put into it. They showed up every day. Even when they felt like it wasn't working out for them, they were like, oh, I just got to go one more time. Maybe he'll teach me something that's going to give me what I need to get over the hump. Why do I spoon feed and drip the content? Why do I do that? It's not because I'm being monetized here, because look at it. Most of my longest presentations are always on mediums that's not monetized by me. I'm not making any money off of my long-winded best education material. I do that so that way I'm disarming you. You have no weapon against me when I'm doing this. You can't argue and say I'm doing this to make money. I'm not. I'm giving the listeners the ability to make money off of it. You're all welcome to take my spaces and upload them on YouTube. You're welcome to do that. Monetize them. I don't give a shit. Get grocery money. I don't care. I don't care. What I care about is you understanding and not being distracted by the things that people try to say that I'm doing, that I'm leading people astray. I'm giving you far more than everybody that wants to use my name for marketing and say, are you an ICT trader and you want to finally become profitable? Isn't that fucking hilarious? Like, I'm every day profitable, every day in front of you, every day calling it out live. Hello. Something new under the sun. For you is what? Being consistently profitable. You know what happens before you get there? You become comfortable with not being perfect. And when you aim for perfection, but being realistic, knowing that I'm not going to hit it yet, but I'm working towards that measure of a goal. If you're always aiming for perfection, but allowing progress to get you closer to it day by day, that's the proper mindset. You're not defeated when you fall short on it, but when you look back and see the progression is incrementally going higher, your experience is growing. What is that? Something new under the sun. You didn't have that experience before. You see, people that take that scripture out of the Bible and they apply it and misappropriate to things, it's just a straw man argument. Look at the technology we have today, the planes, the cars. That's certainly something new under the sun. Solomon didn't have those things when he talked about it. So there's definitely new things under the sun. But what that passage really refers to is people are creatures of habit. We're like dogs. When a dog vomits, it'll walk away and despise and look at it and say, ugh, that was in my stomach. You can see it on their face. They're like, man, I'm glad that thing's out of my stomach. It was hurting me. And 2-3 minutes later, what do? They go back and eat it. They return back to its vomit. The Bible talks about that. And that's exactly what you're doing as a developing trader. When you listen to people that cannot do it better, they don't have another solution that's better. They're not consistently able to do what I'm showing you. If I'm going to be a teacher, okay, if I'm going to learn from somebody, I'm going to know that that person knows what they're talking about, is proficient with it, and has proven it. And they have no problem walking it right now. Ask them, do it right now. And those that can, will. So I crushed that whole argument. People that can trade, and others that can't teach ICT concepts. Well, I'll admit that that is true. There's a lot of people that teach my stuff that they cannot trade. because it's hot. It's a hot button right now. Everybody loves it. It works because it's the market. But it's applied to me and even the people that are doing well using what I taught when I'm doing it in front of them. I have a greater impact adversely if I fail in front of you. I've done this before. I think it was a year and a half ago. I was on a live stream and I trolled. I said, okay, I'm going to get a trade in here. I'm going to put a trade in here. Oh, look at that. Oh, you know, sometimes it happens, guys. You don't understand dry humor sometimes. That's probably because I'm not good at it. But I'm telling you, look at what you're able to see me do, how often it's right, how often it goes where I say it's going to go. And then your ideal scenario would be not look at how I executed on it. That's just one way of dozens that you could have entered the trade and did the same thing or better. I love going in sharing an example of where I executed on the ideas that I've shared in terms of the bias, the narrative, the liquidity pool, and the efficiency, the price is going to go to the draw. And then I engage price based on whatever time I'm sitting in front of the charts. If I pull up my phone and say, oh, it's doing that, let me take that right now. If I'm in a moment with my wife and the conversation drops down slow, I'll ask her, do you have a second real quick? Do you mind if I do something real quick? I want to share something with them. And then sometimes I've missed the ideal entry point because I was not watching the chart at the time. But I can get in there 81 different ways, okay? But I love watching when I share that, a student will come behind and say, I got a better feel than my mentor. I don't look at that and say, go fuck yourself, pal. Who do you think you are? I love that. I love that. That's moxie, and it's encouraging because that's exactly how I felt when I figured out how buying below the opening price on the days it was going to create a large range up day. I felt like I did something better than my mentor, Larry Williams. I didn't look at Larry Williams and piss in his cornflakes and say he sucks as a trader. It just made me feel like, wow, that's real progress because I did something that my teacher didn't do today. Not that Larry Williams couldn't do that or that I can't do that same entry. It's just that's the way it unfolded for you at that moment. You were at the right time when opportunity presented itself. And so many times, people on social media are quick to just want to measure up all the time. Measure up, measure up. Look at the measurement here. No one's coming here. No one's coming here. So by measuring stick principle alone, then you're in the right fucking place. You're learning from somebody that ain't trying to take anything from you, that's building you up on a day that I could be out here watching stupid sports. I could be eating cheeseburgers and fucking hot dogs and eating potato chips like everybody else in America. But I'm spending my time building you up, encouraging you, reminding you, because it's easy to lose sight because you spend any time on social media, it's toxic. And sometimes I just need to take a break away from it because it's like, these people are fucking willfully stupid. Like you choose to be stupid. Like it's literally being laid in front of you and you're arguing about it still. It's not really there. It's this, it's that, it's that. What? What? Like that's peak denial. And I love the people that used to be like that and they've switched perspectives. I almost said switch teams, but I teach against that team mentality. I'm not saying be team ICT. I'm saying be team you incorporated. Take ICT out of it. All I am is the face, the person to listen to, the voice of reason right now to keep you on the right track. That's it. Once you get to the point where you don't need to learn anything else from me, you unplug from me. You don't watch my stuff. You don't follow me on social media. You don't care about what I'm looking at, what I think, because that's going to mess it up. That's what happens when I show up in people's live streams. They become, even if they don't like me or present an attitude that they are opposed to me, suddenly they don't want to take a trade that day. Suddenly they're like, well, I don't like the situation here today. It looks a little this, that, and thing. I'm going to wait. And they close it. I've been in there and people have immediately closed the fucking stream. Like I'm gonna go in there and troll them. Like I don't do those things. Like I don't do that stuff. When I go into a live stream and I'm a member of the audience, I want to be a member of the audience. I'm not there to be a disruption. But I want you as a student to learn not to need me. That's how I've succeeded as a teacher. If I keep you tethered to me, have I taught you anything more than codependence? No. That's why I don't do a subscription-based mentorship. I don't do that. Even when I was doing it, you paid to get 12 months with me, and after that, it's it. I could have kept these people on lifetime memberships, and they would have been paying it. I could have increased it every year, $100 more, $100 more, $100 more. They would have been gladly paying it. Some of them just for the simple fact that they were part of the community and they weren't even trying to learn. I had lots of people in 2016 that did that very thing. They just wanted to be part of it. Oh, this is worth the admission price. I just want to be able to watch what's going on. How do I know that? Because they never learned how to trade, ever. They never did anything with it. Is that what you're here for? I don't mean that rhetorically. I mean that sincerely. Are you here just to spectate, not learn how to speculate? Are you here just for the show of it all? Because that's what I listen to Patrick Williams for, because he's funny. Like he's a very natural, funny kind of guy. It's not always, the type of humor that's palatable. Sometimes it's a little, obscene. I'm not talking about the cuss words, because I can use I can present presentations with those words too, and I repent every time I'm done doing it. But the sexual things and things like that, I don't think that they're necessarily useful. But his change in his character, where he'll be docile for a second and start screaming and dancing around and stomping around. I watch that thing every day now, where he's flipping out and doing push-ups and stuff. That's some funny shit right there. Like that's method acting. That's funny. I mean, I don't care where you come from. That's funny stuff to me. And the fact that he's willing to do it in front of the world is to me, it's astonishing, because it's nuts. Like it's literally nuts. But guess what? Guess what that means? He's got a character. That's his Ric Flair. When Ric Flair, he's the man. To be the man, you got to beat the man. And then when they beat him, they punch him really hard in the ring. He takes 3 steps and then falls right on his face. He's clowning. He's allowing the audience to feel like, yeah, you son of a bitch. I hope that hurts. And he didn't feel anything. He's laughing to the bank, because he's performing his role for you, holding your attention. So that way the person he's supposedly wrestling looks good. Patrick has a character. Everybody that's successful on social media has a character. People that are not doing well in social media are not implementing a character. That's the secret. You have to be consistent. Once you adopt a character, or a caricature, it doesn't have to be necessarily what you really are in real life. I'm not a braggart in real life, but I play that stone cold in your face brash because I know it pisses people off. It works. It gets people talking. But my best work isn't the rants that I'm cussing and ranting and raving. That's just to break up the monotony of the discussion. Because sometimes I'll talk and it's like, I'm falling asleep. I'm falling asleep. My wife said it also. Like, your voice is very soothing. I love when you're talking to me, because when I'm tired, it relaxes me and I fall asleep easy. I don't get it. I don't like my voice. But I know it works. And when I'm done doing this, I'm going to do sleep aid audiobooks. I'm not, but I'm just trying to be funny. I can make money doing that. Bedtime stories by ICT. But there is something new under the sun every day. There are so many opportunities for you to find what you don't realize or recognize as your future successful self. If you're hanging around people on social media and allowing them to be toxic and constantly dumping on other people, or if they're constantly dumping on you or challenging you, or you're inviting other people to critique your endeavor in wanting to learn how to do this, why would you allow someone that could potentially give you adverse responses, something that's not going to be in agreement with what you went into this learning, hoping to do better in finances? Why would you allow that opportunity for people that may not agree with you, and you allow them the opportunity? So that means you care enough about their opinion, otherwise you wouldn't have invited them in the conversation, for them to be able to say something that would be detrimental to your desire to be tenacious. You got to be like that pit bull holding onto a pork chop. You're not letting go. No matter how many people talk bad about me, or what they say about me, or what they say this or that, it doesn't matter, because you have done enough work to see that this stuff works. Because when you're successful and you're making millions of dollars, you're not going to be looking at the shrine of ICT, okay, in your house, lighting fucking candles and paying homage to me. You're not. You're not even going to be thinking about me. And that's exactly what I want from you. I want you to run. Spread your fucking wings and fly. Don't look back. No bird gets kicked out of the nest and says, all right, I'm doing really well flying. Let's go back home and check out mom and dad. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. And that's exactly what I want from all of you. While you're in the nest, sure, you got to be coddled a little bit. You got to be encouraged. One day you're going to be out there flying just like the rest of them. But you're not there yet. But some of you want to run out of the nest and think you're ready to fly when you're not. The only thing you're good at and ready to do is bounce one time, and that's it. You won't survive it. So I hold you in the nest long enough for you to discover your weaknesses, because that's the secret. That's the secret that you don't realize. The things that you view underneath your skin that you won't want to talk about to anybody else, the things that you're afraid of, the real things that you're afraid of, failure. You're afraid of it. And as long as you're afraid of failure, you're never going to find success, because you've made failure so formidable that it has no other room on the stage to allow success to arrive. And that'll preach right there. You're fearful of what if. Fill in the blank after that. Anything negative. What if I don't do as well as my girlfriend hoped I would? Let me tell you something. If you've made the mistake of letting your successful trades be seen in the eyes and ear of whoever you're with in a relationship, whether it's a long-term relationship, married, or just recently got together, if you made the mistake of doing that and any progress isn't championed by them, that right there is a red fucking flag. That is a red flag right there. I'm not saying divorce. I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying don't talk about it no more. Because if they love you and they really want to see you succeed, they're your friend, they're your lover, they're your partner, they're your significant, they're going to say, that was awesome. How did you do that? Where did you learn that? That's somebody that gives a shit. That's someone that cares. You know what? I've already said it. I'm not going to relive it again. But I only had one person, and I'm not married to her. I only had one person that ever told me those things. So the reasons that I tell you not to talk about it to your loved ones, your family and your friends and coworkers, is because they're not going to see it as a form of an opportunity to encourage you. Because they're doing the same shit, working for their money and doing things that they don't really want to be doing in conditions they don't want to be under. They believe there's nothing new under the sun. Those people believe there's nothing new under the sun. But the people that succeed, not just in trading, in everything, they know there's something new under the sun. Look at Elon Musk, this crazy motherfucker. He has rockets that fly and land like you're watching a video in reverse. That to me is fascinating. The little boy in me is fascinated by that. That's wild. That's something new. 200 fucking years ago, we didn't see anything like that. So no, that scripture doesn't encompass everything. There's nothing new under the sun, meaning that people are creatures of habit and they're going to do things that they should not do, and they know they shouldn't do it, but they still do it anyway. That's living a loser's loop, doing the same things, expecting a different result. That's Einstein's definition of insanity. Here's a testimony of someone that's insane. Someone that keeps going back to watching and listening to me talk about trading and presenting things and never applying the concepts and studying material. They just keep coming back and listening, expecting a different result. Me talking about it, me showing you examples, even if I gave you the entries and the stops and the targets right as it was going to happen, and I did that every single day, it doesn't make you any better of a student or trader. Because as soon as I pull the plug on that, I'm an asshole. You're a piece of shit. You don't care about us. You're being selfish. I had this in the past. These are all things that were said to me when I stopped doing it on internet relay chat. 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, and I said, fuck all of you, and I stopped internet relay chat. I was calling the S&P in a room with 1,000 people, and I was calling the stop. I was calling the targets. I was calling wherever I moved my stop, I was calling all that stuff. And when I finally said, I'm done, I don't want to do this anymore. You're an asshole. You're a piece of shit. You're selfish. Same things that people said about me here in recent years. But I don't live on the hopes and acceptance of other people. I don't give a fuck about whether you like me or not. I don't care. I don't care. You're not going to change where I sleep. You're not going to change what I put on every day. You're not going to change the way I live my life. You're not going to give anything that's going to cause me grief. You can't. None of you people have any influence over me. None. But you know what? I respect the measure of influence I have over you. I don't take advantage of you, and I could. If I was a piece of shit, I could be monetizing everything I do and putting price tags on it that none of you would have a problem with fucking paying because you want to be a part of it. That's how you know what I'm telling you is the truth, and you can trust it because I'm not twisting your arm to give me a credit card. I'm investing in you. I'm placing this information and experience into your hands with no upsell later on. You see all these guys, they do it all the time. They got Dean Gracio and what's the other guy? Kind of reminds me of Lurch from the Addams Family. What's this guy? What's his name? Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins. They do these things every year now. They're getting ready to do it, I think, this coming week, where it's free for 3 days. They talk for a couple hours. And it's just basically 3 days of commercial to buy into some bullshit later on. That's it. What are they doing? They're talking to you. They're inspiring you. Sure, they got into real estate. Tony Robbins got into motivational speaking. Used to be a janitor. He was an oddity in the beginning. He was a big guy, kind of looked like Lurch, real kind of awkward. That was, to me, his gimmick. Like, look at this guy. And that's what held my attention. I've never heard anything from Tony Robbins that said, wow, shit, man, I've been doing it all wrong. He's right. He really is right. I need to walk out there on some burning fucking coals right now. Yeah. Not realizing that that's one of the oldest tricks in performance. You can walk across coals, but let's scoot your feet under the coals and walk across them. That won't happen. When you walk on coals like that, as long as they have ash on them, when you walk across it, there's a small little moment of time where you'll feel warmth, but you ain't getting burnt. You stand still, you're burning. So that's like when you watch martial artists and they do a display where they take bricks and they stack them on top of each other, and they have a small little pencil or dowel rod in between them. All you have to do is break the top brick and keep the momentum going. When that brick breaks in the middle, that focused impact on the one beneath it keeps going, and it's a chain reaction that breaks all of them. As long as you keep the momentum going down, you have to be able to break that first one. Or a fraud way of breaking a brick, and these are all things I used to do. I used to go to expositions and tell my friend Sean, I said, look, see how he's holding this brick? He's holding this brick up a quarter of an inch above the edge of the brick it's resting on, and they karate chop it, right? Well, if you raise it up above the edge of the brick that you're using as a base, you're smacking and slapping the brick, and that corner creates the break. So even a child can break a brick like that. But put the brick flat and try to chop it, it won't break. So that you can be a fraud and look like a master. But you can't come out here and call yourself a master and not be able to do it in front of everybody. See, I create these internal wrestling matches in all of you as audience members. I chose that word specifically because not all of you are students, but you all are members of the audience. And I force the decision on you to decide whether or not, wow, this guy really has something that works. A lot of you now fall in love with ICT Concepts because you've seen two men come out there and make a huge amount of money in a very small period of time. What's changed? You watch somebody else in the audience get off their ass and apply themselves and do it. I did not tell any of these individuals what to buy or sell. I didn't tell them when to get in, when to get out, what size contract to trade, period. They did it all by themselves. They used the same material that's exposed to you right now too. What's the difference? Something new under the sun for them. A desire to do it the right way. Stop doing it the wrong way. Stop believing it can't be for them. This world is going to tell you that you're never going to be successful. It's too hard. Don't even try. Just be thankful that you have a good job and you can pay your bills. Folks, that's getting real hard to do. That's getting real hard to do. And what kind of life is that? Is that passionate living? No. Do you wake up in the morning and say to yourself, I'm awake now. Damn it, I got so many opportunities. Let's get out of this bed and let's get it going. Let's go. Chances are, hell the fuck no. I don't need to drink coffee. I don't drink coffee. That shit will cause brain damage, okay? Dementia is the result of what you're doing. Don't believe me. I don't want you to believe me. Do your own research. But coffee leads to onset dementia later on. You drink a lot of it, you're increasing it. You don't need to stimulate yourself like that. If you're passionate about what you're doing every day and you have a principally oriented life, why are you getting out of bed today? Well, for most of you, it's because you have to go to work. Why? Because you have to take care of yourself. You have a family to take care of. You have means to an end to get your ends met. Whatever that job is, whatever that means is, you have to get there on time to keep yourself gainfully employed. You may not be excited about going there or being there or even appreciate the fact that you're gainfully employed, but you should be. You should be thankful that you are right now making your ends meet, even if it's by barely getting it done by your job, because there's a lot of people that don't have that right now. So you're actually doing a lot better than most people, even if you're just working your job. How you think about what your efforts are going to be yielding to you is important. And guarding it from everyone else so they don't shit on it, discourage you. Nobody could ever discourage me, ever, ever, ever. I'm never short on confidence. I'm never confused about the measure of opportunities that I have in front of me every single day. Before I get out of bed, I could make a deal with several things out there that were passionate about trying to build an affiliate with me. I'm not trying to build affiliates with anybody else. They're trying to build affiliates with me. I'm the fucking product. I am the enterprise. I am the legacy. They want to be a part of what I'm doing. I don't want to be a part of anything else. I like being standalone. That's what makes me ICT. Individual. I follow nobody else. I walk in my own lane and I trailblaze. No one's walked where I walked. They're all walking behind me because I'm making those trails. That's how I live my life. I wanted to be that type of person in the world when I was younger because I wasn't significant in my own family's eyes. And that's what fueled me. And I know the level and measure of influence I have right now, it could be abused. And when I stand in front of the Lord, I'm going to be able to say, I did not take advantage of them. I encouraged all of you. I showed you how to do it. And then I actually told you what I was going to do, and then I did it. Proving the concept, proving the ability, proving the can-do aspect of it. And I did it without having a price tag attached to it. And I love doing it. I love getting up and doing that because I know I needed it back then. I would have loved someone like me. You think I love myself right now? I would have loved myself back then. And that's how I perform. I perform in a way where it would have filled all of the needs that I had as a 20-year-old. I wanted a strong male persona. I wanted that. I wanted to look up to somebody like that. Because I've seen a bunch of sycophants in my own family that were drug users, drug abusers, drinkers, alcoholics. Sure, they were functioning alcoholics. They had a home. But their marriage was a fucking shamble. Their health was a shamble. They were constantly complaining about life. And here I am, I'm thinking to myself, shit, man. Like, I'm making $2.50 an hour, minimum wage, scrubbing dishes at a deli, trying to get, anybody to give me some advice. Because I didn't want to be like that. I wanted beyond what I saw in my own family. I was like, I'm not accepting anything less. I was not destined to live that way. I wasn't destined to be like that. I knew it at a young age. I believed it. I believed it before I even knew how I was going to do it. What is that? That's mindset. You have to have a tenacious spirit about this because this is not easy to do. Trading is absolutely easy as shit, but it is not fucking easy to do. And it doesn't sound like it's logical when you hear it. Especially if you've never traded before, you're like, this guy's talking out his ass and mouth at the same time. How are you supposed to make sense of what he's talking about? He literally just contradicts everything he just said. And that's how you know someone's never traded before. Because when there's no money on the line and there's no one aware of what you're doing right then and there, and it works in your hands, that is exactly how it's supposed to be. You've not invited anybody else to critique it. You don't have to live up to the expectation. They're never going to be able to tell you, why didn't you buy more? Why didn't you use a smaller stop loss? Why didn't you aim higher? Or why didn't you hold the short longer? That's the devil. That's the accuser that goes right in the mouth of these people. And social media is his playground. And I, many times, like Elijah, I look at all of you false prophets of Baal, and I beg you all, come out here and build an altar, and let's see who knows what. And I slaughter all of you all the time. Some of you won't even take a step. I'm pretty good at trading, but let's just pretend that guy doesn't even exist. I got people blocking me that I've never even seen before because they're attached to something else that someone's talking about. I'm like, let me click on, and I'm blocked. I don't even know who the fuck these people are, but I'm blocked. I've never even mentioned them before, but I'm blocked. It's like the scene in Deadpool where all the mutants are in the study and they see Deadpool rolling down in the wheelchair and they're like, oh shit, let's just close the door, pretend he's not here. That's what it's like. It's amazing how that character lines up with what my whole life is like online. He's my spirit animal. But you have to have it in you to know that there's absolutely something new under the sun for you. And that might just be $1,000 a week. And that's all you ever get to. You know what that means? You've succeeded. But you won't look at it like that unless you're making 6 figures a month. Imagine just for a moment, if all you manage to do is find consistency where your comfort level with just managing risk and the frequency of trading only yields you $1,000 net every single week. What happens if that happens to you? For some of you, you're thinking, oh, that's failure, man. That's failure. It's not even worth doing. Really? Really? You're telling me that you walk out your house every fucking day, and on Friday morning, there's $1,000 sitting on the bottom step of your front porch. You're going to curse that? You're going to say, fuck this bullshit. I better not come back out here next Friday and find this $1,000. Somebody's ass is in a sling if I find another $1,000 out here next Friday. You hear me? But that's the equivalent of what you're doing. When you see progress that you see right now and you can't see beyond it. You can't see past that right now. This is the best that you've arrived at. It's a plateau. You can't get past it. Well, what happens if you never get past that? Is that a curse? Are you doing less by doing so? Fuck no. That's a blessing. That's your ends being met. That's grocery fucking money. Maybe even all the subscription shit that you signed up to every fucking month that you think it's only cheap, but you got 30 of them. And you're spending a fucking car payment and all these little services that you don't need. But you say you don't have money to trade. I blocked this woman. She's, oh, I got to GoFundMe. Come on, let's run it up, guys. If you care, help a G. Come on, man. Help me get an account. Fuck you. Fuck you, woman. Get yourself a fucking job. Get yourself a fucking job and then put your own fucking money in an account. Fucking panhandling people. Unbelievable. Level of entitlement. Get the fuck out of here. You lazy motherfuckers. You lazy motherfuckers. I got no patience and time for people like that. Get the fuck out of here. The people that are going to do it, they're going to do it with their own fucking effort, their own fucking money. They're going to fucking strap down and say, you know what? I got shit around my house I don't need. Let me fucking sell it. I got time on the weekend. I can deliver some fucking pizzas. I can fucking do that. It's not beneath me. I know that when I do this for 3 fucking months, yeah, somebody might see me. It might be fucking embarrassing. It might be a little fucking put down. Oh, look at this guy. I saw him delivering pizza. Haha. But if you got a model, if you got a fucking model that you've been working behind the scenes that nobody can critique you on, and you've seen the evidence that you can do it, and you're managing the risks, you're managing the expectations of just yourself, not everybody else's observed perspective of whether you should be good or not. What measurement of good are you at really in their eyes? Fuck their eyes. Fuck them. These people work. That's like an athlete that's fucking making millions of dollars on the fucking playing field, going up to the audience and saying, hey, listen, that last play I just did, we just won the Super Bowl, but what's your opinion? The fuck out of here. You got no opinion. You're a spectator. You paid to watch. I'm paid to fucking do. It doesn't matter what none of you fucking think about me. It doesn't matter what they think about you. It does not matter. They can't see past the right now. So your progress, the plateau you're on right here, right now, that's not it. That's not all there is. All that means is you have now got to dig your heels in and say, okay, what am I missing? I can't get past this $1,000 a week. And if it may not be $1,000. It may be you're only making break even. Make a little bit of money, come by Friday, you're back down to the same thing you had at the beginning of the week. And you've been there for weeks. I'm going to tell you, as an educator, as someone that's gone through the same bullshit, that is progress. You're not blowing the account. You're not staying in drawdown. But there's a weird state or transition that has to take place there. When you're at break even, that's where you get impatient. because you want to leave it. You want to quickly leave being a break-even trader because you're just sick of it. I got to start seeing money. You are seeing money. You are. You're coming out of those little drawdown, those losing trades. That's progress. There's so many more people out there that can't do that. And you got to accept the fact that that's where you're at for right now until you grow out of it. How long you stay there is dictated by how you think and the actions that you take and the people you invite to critique you at that moment. If you're at break even, the worst thing in the world is for you to go online and say you're a break even trader. What are you doing that for? The wrong reasons. You don't realize it, but you're doing it for the wrong fucking reasons. Nobody's going to come to you and coddle you and hold you by the shoulders and say, honey, listen, Daddy thinks you're going to do so much better than you think right now. Just keep working hard at it, okay? Everything's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. No, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you, well done. That's progress, because that's good. It's good that you're not blowing the account. But I'm not going to sugar talk and blow smoke up your ass and say, honey, everything's going to be great. You're going to be rich. Because a lot of people are going to stay in that break-even state and then fall victim to impatience because they want to make money real fast. They want to be able to prove to themselves, and more importantly, everybody outside of themselves, that they can do this. They've made it a comeback story, like a fucking movie plot. You're the main character. I've done all that stuff before. And every time, instead of the Rocky outcome of Rocky 2, it was Rocky 1. Sure, he didn't get knocked out by Apollo. He got fucked up by Apollo. If you look at how he looked at the end of that match, it didn't look like he did good. He just survived. That's a break-even trader. You got to get to Rocky Part 2. And look what he did. He doesn't look like the same Rocky Balboa in that movie in Part 2. This motherfucker's in shape. What did he do? Back tested, managed risk, showed up to the gym, studying price. And he had to have his montage moments to encourage him. That's what these are right now. That's why ICT does Twitter Spaces, because it activates the main character in you. You feel like you're Rocky. You feel like you can run through a fucking brick wall. This motherfucker gets me. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Preach. I needed to hear that right now. I know. I needed this, and nobody did it for me. So I did it for myself. I used to talk this shit just like this to myself in the car driving. I talked to myself just like this. I was the audience of one, and I was talking my shit to myself. I was the only fucking cheerleader I had. I was the only one that pushed my ass and said, get it going, get it going, get it going. If you need me or anybody else to fire your ass up, you don't want it bad enough. And I mean it. If you don't fucking get yourself inspired and talk yourself to a point where you appreciate the fact that you're putting the effort into it, and the effort you're putting into it is significant. Not, I looked at it for 10 minutes. I watched the first 10 minutes of his video. It's amazing. I'm looking at the statistics on the videos. I was wanting to see what's the view time. What's the ratio of viewership for the videos? And I went down to like 5 minutes and 8 minutes. 30% watch time. Why even bother looking at the video? Like, why even bother? It's the same thing that happens when I start a new mentorship or new playlist, and I put this content up there. The first video, out the gate, yeah, we're all here. Second video, at least a 60% decline. And then it falls off even more. And that's why I put all the best stuff towards the later portions of playlists. Because you don't fucking deserve it when you're lazy. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Why should it be made any easier for you if you're going to be lazy? Because you already proven to me by the statistics that are being measured, and I'm not saying they're accurate. I don't know if they're accurate or not, but I'll trust it enough to say this is what I see. But you're proving it to yourself. You see people making money with it. You see me using it every single day, calling it in advance. This is what's going to do. And then I'm executing on it. Even if it was a demo account, never was ever a live account ever done, used once ever again. You still don't have an excuse. You don't have an excuse. When I showed the live account, it wasn't good enough. When I told you in advance it was a demo account, it wasn't good enough. I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. I don't care. The people that are here to learn, they see it. They know what's going on. And they're like, well, if he can do that every day, I can find one of them a week at least. Even if it's half of what he's able to do, that's better than my job. And I can let that grow to 2 years living expense and get myself $50,000 to $100,000 in money saved up. And I can quit my job and follow a model that I've proven to myself during those 2 years of saving up those 2 years of income, growing my account up to a state of $50,000 to $100,000 where I can not feel the impulse that I have to take a trade because I have to make my bills, because I have 2 years of living experience, or not experience, expense, not using it to live lavishly. It's just there if you need it. It's not for you to dip into all the time. It's there just in case your trading doesn't give you what you need to make for that month. And when you start seeing how little you have to go to those 2 years of living expense, that's huge confidence. Huge confidence. Because now you have a nest egg. Right from Jump Street, where the problem is everybody wants to go into it to build a nest egg before they start trading, live. I'm gonna start trading live and look to quit my job so I can build my nest egg. And that's why you fail. That's why I failed. Over and over and over again as a young man, I was rushing it. I was begging for something new to be under the sun then, not recognizing I was holding it in my hands. And I had something that worked really well, and I demanded it to do more than I needed it to do. And because I was living up, well, not living up, but I was trying to live up to the measurement that other people online when I was first starting, there was this website, okay, and I think I've mentioned this before. I'll say it here because I don't really want to put it in the book and immortalize the guy, but this is going to be enough for it. His name was Dean Keller. Never saw the guy's face. He had you think my website's generic. This guy's fucking shit was even worse. It was basically a hammock between two palm trees, a cartoonish drawing of a beach hammock. And he called himself the Caribbean Trader. And you never seen him call anything out. He never gave any trade ideas. He would always just post that he made like $19,000 on a trade in commodities. And I used to look at that shit and it would piss me off. I'm like, man, this is bullshit. When I was making a couple $100s a day on a very small account trading the grains, that was big for me. That was progress. I mean, we're talking back then where my whole fucking week after taxes, bring home pay, was $285, man. And I was making that sometimes in one day, just trading soybeans or corn. Not every day, but in one day I could make that. And that's huge fucking progress. But when I would read this guy's billboard post or his website post, he would always talk about what he did. And that pissed me off. I'm like, this motherfucker never shows a losing trade. He's always making like annual salaries in his trades. And I couldn't stop going back to watch it, like a dog returning back to its vomit. And it bothered me. This motherfucker, faceless piece of shit that never proved he could fucking trade, had that much influence of me as a 20-year-old. And that's why I love the fact that I have that influence over people that love to hate me. They don't even have a valid reason they even hate me, but they do. So I fuck with them all the time. I give them a little bit of bait and let them run their mouth, and then I come up here with a sledgehammer and smash their fucking head in. Hello. Every week is the same fucking show here. The outcome is predetermined. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to be able to be used by me as a trader. And I know where I'm not going to want to take a trade in. I don't want to take a trade in certain conditions. I teach enough of that to keep you out of the majority of the trouble, but I'm not going to teach you everything about that because then that's me teaching what I'm holding for my kids. There are times when an order block won't be there. There are times when a fair value gap will fucking fail. It will. It will do that. I know when they're going to be likely to see that happen. That's why you see I'm very selective when I'm telling you I'm going to be participating in front of you. And when I participate in front of you, I'm batting 1,000. And that's the track record that matters. Knowing in advance before it happens, and then I'm telling you it's going to do it, and then I do it. You can't fake that, folks. You cannot fucking fake it. When you scroll left and it's the same fucking account, you can't fake that. Sorry if it hurts your fucking feelings. Not sorry. But you have to find a way to motivate yourself beyond me. Because I'm getting old, folks. And I'm going to be real honest with you. It's very hard for me to be inspired to make these fucking videos. Like, I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. You know, I look at my family, how my youngest, he's graduated homeschooling now. Like, if I wasn't raising my niece, I'm close to being an empty nester. And all the decisions I made to be ICT are really coming home to roost right now because I look at all the time that I wasted not being dad. If you're not careful, you can do a lot of things living a lifestyle where you think you're entertaining yourself, and you might be. But you're doing things that are going to pale in value when you look back and you say, you know, if I could go back in time, would I have done it the same way? No. Nope. My biggest life lessons I can share with you as someone that's been doing this for 33 years, my best advice, and I mean this wholeheartedly, is to not live online. Don't make your wishes, your pursuits known to anybody else. You just do it. Never allow someone to be able to critique what your life's passions are and what you're doing while building it up. Think about it in the corporate world. When they have a new idea, remember there's something that's nothing new under the sun, but there's always some new gadget, new thing that everybody wants to buy. So again, that scripture has been misappropriated to many things. It teaches that everybody does the same things by habit, and there's nothing new under the sun. We fall victim to our own selves. And then when you realize that you're doing the same things wrong, and you don't make changes, there's nothing new under the sun then. You're going to constantly go right back to where you started and feel like you're living a self-defeated life. When your perspective needs to be changed, like a corporate perspective, when they have a new product or a new service, in the board, when they're all talking about how they're going to do it, how they're going to bring it to market, it's hush hush. You cannot talk about it. But sometimes it gets leaked to other companies, and then all of a sudden you see another company spit out their version of it beforehand so they can get ahead of it. Kind of like what all you assholes are doing on Amazon trying to write your books. You're going to look real fucking stupid when mine drop. It's going to fucking be fun. But anyway, the point is, there's always going to be somebody out there that's going to come up with a new way of doing something. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the right way for you. It doesn't mean it's the right way at all. It just means that they're marketing it as such. And in corporate world, it's a hush hush. You need to do the same thing because you incorporated, you, the person, whatever your name is, incorporated. That's your enterprise. Why the fuck are you taking boardroom planning and strategizing and bringing it to the public eye before it's even brought to market yet? You haven't arrived yet. That successful image of who you are as a trader that makes money consistently, you can shit in anybody's fucking palm that says you ain't nothing. Before you're there, why are you giving trade secrets and design plans about yourself? Why are you making it public before that product is realized in you? Why are you doing that? Because that's exactly what you're doing. And that's why 80% of businesses fucking fail, because they don't plan for setbacks. They fucking plan for good only working. It's always the best stuff. And they're not prepared for adversities. They're undercapitalized. and you don't have the mental capital to weather the bullshit that's going to come at you when you're learning and you bring up my name or anything else. I don't give a shit. You could be making money. You come to me and you talk to me about Elliott fucking Wave, supply and demand, Wyckoff, any fucking thing. I'm going to laugh in your fucking face. I'm going to laugh in your fucking face because it's substandard. It pales in comparison to what it is I do and what I'm teaching. Nothing gets closer to perfect, to the tick. Nobody gets better than that. No system is consistent in doing that, but ours. We do that. That's a normal day at the job. That's business as usual around here. Precision Incorporated. That's us. That's fucking us. We're not imitating somebody else. We're not putting a new sticker on a fucking outside and calling it something else. We're walking the talk. We are fucking doing it. We are doing it. And nobody else outside of this community can touch it or even come fucking close. And none of them have the fucking balls to come here and say, here's what I can do better. Just like Brad Pitt in Troy. Is that all? Is there no one else? Is there no one else? Because I've conquered every fucking school of thought in trading. There ain't a motherfucker out there that can come close to this. Not one. Not one. And you doubt. You're all waiting for a champion that ain't going to come. They ain't going to fucking come. And the whole time, you're wasting time. You could do so much better than I did. You could have been faster on your feet than I was. You could have went into this with far less anxiety by thinking how I'm teaching you to think. I didn't have all this stuff, man. I didn't have this. So I know, if I know by living it, and this is what I've learned, these are the proper perspectives. If you apply that to the superiority of what I'm teaching in technical terms, you are fucking impossible to overcome. You can't worry about other people being even close to you then. You're on a different plane of existence, man. It's not even like you're fucking relatable to anybody else. It sounds arrogant. This guy's full of shit. Listen to him. He believes his own bullshit. I'm that same motherfucker that tells you where the price is going, and I'm in it. I don't get it fucking wrong. Unless I want to. Unless I want to. That's that little dig. Oh, he only loses when he wants to. He did that to teach you. You're fucking right, I did that just to teach you. I can show you a loss. I can do that for you. It's no sweat. It's absolutely 100% scripted. I'm staying kayfabe, baby. But you're ignoring every time I tell you it's going to do it, and it does. It's funny how that's a selective discussion. You give them a little bit of cheese, a little bit of bait. Look at this, look at this. And I got my strings on you, making you dance around like a marionette. You're my amusement. People that come here and they hate and they talk shit, stay here long enough, and I'll make you eat your words. And some of you like to watch me do that. And I feel guilty when I do that because I'm inspiring you to look for those types of things. And that's the one thing I wish I didn't do. But that's the 20-year-old me coming out. Like, I got to get my fucking taste of blood and twist that fucking knife because I needed to be able to do that back then. I don't need to do that now. I don't need that. If all of you change teams and say, you know what, fuck ICT. Okay. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to wake up in this house tomorrow, drive the same fucking cars, have the same bank account balances, go over to fuck wherever I want to go, choose not to go where I don't want to go, and not have to have a job for the rest of my days. Whether you love me or don't like me, whether you believe what I teach works or doesn't work. I'm at a fuck you level with fuck you money. And I'm not here to prove that I have all that just so I can look good. I come here to show you that I know what I'm talking about. I have the authority to teach what it is I'm teaching because I authored it. I know it better than anybody else. It's not an incomplete understanding that all of you have. But even a fractional understanding of the things I teach is a fucking light year leap ahead of everything else. That's what I'm trying for you to recognize. And where you're at in that spectrum of development and progress is unique to you. And you have to submit to wherever you're at right now and realize that you are on a journey. You're taking yourself from one state of existence to a higher plane of existence with understanding, and you are able to stay in rule-based parameters. Most people can't do that, and that's why they fail. That's why businesses fail, because they don't plan well. They have a poor plan in terms of business plan, and they don't have it mathematically, statistically probable they're going to be successful at all. Look how many times pizzerias and sub shops open up in your area. I guarantee you, they are the fastest startups and closings than you'll ever notice in your neighborhood, in your communities. I worked those types of jobs when I was a teenager. I delivered food for them. I made the cheesesteaks, and a motherfucker walking around here that can't make a better cheesesteak than me. People from Philadelphia come down here and eat from my fucking shit. I used to be fucking good at it. I was a good grill man. But I watched many places open up and close down because they don't plan well, and they also go into a saturated market. Supply and demand is the secret sauce to trading. Okay, why does everybody have a different supply and demand zone? Why ain't they all seeing the same fucking supply and demand zone on that very time frame? They're all looking at that one time frame, but they see something else. But then you come into our community, there's only one fucking breaker. There's only one first presented fair value gap. It's already fucking not even a competition. It's already completely insane comparing itself to it. I mean, you gotta really talk to yourself. Next time you're driving home from work, tell yourself, you know what? I'm learning how to identify the very moment where price is going to go back to, and use that as a trade to send price higher or lower to a level I can clearly see is a draw on liquidity. You know what that fucking is? That is a super fucking power, because 99.9% of these dumb motherfuckers chasing retail bullshit logic and hero worshiping, giving hero fellatio to people that can't even fucking trade out of a wet paper bag. These motherfuckers are worshiping these people that can't fucking trade, and they're ignoring what you're fucking learning, and I'm proving. And other students are killing it, and they're fucking ignoring it. Why? Because they're choking on the fucking caricature of ICT. They don't want to be able to say, I learned from this fucking guy. They don't want to do it, and I love that. I fucking love it. Because I've proven that you can't do it without you even making an effort to try. I've killed your fucking spirit just by me talking, let alone coming out here and fucking trying to put something up against it. You're not ready. You can't acquire success with that level of weakness. That is not even beta. It's beneath beta. When you realize what I've placed in your fucking hands, I've given you clarity. I've given you principle-based procedures and things that you're looking for, and only looking for it only. Filtering out all of the bullshit that they call noise. It's transferable knowledge, folks. You can't escape that now. It's undeniable. It would hold up in a court of law that this is transferable knowledge. It works. People see it all over the place. Why do you think they want to make the change of the trading hours and do away with that break? Because it's been revealed now. That's not them changing the algorithm. That's just them trying to evolve above what I'm teaching. But they can't evolve beyond what I got. I got the source fucking code. How are you gonna do that? You can't. Sure, you can make 24 hours trading. Nothing's gonna change. That same reference in time, even though price is still gonna trade, they're still gonna use those reference points. That's part of the algorithm. But see, the people that talk about algorithm, they don't know that. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're blowing smoke out their ass. Oh yeah, I got those powerful fucking algorithms in the world now. No, you don't. You didn't make $150,000 or almost $150,000 this week. You didn't, so shut the fuck up. Sit down. Sell your mentorship. Dollar mentorship. Instead of saying, what if this doesn't work in my hands? You need to be talking to yourself and say, you know what? What's it going to be like when I wake up and I know that it isn't a dream? I know what I'm doing and I've been consistent and I don't have any fear of it not working in the future, even if I have a couple losing trades in the future. How are you going to react to that? Have you spent any time considering what it's going to feel like for you when you know that you have been doing it the same way consistently and it keeps yielding itself to you? I guarantee you haven't thought about it like that. I guarantee you have not thought like that. But you have every day, hundreds of times, reflected on the idea that maybe this guy's full of shit. He's just a good marketer. Somehow he's a magician. Somehow he's just making it look right. I can only see he's hypnotizing me. That's what it is. This guy is a master hypnotist because he said he likes to be a magician. He does magic tricks. And by the way, Trades by Matt just posted he's going to be doing poker games. I was tempted to do a skit. I might do it later today. I know how to card count and I also know how to rump a deck, and I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you, and I can't wait to be invited. I can't wait to deal because I'm going in heavy-handed on every hand I'm dealing, and I promise you, I'll leave a little bit on the table for you, but I'm going to win the most. It's hard for me to get a card game. People that know me, they don't want to play cards with me, and you'll see fucking why. You'll see why. But I view trading the same way. I learned how to be a card counter. I learned how to stack the fucking deck in my fucking favor. I know how to give the other players a hand that they're going to put money behind, but my hand's going to be better. Now think about it. Say you knew those concepts to be able to do that. That sets you apart, doesn't it? Why would you want to teach everything you know? You never would. You would never teach everything. But I can teach you how to stack a deck, how to run a hand up, and I could do false shuffles. You think this deck is being shuffled. It's not. I can let you shuffle the deck. And as soon as I get it back in my hands, it's back in the deck order I want it to be in. Sounds crazy, right? But it's all management, a card mechanic. And that's why people that know how to beat the casinos are not allowed to stay there. That's why you have to lose some. When you're in your brokerage account and you know you can do really, really well, and you see sometimes your broker start fucking with you, a lot of misquotes, requotes, that's them trying to fuck your shit up. When I see that, I take a couple days off of trading. They don't get to have the opportunity to make commissions off me. And then when I come back, I'll throw a loss or two in there and then go right back to the way it was. You have to manage that kind of stuff, folks. I know it sounds like, look, this guy just said he loses on purpose to trick his broker. You don't trade the same as I do. None of you fucking people do. None of you people do what I do. None of you. So when you get fucked with, you have to compensate. Hurt them a little bit. I see what you're doing, and you're making commissions off of what I'm doing. So I'll slow the fucking roll down. Done. You remind them that they are a middleman, that you can pick another middleman. You don't have to clear your trades to any one particular broker. And all of them suck. You always ask me, can you recommend a broker? No, because they're all fucking thieves, they're assholes, and they're pieces of shit. And when they can, they will fuck you deep and long. How's that work for you? So all the brokerage firms that always come out to me, and they always say, hey, look, listen, I could pay. I could be making the most fucking money right now just from some of the deals that have been offered to me. I'm not going to do those things. I'm not going to do it. As soon as you see anything affiliate next to my name, I've lost all credibility. That means I'm not rich. That means I need people's money. That means I need an affiliate deal. It means I have to have this partnership or I can't exist. And that also means that my opinion about something, specifically that item or service, is paid for. So how could you trust it? You can't. So I'm organic as there is. There ain't nobody like me. You can't pay for my fucking testimonial. You can't buy my way out of a bad opinion of your service. If I like it, I like it. If I like what you're doing, I mean it. If I don't like something, I don't like something. And that's an opportunity for you to improve your service. That's how I would interpret it. But you spend more time worrying about staying in this loop of losing. You stay in this loop of never seeing progress. And if you don't journal, you're never going to recognize progress. You're never going. How about that for insanity? If you are not measuring your KPIs, key performance indicators, what are you doing every day consistently, and how are the results yielding itself to you? Are you measuring anything like that? I'm not talking about, oh, I demo. What the fuck are you doing just pushing buttons? That doesn't mean shit. What are you doing at a very specific time with a very specific candle? How much time have you spent with the first presenter for everybody got? How many times did you look back over old data in the Dow? I don't trade a Dow. You said the Dow sucks. Right. Go back through it anyway. Go back through the S&P. Go back through the NASDAQ. How many times have you studied the first presenter for everybody got between 1:30 p.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern time? How does it yield price, higher or lower, over the next 3 days? What? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Folks, there's so many things to mine and learn from. I've given you all the things you would ever need, where to look for the answers to the questions that's ever going to pop up. I taught in a way where I have already factored in all the questions that you are going to ask or want answers to right now that haven't got to the video part where it says, this is what I do this for. I've covered everything. I've covered all of it. But you're not patient enough to go through the content. You want a straightforward here, save me some time and get me this answer. And as soon as you get that answer, it's going to open up more questions, and you're going to be like, find me a shortcut to get the answers to all these other things. Who's doing the work there? Not you. So you're not going to appreciate the epiphany, that moment where you're like, oh, wow, that happened in my own hands. That's why I teach like that magician you thought I was talking about earlier, Paul Harris. Like, you brought him up, and what the hell was all that about? His interview, when the guy was interviewing him, he said, what is the thing you love most about performing? And he goes, I love dividing my audience. Like, you see all the magicians and they all want to wow their respective audience. And it's like, whoa, what the fuck? Oh man, my mind's screwed up. Mind freak. Are you ready? He got bored with that. Because I was obviously a world-class magician. You don't sleight of hands, and you can do some wonderful things and make the audience suspend their belief about the reality they just observed in your hands or in their own hands. So he started playfully working with his audience, and he would sometimes look to offend at minimum half of them. And then it was like his job, the entertainment factor for him was if he can win them back over as supportive audience members by the end of the show. And to me, it didn't make any sense. When I first heard it, I'm like, what a dick. Like, what a real asshole. If I paid to go watch this guy, and I only liked half the show, and the other half of the show left me pissed off, and I didn't like him, I thought he was an asshole, like, I'll be like, this is a terrible experience. Sure, he's a good magician, but he's an asshole. I adopted that as ICT. I openly welcome the idea that at least half of you are going to hate my persona. You're going to hate the fucking character that I'm presenting. That's not me, but it's part of the marketing strategy I use to get you talking. Because if you're talking, even if you're complaining and you're never here to learn, you worked for me. You brought people's curiosity here, and I never had to pay an advertisement for that. And I'm the most followed person in mentoring. I'm the most person, well, not most person, I'm the person that's most willing to give you free time, teachings, and I walk it. I don't talk it. I walk it, talk it, teach it, predict it, deliver it. And nothing comes close. There's nothing comes close to what we do. Not one fucking thing comes close to this. So what I've done over the years is I take my audience, and when they get comfortable, I cause discomfort. and it keeps things fresh. I challenge your perspective of what it is you've witnessed and what you've done in your own hands. I've watched people flip-flop. They come here, yeah, this is the greatest thing in the fucking world. They can't make money with it. Or they see me do something or not do something. They're like, fuck this guy, he's a piece of shit. You know, blah, 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 blah. But they're still teaching or talking about everything I've taught. And then all of a sudden I do something, I present a new playlist. Or I come out and I start calling the market live. And then I'm like, whoa, he's the fucking Superman again. What do you know? It's ICT. ICT doing ICT things. I see you when you do that. And that's beta level bullshit. You're a fair weather student. That means you're swayed by public perspective and opinion. You're not where you should be. You shouldn't even be following me. If you know what you're doing, you're trading, you shouldn't even be looking at my fucking posts. You shouldn't be looking at my fucking videos. You shouldn't be listening to me. I'm talking to an audience that's finding their way still. Once you arrive, once you follow the logic that gets you where you need to be at, you're not watching my shit no more. Doesn't mean I'm not teaching stuff that doesn't work. It just means that you have arrived. You ain't got time for ICT. I ain't got time for him, man. He can talk and talk and talk. I got shit to do. I got opportunities in front of me. I'm taking advantage of them. If I sit around and listen to this fucking guy all the time, I'm missing shit. That's the right mentality. That's the right attitude. And some of you think that that's somebody shitting on me because they don't mention my fucking name every time they make money in the future because they figured out what it is for themselves. They don't need to thank me every fucking day. Like, I'm not a deity. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, I did my job. I provided for them. I taught them. I coached them. They found their fucking way. They thanked me. They went on and they did their own fucking thing. That's exactly what you're supposed to be fucking doing here. It's not fucking betrayal. It's not, oh, you're a piece of shit. You're not respectful of the mentor. The mentor. That's fucking weird, man. That is some weird shit. The mentor. Like I'm the the Aya fucking Tola of smart money concepts. Like there's no higher than me, right? It's weird, man. Your only job is to come here, endure the bullshit I put you through, because that's exactly what trading is going to be like. That's exactly what it's like. You're going to have all this hopes and dreams about how you're going to take this winning trade today, and you got to watch all this bullshit price action. And then finally, you've waited, and the money shot comes. The little pieces of the long drawn out presentation, I'm dropping those gems. I'm telling you what it is that, yeah, finally got, I listen to all this bullshit. All of my fucking students have said this about me. All of them. He talks too much. I'm doing two things. Number one, I'm hiding it from lazy motherfuckers that don't deserve it. And two, I'm conditioning you. For the people that want it right now and easy, because it's not going to be like that. It's not going to be like that, folks. You're going to have to work a lot, study a lot, go through a lot of hardships and doubting and second guessing yourself. And I'm teaching you that that's normal. And if I didn't believe this shit, if I knew that this didn't work in other people's hands, I wouldn't waste all this time making no money off of wasting time. Why am I here? Why am I here right now? Why am I here on Saturdays when I show up and do this kind of stuff? Don't I have better things to fucking do? You're damn right I do. But I know these discussions are going to be playing through your earphones in the gym during your lunch break. Some of you doing worse things like smoke breaks at work. And you're going to be listening to this stuff. And there's going to be a moment where you're listening to that and it's going to kick you in the ass and say, you know what? Fuck, he just nailed me right there. That's me. He's talking to me about me right now. And I'm going to do what he said. I'm going to change things right here. I'm going to change the way I think about my own actions, my own fears. I got to shut down anything about fear. Shut it down. If you're going through the proper procedure like I've outlined, which is you back test. See if there's any validity to the things I say are existing in price action. Then what you do is you tape read. That means you're just watching. That's all you're doing. You're not pushing a demo account. You're just watching and observing and taking data that you're feeling, not just clearly the open, high, low, and close and how the price moves, but more specifically how you are internalizing at that moment. You'll be astonished at how you feel anxiety when something that you don't have any vested real interest in terms of risk. but the outcome means something. You're like, this better work. If this doesn't work over the next 10 times I do this, if it doesn't work at least 7 fucking times, I am not doing any more of this bullshit ICT stuff. Some of you I just nailed right there. Damn it, he's fucking good. Get out of my fucking head, ICT. I was the same person. Trust me, I was the same fucking thing. Calling Larry's 900 number about S&P. All right, the last 3 times I did not do what he said to do. And yeah, his stop loss weathered that move. He was able to see the profit. I couldn't. But if this one doesn't happen right now, I'm never going to call it again. I still called it. You put yourself through all these, it better do this or I'm going to, come on, man. Like you're opening yourself up to the universe and the universe is going to, okay, I'm going to reveal the proper decisions based on the outcome of these next 4 or 5 things. That's nonsense. That's crazy. That's crazy level of superstition. And if you got the faith to put things like that to task in outcomes, why don't you put the real work of saying, okay, I'm going to go back and look at a specific thing like the first presenter everybody got. And then I'm going to tape read it for a couple weeks and press no demo account. And then if I see some progress there where it seems like it means that there's an opportunity here, I'm going to test it with a demo account. Now, mind you, you haven't placed any money at risk at all yet. You're still discovering what you're feeling when you take these engagements and price action. That's the secret recipe, folks, because when you get this moment of euphoria, that means that you're probably going to be more likely to rush into opening up an account with real money, and you're going to think you're prepared before you really are. That's the trap for that. The other one is where you don't think it's going to work, and then when you do have a live account, you're afraid to take the trade because you place the emphasis so much on the outcome having to be profitable. So you're wrestling fear and greed. Those 2 enemies are always there. They're always going to be there. They never go away. How are you able to hold on to these trades and this number of contracts? And why are you able to do this? And what experience? I've desensitized myself to it. When you first start out, you're scared of everything. Scared of your own shadow. And it's normal. That's why you never invite other people to critique your measure of fear. Because the only thing they're going to deposit into you is more reasons to self-doubt. That's all it is. They're not going to encourage you. So don't ask for my encouragement publicly because you're going to get 15 other people come behind and say, well, this is the right way of doing it. And these people aren't making money. They've never traded live profitably, and they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. But everybody's got a PhD in psychology, and they want to help you out. And I'm sorry, unless you're making millions of fucking dollars a year, you're not telling me anything. Sorry. And nobody's telling me anything in trading. I'm unteachable. I'm unteachable. They have an expression where you need to be unemployable. I'm unteachable. And when it comes to trading, you can't teach me anything else. I know the open, high, low, and close. I know what the fuck's going to happen. I know what time it's going to do it. So I don't need to have a conversation with anybody else about how they can improve upon me on that. But I am interested in other people and how they found success and their adversities. I could care less how they trade. That's the least important thing to me ever. But what they endure is important to me because that teaches a whole lot more about a person's tenacity and desire to overcome, which is an ingrained natural tenet to all consistently profitable traders. If you don't have that trait in you or can't develop it, you're doomed. It doesn't matter if you trade my shit or anybody else's. It does not fucking matter. You have to have that characteristic within you. And I teach you in a manner that helps cultivate that. And it's not an overnight progress. It's not a transition from the lowest, meekest, self-doubting person to all of a sudden now you're the fucking conqueror of the world. Kroll the conqueror. It's going to be a whole lot of fighting with yourself internally. You're going to wrestle with things. Why do I keep doing that? Why do I think that? Why am I afraid of those things? Why am I allowing this person's opinion about what it is I'm doing have any impact over me? Why did I second guess myself? You're going to spend more time thinking like that than saying, what happens if this stuff works and I follow all the rules and I put it off for too long? I'm going to wish I would have started sooner. That's a good problem to have. That's a good problem to have because that means, number one, by saying that, it's really emphasizing the measure of strength of the thing that you now know how to do. If you have a regret that you should have started sooner with me, thinking this way about the marketplace, that's the surest cheerleading moment you could ever give yourself. Because what that is testifying is there's nothing better. There's nothing better than that. You're not going to chase some new strategy. You're not going to chase some new goober, new mentor, no nothing. You found home. Home is your model. You don't need to leave home to be happy. Home is where the heart is. And all the things you care about most are in home. Your loved ones, your prized possessions, your treasures. You need to treat your trading the same way. Guard it. Don't let everybody fucking on the internet have a fucking say about what you do and what you shouldn't do. Fuck these people. There ain't nobody out there doing better than me. Not one motherfucker doing better than me. And Pat, listen to this one. Any of you motherfuckers would take the least bank account balance I got and trade all the shit for that. So I'm the king of the fucking hill, okay? I'm the king of the hill, and I'm talking to you in terms that mean shit, okay? This is stuff that I wish I would have been told when I was younger because it would have had a lasting impression on me, and I would have saved myself misery. I would have saved myself self-loathing, self-hate, depression, anguish, and lots of motherfucking money. Chasing an outcome in a trade to replace feelings I've had, emotions I'm feeling and going through. I would try to remedy the things I'm enduring in my real world outside of charts. I needed to have a winning trade to make myself feel good. And no matter how much I made, it wasn't good enough. I felt like it didn't help. It didn't help. Let me go in and trade another one. Not because there's a trade set up there, but because I want to dull the pain of my existence. That right there nailed most of you. You're not trading to be better and be a better provider for yourself. You're trading to be more significant in the eyes of others. And if you start trading that way, you're fucked. You're fucked. You've lost the plot. Because you're going to see every opportunity for you to come out in a montage moment, a Rocky Part 2 outcome. When you're stuck in the prequel, Part 1, where he gets his ass beat and just barely survives. But because you go home and see all the bruises and swelling, fuck, the trading, this isn't working out for me as fast as I wanted it to. I'm just going to tell Mickey I quit. Mickey's his coach, by the way, his boxing coach in the movie. If you didn't see it, it's a good movie, go watch it. But the self-defeating characteristics that we have as humans, it's really easy to tap into that as a developing trader and see that it's not worth the trouble. It's not worth the trouble. It's easy to talk yourself out of it because it isn't an immediate gratification. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of work, and you're deferring a lot of what you believe should be right away success. Losing sight of everybody outside of trading. Everything they've ever done, ever, that becomes wildly successful. It didn't happen overnight for them. Look at Jeff Bezos. This fucking guy, the same time I'm watching Larry Williams VHS tapes about how, everything is useful to him, I'm subscribing to it all. I'm watching them every day watching them. In 1995, Jeff Bezos is in his fucking garage with an Amazon sign hanging off of a makeshift little desk, and he's trying to build his empire. Anybody watching that man doing that way is probably looking and saying, "What a fucking clown. What a goober. What a goober that guy, Amazon." Now everybody's fucking shopped from Amazon. Everybody's bought something. He's made money off of all of us. Trust me, my wife has made sure of it. But now he looks like a fucking super villain, like a super Bond villain. He's accepted baldness, shaved his fucking head. He's taking tests. He's fucking working out. He's fucking super villain, right? He's the Lex Luthor we deserved. Modest beginnings. Look how long it took for Amazon to kick off. It didn't happen overnight. He had modest, humble beginnings. I'm sure he was probably thinking, man, this is taking a lot of effort, a lot of time. What did he do? He stuck to the process. Now, there ain't a motherfucker in the world that doesn't recognize who he is or his company. So when you feel like you've been doing it enough, I should have had success by now. What you're feeling is what everybody in the process of finding success goes through. Every person, every single person has that moment. But that same moment is the detour for people that don't have it in them to be successful. Because they say, all right, I've expected or successful right now. At this time, I should have been. And those that know what they're doing and they have a model that works are honest with themselves. It's okay. The only thing holding me back is me because I have something that works. I have to be responsible and realize what I'm doing is derailing myself. I'm trying to do something before the time I should or doing it after the optimal time for doing it. So therefore, am I getting a true measurement of the model? No. But you are measuring yourself realistically that you have weaknesses that have to be addressed. But you want to fault the model. You want to fault the market. You want to fault the bullshit that's outside of yourself. And that's where the successful people separate themselves from that. They own it. They own that part of it. And they work on themselves diligently to refine themselves. Because once the model proves itself, it doesn't need to prove itself anymore. The operator has to prove himself or herself using it. And it has to be employed within the realm of the procedures and processes and limitations that the model is built on. First presented fair value gap is not designed to call the high of the fucking week. Did you ever hear me talk about that? No. When the first presented fair value gap forms today, it can't be the high of this week because it has range above and below it. But the same problem of using that very mechanism right then and there for that purpose, that's what you're doing with your model. You're demanding your model do something that's not equipped to do. And you're not going to recognize what I mean by saying that until you've done some time studying it. But once you find that model that you see, this is what you see doing or what you should be doing in price and how price is behaving, it keeps popping off the chart. You say, I don't know, I'm trying to learn this silver bullet shit. I'm trying to learn this Model 22. I'm looking at all these other playlists and shit. But I keep seeing this breaker do this. That's your fucking model. That's your fucking model, man. If that's the thing that keeps jumping off of the chart, that's what I've been talking about all this fucking time. There is no perfect model. There's no fucking perfect model. There's no perfect PD array. There's no fucking perfect application of what I've taught. It's just what's perfectly suitable for you. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? That shouldn't be like that, ICT. Every one of your students should be doing the same thing. They should be saying the same thing at the same price action on the same time frame. Get the fuck out of here. That's how you know somebody doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. But I believed the same way when I was younger, that everybody that wins should have the same trade. And that buying pressure pushes price up, or selling pressure pushes it down. That's why it works like it does. That was the stupid infancy I had as a nobody. 20 years old out the gate, that was my first conspiracy thought. That's not true. Even in my own hands, I have an arsenal that I could be buying and selling, going short, going long, all different time frames, doing different models, and they all, absolutely all of them can be profitable, doing all those things that are against all the other models. Which is why people that don't trade with our stuff can still be profitable. What's the separation? They're good risk managers because the things they believe, why price going up and down, it's a facade, it's a myth. But to them, it's acceptable because they trust the money management aspects will carry them through. And they warm up to the idea. In their hands, their perspective, it's true. Price is random. using what they believe and they see in price action. I submit wholeheartedly that what they're doing and how they view price in those instances are absolutely randomized. But not here. That's not how it is here. I want to be in an area where all of the odds are in my favor. I want to be in a market that has all the odds in my favor. I want to be trading a model that's in price action that fits the underlying narrative right now. That's why I have 81 things. Not all of those 81 things are going to agree for a buy or sell at that very moment. But all 81 of them are in the market every single fucking day. Every single day they're there. This guy's always got an excuse for why. You're fucking right, I do. You're right, I do. Wonderful observation skills you've got there. Absolutely stunning. The fucking obvious. But you don't need to be super mutant level like I was. I compensated for an extreme weakness. I was afraid I was going to miss the entries. I built it up in my head that I had to have the perfect entry. So my skill was honed on looking for perfect entries. That's why I can go in and execute at very precise levels, because my whole life was focused on the pursuit of that. Think about it. That's what you're seeing the fruits of. Where's my weakness? My exits. And it'll always be that way. I've accepted, as a 53-year-old man, soon to be in August, I've accepted the fact that what I do is still so fucking beyond the range of normal with everyone else that I'm still light years ahead of everything else. So my exits can be less stunning in my own eyes. But to all of you, you would love to have 0.25% of what it is I'm doing. And that's okay. That's good. That's a realistic aim. But if you listen to me, if you really listen to me when I'm teaching and talking like this, I'm helping you get out of your own fucking way. But you don't like the language I'm using. You don't like the fact that I sound like I'm bragging. You choke on all the little details that have no outcome or basis for the outcome that you're aiming for. You're distracting yourself. Why? Because you have a character flaw. You're not able to see value. You're not able to recognize real experience. You're not able to identify truth. And I veil that in a lot of long discussions that all are helpful. But the truth is, you're not prepared to endure it. You want it easy. You want it, I'm in front of the charts. It's going to happen for me right now. Nobody's going to teach you better than I have when an opportunity is going to be there. You have never seen a motherfucker any time using any discipline that's going to tell you the time the trade's going to form. I was the first one to walk out there and do that shit. I was the first one to do that shit. 1996. This is when your trades form. Look at this range, this open, high, low, close, because back then that's what it was. It wasn't candles. Go and look at Street Smart's book, if you own it. Open up Short-Term Secrets to Long-Term Success, or Long-Term Trading, or whatever, something like that. I'm probably butchering the shit out of Larry's book, but you'll know what I'm talking about. Look at the candles, or the open, high, low, and close, and view them as a candlestick. None of those authors are making mention of that. But price is going right to them, halfway, stopping, going right down, and running to pools of liquidity. And none of those books, not anything in the past, was talking about that shit. Not one fucking book was doing it. But when I was looking at those books, that's what I was seeing. That's when that voice would say, look here. Look here. Look here. Look what it did there. Pay attention to this. It wasn't a conversation like I'm having with you. It was very short little unctions. A little bit of sometimes it was my own conscious voice, and sometimes it was a voice that I've never heard sound like anything else. But it's always been an encouraging voice. And I attribute that to the Holy Spirit. That's, I don't care what you believe, but that's what I believe. And when I submitted myself to it, it was always right. I'll leave that to you as to what you think it means, but I'm not perfect. But this voice was. And when I come out and I try to encourage you, I want you to know that I wrestled with that same stuff and more. Like you go to work and you're a functioning employee, I would have anxiety attacks at my jobs. I would go to the bathroom. I would pretend I had an upset stomach when I didn't, just to go home. I would run from responsibilities. I would hide from responsibilities because I was wrestling with anxiety, which turned into agoraphobia. And that form of anxiety manifests itself in traders early on, and they don't recognize it. They hide it by resetting their account or resetting their funded account challenges, talking nothing about what they just endured, but making no effort to change what they just endured. They're the problem. I was my problem. How I thought was my core problem. I thought the things I was fearful of and obsessively thinking about what I needed to have right now, or I'm not successful, or finding success, or progressing in the right direction. I allowed those thoughts, those self-defeating thoughts, those questionable outcomes, the what if thinking, and it's always negative. I let that stuff dictate how I live my life. And I invited fear to grip me and hold me in a death grip and choke me out every single day. And to the point, my whole existence was my bedroom. And I got fearful of even looking at the markets or charts. I had anxiety attacks about putting on what we know as CNBC now. I didn't want to hear what the price was doing. I was having anxiety attacks, and I wasn't even in trades anymore. In between accounts that were blown, I'm having an anxiety attack about a trade I'm not even in. What if it goes up there and I was right the whole time, but I didn't do anything about it? That's next level misery. Let's call it what it is. Like that's misery. And if you don't correct that, even when you do find success, success isn't enough. So you get comfortable with taking stupid risks because the adrenaline rush of doing that compensates for the pain for not accepting the fact that you make bad mistakes or you mess it up in terms of your progress and you second guess yourself. That's what I think, honestly, Jesse Livermore did. I think he realized that he just had a flash in the pan run of luck, and he was experiencing the shit in his hands that he couldn't make it work, and said, fuck it, I can't accept it anymore. I don't want to go through this pain anymore, and blow his brains out. And you all champion that guy. He suffered from mental illness. I feigned a mental illness so that way it's part of my character online. I am not, absolutely not bipolar. I have no mental illness. Some of you that talk that shit, you bought everything I've ever done as a character online. I own you. I should get the Academy fucking award. You believe everything I put out there and showed myself as a character. That's wonderful. Thank you for the compliment. But it's funny how people look at these giants in the industry and they all have character flaws, huge character flaws. But you champion them. I'm Team Gann. I'm Team Whitecloth. I'm Team whatever the fuck anybody else talks about. And you don't know these people. You don't know what they wrestled with. You don't know. Just like nobody should know what you're going through. Don't give them what you fear most. Don't put that out there in the ether. Because the devil's like the lion that roams the earth, seeking whom he may devour. And if you lay down a fear, make it known, you made his job easy. You made his job easy. He don't even need to do that. He could just send a minion and torment you. You could be tormented by a spirit of torment, and that spirit constantly digs at you, and you set a table at your home for it every day and don't even realize it. You set up an altar in your mind, worshiping it, giving it homage. That, hey, you're right. I'm never going to get at this. I'm never going to be successful. Why should I bother? It's normal for me to feel like this. It's normal for me to wake up and feel anxiety. The day I wake up and I don't feel anxious, Something's broken. Something's wrong. That's not normal for me not to feel anxious. That's how I lived my life in my 20s and early 30s. Even making money, I lived like that. Think about that. That's not healthy, happy living. That's me regretting that I didn't do the right things and change myself sooner and living in yesterday, wishing I did it differently. You can't live like that, folks. You can't live like that and have a healthy outlook on your own progress. You won't recognize it. So you have to be your best cheerleader. You have to guard yourself from anybody else's influence. Look what the devil does. That's his job. He's the accuser. And you're literally going on social media among devils, hateful people that hate their life. They don't want to see anybody succeed. And you're literally putting out there your weaknesses, the things that you struggle with. And you're wondering why things get worse. You regret, oh, I wish I never would have said that. Right. If you just would have listened to me. All of us have fears and what of thinking. Can I be honest with you and share some of them with you about my own? Can I do that? Would you be interested in hearing that? Would you be interested in knowing what I'm fearful of? Here's my fear, okay? And it's not a soul-crushing fear. It's just, it is what it is. I'll tell you. I spent thousands of hours making the content that I've made to pretty much guarantee if God chose to take me out before the rapture, before I think I'm going to reach a specific age, and he just says, it's time for you to go. You're done. You're done and you're coming home. If I didn't lay down this compendium of perspective, teaching, logic, not just in the charts, but how you're supposed to think, my fear is that my children will never arrive at what I know they can be. I have what I am is I'm enigma. I am it. I'm the algorithm. I am it. When you look at price, you're looking at me. And that one cut deep, didn't it? My fear is that none of my kids will fully apply themselves to be more than I am. That's my fear. That I have been given this. I've had the luxuries and the pleasures of living off of it, employing it, being the author and face of it all. But that's it. None of my children will do anything with it. That's the only fear I have as it relates to trading. And if they never do, well, I mean, it doesn't change how I live, but it is a regretful thing for me because I pour myself into these lectures because, again, I'm picturing them at their job, but you think I'm picturing you at your job. I'm picturing them looking at how expensive things are. And even though dad helps them out here and there and buys a couple of things extra for their pantry to get them through for the week of the month, I'm wanting them to feel that discomfort. Sure, they can trust dad ain't gonna let them go hungry, but I'm letting them feel that discomfort. What if the day comes when dad's not here? That's what I want them to think. I want them to think, I have all of the advantages right now that all of you would love to have time with me. You would love to be able to sit down with me and just pick my brain and say, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? And just really just deep dive into whatever you can ask of me. And these are my own children. Do you know not one of my kids ever do that? Now, I'll get texts all the time. Dad, what's it mean when the Bible says this? Or they'll send me a video. Is this person right about this and that? Which I'm thankful for. I mean, and really, in terms of priority, I think that's the best. I mean, my opinion about the word is better than what I think about trading. That's first. They're seeking the kingdom first, and then everything else will be added unto them. But as a dad, as Daddy ICT, in the truest form, it's my children I'm speaking to. And all of this work has been laid down for them to be able to tap into all the time. But my fear is I won't ever see them be who I know they can be. Way better than me. Way better. Because they didn't fall victim to the problems that I put myself through. And they have all the advantages of being my children, and I'm not going to hold back anything from them. Ask yourself why they don't take advantage of it, because I tried to figure it out myself. I don't know. I like to believe because they're 4 boys. Each of them have been wanting it for free, where no work has been given to them. They all have had this look in their eye, like they know that dad's just going to break off millions and millions of dollars, and just here it is. You don't have to work, you don't have to do anything. And I told them. And my oldest told me I was a piece of shit dad, and I'm the worst dad in the world. When I first told him I wasn't just going to lay it in his hands like that, because I saw the efforts of me doing things like that younger, and he went a different direction. He now doesn't think that way, and he's appreciative of it. And he actually does really good in his own efforts. He's not super rich, but he's successful at what he does, and he loves what he's doing. So he has a little bit of an entrepreneurial spirit. He wants me to give him signals. I'm not going to do that. Sorry, Cody, you're going to have to do real work. But all of them had, even my daughter, she's like, do we have a will set up? So just like a woman, right? Going after the money. I know, ladies, that was just a joke. Don't come at me. But they all have this expectation that dad's just going to leave this for them. And I have been spending my entire life laying down breadcrumbs. And maybe it won't be my kids. Maybe it'll be one of my grandkids that may or may not be ever known by me. So if you're listening to this in the future, Pop will be proud to see it. But that's the only fear I have. I don't have any other fear. Not related to the markets or trading or the perceptions of others. Now, I could very easily, and I have honestly entertained this idea a few times with Caleb and Cameron. I was like, look, I could have a lot of fun with this, and you can make a lot of money if you step out there, okay? I'm sitting next to you. You're doing what I'm doing, but you're going to call it like you're doing it. Let me tell you something. A lot of you smart motherfuckers would have figured it out right away if I did that. It's just dad doing it. But you won't want to say it because then it proves that I know what I'm talking about. So it kind of cancels the whole argument against ICT because his son now doing it. He's doing what ICT wouldn't do. So he's better. He's given the stop loss and the target and everything. And all of you would flock to his channel or whatever service he would be offering, whatever the fuck would happen. You all would pour in your attention there and blow smoke up his ass and build a pedestal to place him on, and he'd be a fucking hero. And I'd say, look, see how easy it is? And I could entice them to do that. And both of those boys were willing to do it. So what did that teach dad? They want the shortcut. And that broke my heart. Because I wanted them to say, no, dad. I want to do this on my own. I don't want you doing it for me behind the scenes. Because I could do that for them just like that and give them a false image if I was a con artist, if I was a piece of shit. And you'd all believe it. You would all believe that that was them doing all that stuff. No, well, I guess not all of you. Some of you would realize that, okay, this guy really knows what he's doing. I was wrong, but I'm going to have to call bullshit on it and say it's Michael doing the trading. I had to fix Cameron when he did his Top Step stuff just to get his money out of it. And I told him, I said, I'm not getting you profits. I'm just getting your money out. And I told him what to do, and he got out of it. That's the only reason why you saw his name on the leaderboard up there. It was me fixing it for him because he was trying to do straight shortcuts, not doing it the right way, not wanting to learn. He wanted dad to do it. If that's all there was, I could just simply say, hey, here, look, let me put an account together, set up a family management company, LLC, and the profits that come from the trading, all of you draw a salary from, and you don't have to have a job. That's easy. And all of you can do that too once you learn how to do this. You can set it up for your children. If you decide to do that, if you don't think about it the same way I think about it, you'll be like, I don't give a shit. They're my kids. I'm going to give them everything they want. Treat them like Kardashians. Sure, you can do that. Let them draw a salary from it. It's called a family management LLC. Talk to your accountants. They'll help you with that if they know what they're talking about. And you can set that up through your trading. You can run a trading account as an LLC that they draw a salary from. So some other opportunities right there too. But you you sell yourself short because you think the short-term adversities right now, not realizing what is laid in front of you as opportunities. What happens if you never really get good at trading? You're marginally profitable, but you are a welcomed spirit for live streaming, and you only make your money from affiliate marketing. Is that bad? No. I don't have a problem with that. There's a lot of people that have yet to really prove themselves as good traders, but they have a very encouraging spirit. Very encouraging, fun to be around. It's like the guy you go hang out with at the bar. You see him all the time. He's friendly. He never gives you any bullshit. It's just fun to talk to. You don't expect a guy to make $1 million a year. You don't expect him to smoke up your ass. You just know he's a good person to talk to, and you feel good hanging out. You don't feel like you're being talked down to, and you don't feel like you're not good enough. There's a lot of personalities in the world right now that are live streamers that way right now, and they just get by on that basis alone. And some of these people I like. I think they're generally nice people. Are they superstars in trading? No. Do they claim to be superstars in trading? No. So they stay in their lane. So it doesn't bring any kind of real drama to them. But what happens if you find yourself in this and you fix all of the core tenets that make you a terrible fucking person? Because all of us have those traits. I don't give a shit what you say. We all fallen short. We all mess up. We all have character flaws. It doesn't matter how good you are at hiding them or pretending they don't exist. We all have them. But what happens if you use this as a medium to fix all that? And then all these opportunities open up to you where you, hey, look, you don't think you have the personality to be a podcaster. You don't think you have the personality to be a live streamer. You don't think you have the potential to be a teacher or a mentor that can prove they can do it, so therefore they have the authority to be teaching at all. The doors open up, the floodgates open up, and the money can come flowing in like you've never imagined. And when you find big income coming in like that, you know what that does? It frees you up to not worry about what? Your trade's panning out profitably. So then what does it do? What does it do? It gives you objectivity that you'd never had before, because you don't have the fear of your trades failing on the basis of defining your success. That's the reason why I tell my students to do these types of things if you're comfortable doing it. Because what it'll unlock in you is a level of confidence. I'll tap into Patrick Wheeling once more. I've said these things publicly, and I've also said them in private. I don't talk to him in email anymore since he sent me the picture of those balls. I've blocked his email address. I don't want to ever see anything like that ever again. But the point is this. I've said openly that if he makes certain changes and he pursues this direction or that direction and uses these types of things, it will help him be a better trader. And you have watched him find himself. He wasn't trading as well as you see him doing a couple years ago. That's a progress. And I love the fact that he comes out and sometimes and says, look, I messed it up. And he makes no excuse and just says, it was my mistake. I own it, and it is what it is. And some of you assholes love to throw gasoline on the fire. And I see him take it to heart. It bothers him. That's a weakness. But that's a weakness that can be capitalized on, because that doesn't go away. That doesn't matter how much money you make, that stuff doesn't go away. He has a deep-rooted desire to prove something. Not to us, not to him. There's somebody in his head that he's proving every single day. He's doing this something that he's doing every day, this pursuit of success, the amount of money he makes, what he can buy, what he's able to do, who he's with, how long he's having sex, and how many times a day he's having sex. All these things are to prove something to some particular person in his head. We may never know who that is, but he knows what I'm saying right now, I'm nailing it. I'm over the target right now. But he's doing all the right things except for spending his money like he is. That's the only thing I would change, Pat. I mean, that right there, that shouldn't happen yet. Right now, he should dial. If he was smart, and I'm not saying he is or isn't, I'm just saying if he's smart, what he would do right now would be change character 180 degrees and say, you know what? I'm not going to flash anything in front of you anymore. I'm going to make it all about the trading. And I promise he would go light years faster and beyond what he's doing right now. He makes a lot of money in Philly, and he's openly shared that. But what I think he's recently tapped into, the truth of it, is because he makes that kind of money outside of his trades, he can afford to just be wrong. Because let's just say he goes out there and he blows all of his accounts. This is for anyone, okay, that's in the influencer role. All of you know, because you've had payouts, you've proven you received, payouts in these companies that you trade through. You have that to fall back on. And people can say, well, even if you blow out, you can do it because you did it before. So it kind of gives you a reassurance that no one can really roast you on the public because you've proven you've made money. It doesn't matter if you blow out account, okay? When you make a lot of money outside of trading, it gives you that second level of confidence that you don't really feel as a job employee holder. I said that backwards. An employee or a job holder, someone that goes to a 9-to-5. That's not the same level of I don't give a fuck with the outcome. That's like when I lose the money, I'm still stuck working with Carl. And that's self-defeating. Whereas if you lose your accounts and you blow your account in trading, but you have a nice income coming from affiliate marketing, a broker arrangement, or whatever it is, you're repping some kind of a TradeZella. I don't know. I mean, I just know there's things out there that people use and market, and I don't have a problem with it. If it's a good service, then it is what it is. But that type of thing, I encourage that because you're always in the beginning, you're going to be fearful of the outcome of the trade. And what if I don't make money trading? What happens if you follow these instructions and these advices that I'm giving you, and you dabble with live streaming, and you get an audience that loves to be around you? They don't expect you to burn down the house every day and make lots and lots of money. You're just fun to be around. You encourage them. You feel like you're one of them because you're doing the same thing. You're finding your way through it. See, that's the part that I love about Patrick, because he was doing that in front of all of you, and he still is. He's still finding himself. He throws it at the audience for you to hate him, but then he also gives you those things that you can just look at and say, you know what, he earned that. He earned it. You can say what the fuck you want to say, but he earned that there. His presentation needs to be refined a little bit, but he has enough character in him that he's a one-man show. He doesn't need all the other stuff he's got going on. I think he's actually spending too much money uselessly. The whole BDH thing, he can put a whole lot of money into that, and I don't think it's going to yield what he wants it to do. He's having fun with it, but I don't think it's going to yield anything beyond his personal. I enjoy doing this part of it, having people come down here, and that's great. But if he streamlined what he's spending and then changed gears and went right to, now I'm just going to be the trader, because this is what I took this much money from the prop firms. I did this. If he focuses and he does what he intends to do, is try to make the single most largest payout on one account, that would be awesome. I want to see him do it. I've never spoke down to him. I've never speak down to any of you. And I always encourage all of you, even the people that don't like me. I love seeing that. I love seeing that. Who doesn't like to fucking see? You're a dick. You're an asshole if you don't like to see other people succeed. And you're a miserable piece of shit. I love seeing it. And I think because he has that crutch, and I don't mean that as a bad way, it's a wonderful thing to have. Multiple streams of income many times are the secret weapon to why certain traders are so good, because they're not afraid of losing anymore. And not everybody has those opportunities in the beginning. Like, well, here's a perfect example. Tanya, she was on Kit's roundups. And if you go back and listen to how she spoke then, she would have sometimes a shaky voice. You could hear she wasn't confident as much as she is today on how she was speaking about herself or what she was trying to learn how to do. And when she would admit that it was hard and she was going through some stuff, just like all of us. And then you look at her today, and she's still finding herself, but she's out there. You could see her when she did her face reveal. I was like, what in the hell? That's my daughter. And for the people that think that that's my daughter, she's not biologically my daughter, but she reminds me so much of her. And if you saw a picture, you would think like, what the hell? That's crazy. But long story short, she has a very welcoming spirit, even if she didn't trade. She's disarming. She doesn't make you feel like, oh shit, she's trying to talk down to me. And she's pleasant to listen to. She refines that a little bit more. She'll be one of those, yeah, she knows exactly what she's doing. She'll be like a Linda Raschke. You don't see a Linda Raschke as like bombastic, like a Patrick Whelan or an ICT or something crazy that's over the top. It's a steady edge of this is what you're going to get from them, and they're consistent. That's what I see in Tanya. She has fun with her audience and does some stuff every now and then, but I see that in her. I have people that are students that are coming up that are really, really well versed in trading. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're trying to be something that they're not. And I'm not going to be the one to tell them that. They'll know for themselves when they start trying to do these things. But when you step out there, once you have the skill, you can get money from live streaming. You don't have to call the trades, just trade. Just trade, let the audience watch, and there it is. Put your disclaimers up in the beginning and periodically throughout the presentation. Remind them that there's real risk and not to copy you, and just do what you do. And people will flock to you. They'll watch you. You don't need to have the comment section open. You don't need to have the chat window open. None of that stuff. If you know what you're doing, people are going to come there. And the money you make from that will help offset the need for your trades to be profitable in the beginning. Even if you're putting yourself out there as I'm trying to discover myself. Dozens of you tried to do that over the last year. Some of you haven't really found your rhythm yet. Some of you have grown. And you're finding that, hey, wow, this helps me. This helps me pay a little bit of bills around my house. So that means I don't fear losing this account now because I have a little bit of income coming in from this little marginal stream of income that's done by live streaming. And I would be doing this stuff anyway. And that becomes another stream of income. And while you're improving, and then when you get better, people that have watched you come up, figure them like we watched you develop in the public eye. And now look at what you're able to do now. And they have a proverbial blank check then. Anything they tap into is going to make them money. Everybody will want to go and link up with them. They will offer them affiliates. They won't ask for affiliates. It will be offered to them. I turn down advertisements for people broadcasting dumb shit. How much will you let us do for a 60-second ad? How much would you charge for a 30-second ad? How much would you charge for a 15-second ad? How much would you charge us to let us put our company logo just in the corner of your video? I get this shit every week. Every week. I could be making money just like that and never even do anything beyond that. I get requests constantly to go on teaching circuits globally, statewide. I'm not a globetrotter. I'm not going to get on an airplane. Right? So that kills that deal real quick. And two, I don't want. I don't want to be in that. I don't want to do that. If I wanted to do that, I would do that myself. I would do my own teaching circuits and go around in public and do that. I don't have the personality to do that. I don't have that personality. You think I have that personality because I'm so extroverted in the presentations like this, but personally, side by side, I'm an introvert. You'll see it in October. I'm not like this. I'm not like this at all. And some of you are going to be visually shocked in what I look like physically, because what you think I look like, it ain't like that. Fat boys are here. So I want you to think about how there's absolutely something new under the sun. Every day, you're presented an opportunity proving that very thing. And there's a lot of things around you that are distractions. They're going to tell you this isn't for you. It isn't what it really is. It's a lie. It's a facade. This person's a fake. This person isn't really doing anything. This person doesn't have a verified record. This person doesn't do that. What are you seeing? Cancel all that noise for just a couple seconds and think, what are you witnessing here? Are you seeing something outlined before it happened? Is it sporadic when it comes to fruition, or is it happening consistently? Is it following the logic that these concepts outline? If you're going to be honest, it's the latter. There's nothing fake about this. It's absolutely 100% grade A perfection. No bullshit here. I stripped it down, took you right into the charts this year, said, here it is, boom, 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 boom. How much am I talking in Telegram? It's just, here it is, there it is, done. I could always have been doing it that way, but I wanted you to earn it. I want you to work for it. I know that my stuff's the best. I had always known that. I could come out here and make a pamphlet in a PDF format and tell you, do this, do this, do this, don't do this, do this, do this, don't do that, do this, do this, do that. At this time, look for this. If it doesn't do it by this time, don't do anything at all. This is what you do. This is where your stop loss is. This is where your target is, and do this only. And you're quitting your fucking job in 90 days. I can do that. But that same recipe would be on fucking Amazon. It would be in the #1 bestsellers list on the New York bestsellers list by other people that don't mention my name. I won't do that. I won't do it. That's why you people that say, hey, you talk too much. This could have been done in 5 minutes. Okay, do it in 5 minutes. You're never learning anything from that. It's demonstrating toys. There was a meme my wife showed me. Or not my wife, Caleb was over here last week. He goes, look at this. This Asian lady. She's opening stuff up, showing it real flashed up, and then goes to the next thing. I said, what the fuck is that? Oh, she's getting paid to market these items. I'm like, she's getting paid to do that? The fuck? You need to pay me for looking at this shit. Like, I need to get paid to look at this. What the hell is she even doing? How? There's nothing I can't even remember what the hell I saw, let alone want to buy it. That's the equivalent of, I watched every ICT video in existence, so that way you don't have to. And I'm going to show you every ICT concept in 20 minutes. And you leave not knowing shit. They demonstrate hindsight. This is what ICT stuff does. Here. Okay. Now, what time is it going to happen? When will it fail? So that way you can focus on when it will work, and when it won't work, you can just sit out and don't look for it. You're not getting that in a 5-minute trainer. You're not going to get that in a verbatim, regurgitated, parroted video where it takes away from all the problems that you're going to feel when you're trying to employ these concepts. That's why the presentations like these are long, because I'm taking 3 decades of experience and answering the questions that you want a very simple 1, 2, 3 ABC response to questions that require leaning on experience. I have seen enough times where a fair value gap, even if it's the first weekly fair value gap of the day, it should be going into it. It should be used as something that's bullish, some kind of a discount array, and it fucking doesn't do it. It just goes the other direction. Well, that's manual intervention. I don't know when that's going to happen all the time. That's where I'm going to be a victim, just like you will. But I'm not going to throw everything out the window and say, fuck this. It's all useless now. I take a break. I wait an hour. And then what I do is I look for, does everything get back in line after 60 minutes? And if it's still fucking goofy, then I take another 60 minutes away. And if it leads me into the lunch hours, then I'm going to look for a run against what just took place. I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. I'm not scared. I'm not worried about them doing something to fuck me up, okay? I can lose money on a seek and destroy day, but then come back. I teach you, once you recognize it, you stop. And then tape read the rest of the day and see how good it was for you to avoid the further losses. And develop discipline over yourself. Be responsible, because that money, the broker's not going to feel sorry for you and say, you know what, we knew you should have stopped 16 trades ago, but we didn't have it on our heart to tell you, but now we do. 30 trades into the day. You're just going in here, going on tilt, and let's just look. We're going to do a reset, and we're just going to keep the commissions, but we're going to give you all of the realized losses back because you deserve it. You're a nice guy. You've been with us for longer than 60 days. You beat all the statistics right now, so we're rooting for you, buddy. Here, we're going to make it all better for you. It doesn't work like that. And then when you see these prop firms, well, we're going to do a reset. We're going to fix everything. That's not realistic. Just like the rules that they place on you trying to find profitability are realistic. They're not. They're making it more harder than it needs to be. Which means what? You're going to feel even more adversity, more fear, more hardship. More so than it would be if you were just placing your own money, even if it's a small amount of money, into a live account and trade one micro lot. It only costs $30 or thereabouts to do one micro, to have that in your account to do one micro. I'm not saying that that's all you should have, but there's better ways to do this, folks, than these prop firm companies. There's absolutely better ways to do it. And you will be so much better for doing it that way. Don't be afraid or ashamed that you're starting with a shoestring budget. But don't even start with a shoestring budget unless you have done copious amounts of backtesting, tape reading, and then demo trading using the same procedures and logic. It doesn't mean we throw out everything out the window because now we're trading with a real account. Yeah, this trade is only supposed to be 25 handles for me because that's my model, but I'm going to go in and trade 3 micro contracts because I can afford to do so, and I want a bigger payout. I want to be able to make more, and so I'm going to try to aim for the entire morning range, not just where it makes sense getting in here and getting out the first pool of liquidity or inefficiency, which is the low-hanging fruit objective I try to teach you. You have to be able to do that consistently. If you can't hit consistently every fucking day, the lowest hanging fruit objective in liquidity, if you can't do that consistently every single day, you have no reason for ever going above 1 micro lot. And if you didn't pay attention, go back and listen to it again. You should not have any leverage at all unless you're able to absolutely every single day identify the low-hanging fruit objective or the next draw on liquidity. At the opening bell at 9:30, what pool of liquidity is it going to aim for? Which is the reason I spent so much time, that being the number one teaching, knowing where the draw on liquidity is. Where is it going? Why should it get there? And then narrative is, how will it get there? What will it upset and take out before it gets there? It doesn't mean it's going to be straight open, go right up to the target, you think it's going to be bullish. You have to have time seeing these things and seeing when it fails in your own hands, and then identifying these markers within your character, your personality, that's going to cause you to go on tilt. I don't give a fuck how many times you watch or listen to Mark Wilson. Why am I doubting that name? Mark Wilson? Is his name Mark Wilson? Trading in his own. Mark Douglas. Who the fuck is Mark Wilson? Somebody's going to tell me, ICT, why you beating me up? I didn't do anything to you. Sit down, Mr. Wilson, when I'm talking to you. That book doesn't touch it doesn't scratch the surface. It doesn't even scratch the surface of what you're going to have as a real, hang on. One of my perimeter alarms are going off. I forgot to turn them off when I came out of the bedroom this morning. Come around my fucking house, paparazzi motherfuckers. I'm gonna know you're here. Hang on one second. There you go. The that's something I would have edited it out if it was on YouTube though. Your journal, your history, your progress, your development. You want to pour every aspect of detailing, everything you go through, how you think, how you feel. What were your greatest achievements for today, for this week, for this past month? What do you hope to aspire to reach as a target? What's your goal? And they have to be measurable. Not, I want to make $10,000 this month. That's not enough. How are you trying to make that $10,000? Are you trying to do it with 5 trades a day? Are you trying to do 5 trades per week? It has to be defined and detailed. It can't be willy-nilly, whatever and how it comes. No. That's the same people that tell you, well, when you're trading, your job is not to predict price. Your job is to react to price. No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, Virginia. That's what the reason, number one, all these people fail because they go into it like that. Your job is not to predict price. It's to react to it. If you're always reacting to price, you're chasing price. You're a victim to manipulation. You can't see anything happening before it happens. See, when your trade is accurate and you hold that mentality, what are you attributing its success to? Because the target you reached for, weren't you fucking trying to predict it going there anyway? Do you see the bullshit that comes out of these people's minds? Like, they literally talk out their ass, and none of the stuff that they say makes any bit of fucking sense. You have to react to price, and your job is not predicting price. Then how the fuck are you supposed to know where you're aiming for and manage the risk? You're not going to enter a long position unless you fucking believe it's going to go higher. If you're not doing it that way, what the fuck are you doing? What is that? That's fucking insanity. Yeah, I'm going to try to make money going down. I think it's going to go up there, but I'm going to go short. The fuck is that? That's the equivalent of basically what they're saying. They don't believe in predicting price. And you know what that gives them? And anyone that subscribes to that view, you know what it does? And I'm going to call it's all bullshit. All the bullshit stops here. They're making an allowance for them sucking as a fucking trader. They're making a wonderful allowance, a perfect excuse clause for why they can't accurately tell you where the market's going to go. Because if they're a public figure, that's the bar that's been leveled up to. Now, you have to be able to call a market. You got to be able to be consistently tell us where it's going, or don't talk to us. Don't talk to me unless you know what the fuck you're talking about. As soon as you start talking about price is random, or our job is to react to price and it's not to predict price, you have already completely lost me. Not because you lost me in the logic and now you're proving superiority. You're proving that you have fucking no idea what you're doing. You have no idea what you're doing if you subscribe to that view. Because when we walk out here and we look at the same price charts, we know exactly what the fuck's going on. There's relative equal lows when the market's long-term bearish. Time of day, wait for the first resistance fair value gap, wait for it to trade down through it, come back up. If it respects the upper half, doesn't go back into it, take the first fair value gap on a lower time frame, sub 1 minute. Write it into that pool of liquidity. You have right there, just like that. Just like that. You can write that on the back of a business card. That's your entire fucking model. Never risk more than 1%, and you're quitting your fucking job. If you save money, don't act stupid. You're quitting your job far sooner than anything else. You'll never need to look for anything else that I ever teach on. That's easy. That's always there every fucking day. That's there every day. An everyday model. You see, they're talking about forever model. This is my forever model. How about give me my every hour model? This is my every fucking 60-minute model. I just gave it to you. I just gave it to you. First presented fair value gap of the 60-minute. Oh my goodness. You're telling me, yep. That's why Robbins is nothing. That's why all these motherfuckers are scared to come out here and do anything. They know I can do it. They don't want to. They don't want to suffer the embarrassment of the demo baller showing them up. But they think I'm going to buy into this bullshit and feel like, what am I going to do? Nobody's going to believe me unless I do this. When everything I've ever done gets fucking largely ignored by the same group. So I don't need to listen to this bullshit. I just find it funny that nobody can prove anything better. Nobody can call it better. Nobody can execute better. Nobody can get in and out as good and this consistent. But they all have words to talk about why you shouldn't learn, why you shouldn't be here. You don't see that as the enemy? Like, you don't see that? I'm taking nothing from you, nothing, and I have every right to demand it. I don't have to give you my time for free. I could be behind a paywall and saying, you're only going to hear me if you paid for it, or you pay the person that's leaking it for $5. Yeah. But I'm not. Because I'm giving you no excuse. You can't come back to me later on and say, man, you didn't give me a fair chance at this. You hid it from me. No, I didn't. I gave it to the whole public for free. And I find it still fascinating that such a large degree of people still fight it. They ignore it. They say no. And when you sit down with them, they don't show you that they put any real effort into it because they expected it to be a very short video that explains how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, listen, everybody knows how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Everybody knows how to do that. But what's different about when your grandmom or your mom made it? Somehow that motherfucker tastes better. It's the same fucking ingredients, the same fucking loaf of bread that you just made yesterday. But you're like, I'm so sick and tired of peanut butter and jelly. What the shit? But let grandmom or your wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, let them slap that shit on them 2 pieces of bread. Throw it on a fucking paper plate, and if you're lucky, get a paper towel. And when you're eating that, you're like, what the hell is going on here? What did you do to this? Like, this is fucking remarkable. You did something to this. What did you do? They cared. They cared. Why did my grandma's peanut butter jelly sandwich taste better than mine? Because when she spread the peanut butter and the jelly, she made sure every bit of the surface of the bread was covered. When you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because you're fucking hungry and you ain't got time to be making anything else. So what are you doing? You're just taking the knife, slapping it on here, slapping it on there. Who gives a shit? It's enough on there. It'll be part of the bite I take. I'm going to eat it in 4 bites anyway. So what is going on there? She cared about you getting the very best from what she had to work with. That's love. You, using the same ingredients, same fucking recipe, nothing's different, same butter knife, same paper plate, same expiration date on the peanut butter and the jelly, which are bullshit, they last longer than that. You slap it on real quick just so you can give yourself immediate gratification, hunger pains, make them go away. Well, that's what you're expecting of me. You're expecting me to give you a peanut butter jelly sandwich in a trading model like you give yourself every day. Give it to me right now. Give it to me right now. This is how I do things in my world. Yeah. Ass backwards, rushing it, expecting everybody to bow to your fucking whim. But I'm making it like grandma. I'm making it like grandmom did. I'm spreading it out perfectly, making sure all the nooks and crannies get the even distribution of the peanut butter and jelly. That's why it tastes good when I'm teaching it. And everybody else is like, listen, man, I came here with high hopes that you're going to try to make it easier and faster, but I'm just not getting it, bro. And you come back and you're leaving comments in my section. I've been trying to other people, man. Right. They're just selling you an engagement. I'm teaching you. Because the expectation is my children are listening to these conversations and I want them to succeed. You think I'm going to give my kids some bullshit? I'm not going to give them false logic. I'm not going to give them bullshit that ain't going to make money. But even my concepts with the wrong mentality placed around them won't yield the results that they would want. You have to think about things differently. You have to see how our character flaws, our immediate gratification desires, this pursuit of give me what I want and want right now. And it's already 2 weeks late. Whatever it is, whether it be trading profits, success, understanding what to do, our job promotions, recognition among our peers. The girl I've been putting so much effort into, she should have been wanting to go out with me by now, or vice versa. We have unrealistic expectations. And if you try to bring that into trading or your development as a trader, you're going to be frustrated. And that frustration will manifest itself. And the only thing that usually occurs in that regard is that we end up trying to trade more frequently with larger leverage in opportunities that really aren't there, because we're seeking comfort outside of the discomfort that we're experiencing. It has nothing to do with trading. That me, because I worked through a long period of that. And I'm thankful the Lord took that away from me. I'm thankful that he took that part that I struggled with away, where I no longer looked to impress people that did not really care. And the last thing they wanted to see was me to succeed. And when I identified that, when I saw that, I no longer cared to pursue everything I was doing as the outcome to prove that point to them. And I realized that my anxiety that I was going through was because I was trying to live up to everybody else's expectation of me. And they didn't give a shit about me. They were all holding me back. And I don't think they all understood that they were doing it, but they were doing it. They didn't want to see me succeed. They didn't want to see me retire at 40. They didn't want to see me drive in exotic cars, go on vacations at the drop of a hat, wherever I wanted to go, and I didn't look at price tags. They didn't want to see me throw away $600 shoes, $300 shoes, because I got dirt on them. Just buy another pair. Just buy another pair. We're talking about 1990s, not just recently. I was spending that kind of money on shoes back then. And my uncle gave me some shit about it. You threw those shoes away just because you got dirt on? You could have got them clean. Yeah, I could have. But it's easier just to just buy another pair. The look on his face, that I'll never forget it. Like, what a fucking waste. You see it as a waste, but to me, it was nothing. It was nothing. That was like one contract stop loss on the S&P. It was nothing. All of you have the ability to be better than me sooner than I was. All of you have that. All of you have that advantage. You all have the luxuries of me explaining how I fucked around and made it longer than it had to be. But you don't want to listen to those lessons. You want to hear, give me the new shiny object you have right now. Give me the new PD array that's better than everything else, because I want to talk about that. I want to add that to my mentorship. I want to talk about that in a book I'm trying to write. I want to make posts about that and pretend I know what I'm talking about. I see it in my own community. I don't think I don't see that. I see a lot of pretenders, okay? And I don't like that. I don't like when you say, oh, I got the same trade as you, boss. Unless you show the execution, you didn't have the same trade. So why even say that? Because you want to feel a connection between us. And I'm not going to fake that by giving you a like or a high five, because I'm rewarding your bullshit. I'm teaching you to cut the bullshit out. I'm not that special that you have to have a high five from me every day or a reaction from me. Yeah, they went in the other area. I got to turn that one off. You probably can't hear it, but it's a perimeter alarm again. These are the times I wish my house was small. It takes a little bit of while. Here. Hold on. Listen to this guy. This guy's full of shit, man. He's so arrogant. But you have an unlimited amount of opportunities once you learn how to do this. You could be an analyst and never take any trades if you prove yourself strong. You can literally be picked up by a real prop firm, a real brokerage firm, a large institutional firm. I've had requests from large firms that you would know very, very easily if I would coach a lot of those individuals that are already there in those positions. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Yeah. They've watched how I handle myself over the years. They see that I don't name drop. And a lot of big names are in my group. You would know them readily, but I don't name drop. There was a privacy notice. I can't tell you who's in there until they make themselves public. Once they make themselves public, they say they're an ICT charter member, then it is what it is. I usually screenshot it and capture the link of wherever they made that reference, and then if I ever talk about them, I have that to fall back on. But I have never violated anybody's privacy at all. I meant it. I wouldn't want it done to me. But you have so many opportunities once you pick this skill up. Let's say you learn how to do this really, really well. And you don't want to be a live streamer, but you're very, very consistent. You can do a signal service. That is the fastest money you have ever seen. That's immediate right now money. That is, I'm broke, I need shit to change real fast right now, and there's an opportunity for me to buy this house. I don't have the funds to meet that. Well, if you have this skill, you can open up shop in 30 days, have 6 figures falling in your hands real fast, real fucking fast. With this skill, you're not afraid to show it. When you know how to do this in your own hands, you don't need any ICT plugins. No attaboys, no here ICT's told me this, so I'm gonna feel confident. See, that's what you're gonna feel in June. You're gonna feel that void of, man, I don't feel confident. When ICT talks about it, I'm confident. It's like, oh shit, this is no brainer. If you're not in trades that are linked to that draw on liquidity, you're gonna feel like, I second guess everything. But then in the last few months, you're part of trades that you feel confident because I've come out publicly and said this is where the market's going to go. And normal instances where I haven't mentioned it in the public eye, where I think the market's going to go, you may have taken that same trade, but every fluctuation that moves against you feels like it's going to run on you, doesn't it? If you're honest right now, post to me a number 1. There's no shame in that. If you've ever felt when I didn't call the market, when I didn't call where the market's going to go, and you got in that trade, you feel every little fluctuation that's moving against you feels like it's probably going to run against me. It's going to be a losing trade, and you overanalyze every individual candlestick. But the ones I've come out publicly, and you're trading in those, you're never worrying about the little drawdowns. You're thinking, oh well, ICT called that, so now it's just going back down to that order block. That's exactly why I proved to you by being your spotter. That is what you're supposed to do. You self-talk. The only thing that's changed is because I've placed my reputation in front of everybody saying, this is what I believe the market's going to do. And if there were 2 million people following me, and I say that number because all the comments that are left predominantly are people that are not following me. So add up what's following me plus that, I got over 2 million followers. This way of teaching gives you that perspective where you have to self-reflect. You have to encourage yourself. And if you feed yourself with, man, it's going to stop me. Shit, I know it's going to stop me. I should have never moved my stop. I shouldn't have moved my stop. Shouldn't have moved my stop. This is bullshit. They're going to stop me out. And what are you doing? You're not trading your setup. You're not even following order flow anymore. You're preparing yourself for something that may not even happen, which is being stopped out, which is 180 degrees against what I teach, which is while you're in a trade, whether you're tape reading, whether you're demo trading, whether you're using it with a live trade, your task is, where are we at right now on this candlestick? And how does it relate to what has already happened? Is it still following the logic that would present the likelihood of this trade going to where you said it was going to go? If it's going down, where's the short-term low that it could take stops out? And then as soon as it does it quickly run away, or does it spend time below that low if you're long? That's probably more of a reason to get out of the trade or cut some of the trade off. But if it goes down below a short-term low, that doesn't mean shit, except for it's probably a time where we can add to it. By me giving you the draw in advance, I'm lending you my experience. But there's a great deal of effort that's required beyond that in your own hands. And a lot of you don't want to go through that. You're doing everything to avoid that. And there's going to be a time while you're doing it initially, you're going to feel like you're floundering. It's going to feel like you don't know what you're doing. It feels like it's not going to work in your hands until it starts. What's the separator? What's the divider there? The aspect of showing up every day and desensitizing yourself, saying, okay, yeah, I felt like that yesterday, but I don't feel it that way today. And look, it worked in my hands. And you're going to go in the next day feeling like, see, I have a good perspective. I have a good outlook on this, and then it's not going to work well in your hands again. And you're going to lean on the previous day because you journaled it. You came into the day believing that this model is going to yield itself to you. You're going to follow the rules, and it gave it to you. And then the next day you went in and tried to do it again. It didn't yield it to you. So you encourage yourself with, it worked the day before. This is the day I did something wrong. I don't know exactly what it is. I'll wait till the day closes, and I'll have the benefit of hindsight to see what it is I missed. You see how liberating that is? But some of you simply want to avoid that aspect of growth, which is required. You can't escape that. There is nobody out there that's going to help you get around that. There is no one. I promise you. I swear to God Almighty, if there was somebody that could do that, I would say gladly. This person teaches you how to get around that and circumvent that whole aspect and requirement that I tell you is there. But they beat the system. They did it better. And even if they charge a lot of money, do it. Go through that because they've done it. There's nobody that's going to ever take that away. That's experience. There's no shortcut to that. You can't buy experience. You can't borrow it and refer to it as your own. You can borrow it and be comforted by having more experience lent to you by someone that's been doing it longer than you. But even then, in the reality is you're just going along for the ride. And I don't do a lot of that stuff because I don't want you codependent. And codependency is worse than anything because when you try to do it on your own, after spending time with someone that knows how to do it really well, you're forced to look at things from a different perspective when it's no different. It's just now you don't have that assurity that you placed this affinity, this trust factor in my experience doing it. I'm more right than I'm wrong. So therefore, if I say it and I'm going to go out in public and say it, that means that you have all the reasons not to trust it anymore. Or not trust it, let's say it that way. Because you believe in the historical record of me calling it beforehand, it pans out. Whereas it's no different that you arriving that same outcome if you would have back tested for a couple months and then tape readed for a couple months and then demonstrated for a couple months. And that's the 6 month minimum I was talking about. If you do that, that's the work. And if you're not consistently profitable in demo, why the fuck would you go to a funded account or a real account? And some of you think that something magical is going to happen. Well, I really don't have any results to show after 2 months of demo trading. And I don't want to have any back testing because I didn't want to back test. And I don't have any journal entries because I think journaling is a waste of time. So yeah, I should probably be profitable now when I start doing it with real money. I put enough time into it after all, right? And that's the dumb shit that people do. And then they'll send emails to me. Every mentorship intake, I had this. Every mentorship intake, I had this. And as soon as I said, show me your last 3 months focus in your journal, what you were looking at, because I knew they weren't going to have 3 months of journaling done in a day. And if I gave them a full day of response time, and I told them, show me what you did for 2 months in tape reading it, which markets, what was you looking at, what was your observations and annotations, and then show me what your trades were for the next 2 months of demo trading using the logic that I taught you. Not one of them that ever complained to me and said that they did the work could ever produce that. Not one motherfucker ever was able to produce that complained and said they were not learning it and I was hiding things from them. That's the reality, folks. It's not going to fall into your lap. Just because I'm the fucking golden goose that never runs out of fucking golden eggs doesn't mean it's going to rub off on you and everything you touch, you get the Midas touch. You got to work for it. You have to get that experience on your own. But here's the wonderful thing. Once you acquire it, it might take you 7 months. It may take you a full year. There's nothing wrong with that. Because once you get to that level and you have the experience and you know exactly how you're going to react, you know what your triggers are, what makes you nervous, what scares you, but then you start seeing all these instances where, yeah, I saw that before, and I used to fear these types of moves. You ever see that in some of my students' responses when they'll come behind somebody else and say, yeah, I did this, I got scared, and I got out of the trade. He goes, yep, I used to fear that same thing, but then I had to push past that and just go a little bit further and just hold the idea and just stick to the logic and the concepts. And then I got over that same fear. I don't look at that as someone browbeating someone saying you're stupid. That's someone saying, I used to do the same thing, and here's how I overcame that. You know what that is? That's a mini little version of market wizards. How these individuals coped and how they overcome. Not the market, themselves. They overcame themselves. More needs to be said about that. That's what makes those first two volumes of Market Wizards so great. They're great. Everything after that, volume 3 or whatever he's done after that, it's bullshit. It's not even worth listening to or reading. But volume 1 and 2, absolutely crucial to me because it helped me understand that it isn't going to be easy. And everybody goes through these periods of adjustment, discovering what makes them tick, what's the thing that's going to make them blow it. Because we can all have the same ICT model that offers a setup every single day. But why isn't it everybody doesn't have the same results? Why is that? Because you brought something to it that day that somebody else didn't. Somebody was able to filter out all the bullshit and distractions and focus on the model. But how many days have you woke up just this past week and was mad about something somebody said about you or maybe your loved one, or you just didn't feel like you've been recognized recently, and you start feeling that tug of war of like, do I have any worth, or I need to prove that I deserve a better treatment from other people than I've received recently. So what do? You go into this role of a psychologist and you tell yourself, you know what you need to do? You need to go over here to this chart and pull up the euro dollar. And you need to put on a trade. And when it gets to the target, you need to go show that person that you're worth something because you can do this. And any doubt they've ever expressed to you or behind your back, you've nullified that. No, you didn't. They're going to say you got lucky on that trade. That's why you don't do shit like that. You can be out here every single day calling it perfectly, trading it, showing it's there in the same fucking account, and people are still going to face it. They're going to say that you got lucky. They're going to say that something's going on. No, it's not legit. It's not kosher. Fuck these people. They don't care about you. They're not trying to see you get better. They want to see you miserable, jumping through hoops. That's why I don't do those types of things. I know what that stuff is. But I'm the one being entertained. I'm not entertaining them. If they get entertained in the same process of me doing what I'm doing, so be it. But I'm not out here cowtailing to anybody and everybody. I'm not weak like that. And a lot of you are actually exhibiting those characteristics before you even arrive, that you're going to go and do everything everybody expects of you because you feel like you have to do it to prove it. Fuck that shit. When you wake up and your bank account has 7 digits plus in it, your income comes in whether you take a trade or not, and it pays for anything and everything that's ever going to come as an expense to you. You're going to look at social media and say, yeah, I need to prove this to them. No, you're not. You're not going to. The people that go out of their way to prove it are the people that are barely just getting by or faking it. Real money doesn't need to prove it. They don't need to prove that. Because to feel like you have to prove it means that you recently acquired it. Like that's what I did when I was younger. New money, definition, perfectly. Or you're faking it. And my question to you is what manner of faking is anything in last year and this year have you seen? None. You see, there's nothing faked. It's all before it happens, and then I'm trading it. So where's your excuse not to be pouring yourself into it now? As I mentioned in a post this week, I said, be honest. Now think about it. You're worried about your acceptance of me as a mentor because I did not want to win with our Robins Cup last year because my challengers did not show up. They didn't do shit. Like, I wanted to have that fucking Titan experience. Like, I wanted to do it. That would have been fucking fun. It would have been fucking amazing. And again, denied me. Okay, no problem. But you care more about that in the image that it supposedly mars. Like that somehow blocks out everything I'm doing in front of you. It's an IQ test, folks. The Jade Master parable. The young guy wakes up and decides he wants to be a Jade Master. Says, that's it. I'm going to go trek where they said the Jade Master lives. So he gets on his journey, long time getting there, finds this Jade Master. That's like you, looking at all these different mentors out there, all these different authors and styles of trading, and you discover there's this guy named ICT. He really knows the algorithm. The algorithm, yeah, he'll tell you all about it when you get there. So you show up at the door, and this guy that doesn't look like the hero that you imagine he might look like shows up and says, hello. Says, I want to learn to be a trade master. Oh, okay. Well, watch me sit over here and do something in front of the whole world and prove that I'm the worthy trade master to listen to. And then he doesn't do anything except talk. And the young man that desires to be this trade master says, what the hell is this? This guy's full of shit. All you're doing is talking, bro. You didn't do anything. You didn't prove anything. And the trade master says, I've been talking to you about psychology and aligning your perspective on what things matter most and what you're going to do to wreck yourself. Come back next week. That's a mentorship per year. And I go through this every year, proving, number one, nobody's stepping, nobody's doing shit, nobody can beat it, nobody can challenge it, nobody does anything. But my concepts keep working. I keep making millionaires. I keep producing students that do exceptionally well. And now this year, here, no lots of talking, outside the spaces, of course. Watch this at the market. This is what I'm looking at. It's going here. Boom. Then I'll show you the execution. But Robin's Cup. Yep. Robin's Cup. Not one of those fucking competitors, not one of those talkers, not one of those trolls, not one of those motherfuckers did shit. Like I discovered how to learn how to trade this year. I didn't know how to trade last year. I have fun with this stuff. I have fun with this. It's genuinely fun. But the perspective is this. You are willing to ignore the very thing that I'm begged to do every time I come out here. Call it live. Do it live. Trade it with a real account. And you're stuck on Robin's Cup. That's the same thing in the Jade Master parable when the young man wants to go to learn to be a Jade Master. The first day he gets there, the Jade Master hands him a broom and says, okay, sweep over here. But before you start, here, take this green stone, hold it in your hand while you're doing it. What is that? In today's society, that's like, go fuck yourself, pal. I'm not cleaning your fucking house. I'm not doing that shit. I came here for you to teach me. And I know how I should be taught. This ain't how you fucking do it, man. You're a fraud. Okay. Next week, if you want to come back and learn, come back. But right now, you have to go home. What the hell? So he goes home. He's like, fuck this guy. And over the week, he's thinking, you know what? There ain't no other Jade Master able to do what he does. I gotta bite my tongue, swallow my pride, and go back there again. Shows up, knocks on the door. Jade Master opens the door up, smiles. He says, come in. He says, are you ready? Yes. Thinking it's going to be a different show now. And he gives him the broom again and presses another green stone in his hand. And yeah, he sweeps the shit, and he does it for a day or two. And then finally he says, you know what, man? You're talking to me about shit that has nothing to do with Jade. You got me sweeping your fucking apartment here. Like, come on, man. Like, what's going on here? He tells him, go home. Come back next week if you want to learn. That's a trading week, by the way. And this goes on for a couple weeks and maybe a couple months. And eventually, this guy stops interrupting so frequently and stops challenging what he's doing and what he's not learning about. Until one day, he says, I gotta tell you, man, I feel like you're taking advantage of me. I think you're frauding me. I think you're scamming me. I came here to learn about Jade. And I got all this bullshit, all this talking. You could have condensed all this and taught me how to be a Jade master in probably a 5-minute video. But you turned me into some fucking housemaid, like I'm a servant to you. You're engaging, farming engagements with me. You're monetizing my attention. Somehow you're making money off of me being here doing this, and I'm cleaning your house on top of it. And the Jade Master smiles and tosses him a rock, a green rock. He goes, here, catch this jade. The young man grabs it in the air, looks at it, and says, this ain't jade. And the Jade Master smiles. And the story leaves you with just that. Now, to the uninitiated, the stupid fucks, they're like, well, this is a waste of time. What the hell's the point of that? And the wise, the ones that are prepared to learn, they see it this way. The young man comes there with an aspiration to learn how to do something from the best. And the best knows that it isn't going to be a fast transition. And he also knows, because he has the experience, he's the Jade Master, that there's going to be a lot of expectations placed on what they want right away as a student. And before you can be a Jade Master, you have to know what the fuck Jade is and unrecognize what real Jade is. So while he was sweeping and he was holding on to that green stone, that was real Jade. He was giving that man time and letting him lend his own experience to him. Holding, what does real Jade feel like in your hand? Not just when you're carving it and shaping it. It's in your hand constantly for weeks and weeks and weeks. So when I'm showing you examples of where the market's going to draw to, and I show you the first visit to fair value gap, that's me placing Jade in your hand every day. So that way you recognize, this is what it looks like. This is what it feels like in my hand right now with someone with more experience. And then when you see somebody else that's going to come to you and say, ICT's rebranded bullshit. It's fake. Nobody makes any money with it. He's not profitable. He doesn't have a profitable track record. He has no track record. He fails Robin Cup every time it comes out, and he's always a liar. He always frauds. He never calls it out live. You'll never see him trade a live account. You'll never see him show a broker statement. You'll never see him log into an account and show you day-by-day statements. You'll never see all that shit when you have. And you tell them that ain't real Jade because you're sitting with me every day. I might be talking about tree frogs. I might be talking about world events and shit. I might be talking about my own personal things and my own experience. It's probably no interest in you in the beginning. It would bore you. Like, get to the fucking point, dude. I can't listen to this fucking guy. How can anybody listen to this guy? Because I'm talking to you in a language that's going to be understood when you have more experience. And you look back and say, oh shit, this makes perfect sense now. Because I can't teach you the first day you come with me and you turn to me as a mentor and say, okay, if you're this big hotshot in trading and you know how the algorithm works and when it's going to not be favorable, when it is favorable, it's going to be real easy for you to teach to me real fast because I don't have a lot of time to waste on you. And I'm going to tell you, you're saying you don't have enough time to invest in you. So I'm either going to break that spirit in you or you're going to have to go away because that's an unteachable person. So when you listen to me bloviate about things, that's going to have a whole lot more pertinence to what you do as a trader later on when you have experience and you start trading with real money, not monetized demo accounts where you can reset for less than 50 bucks. When you listen to me point out beforehand, that's me giving you Jade. That's me giving you real Jade. Some of you recognize right away when I was showing you my 2 losses, that ain't real Jade. There was nothing in those positions that was warranting an entry. None. None. Why did I show you them? Finally, he's being honest. He's going to show you his losing trade. See, well done, ICT. You're reminding us that no, you missed the whole plot. You missed it. I told you in advance I had to prove that I was going to do it wrong, and then I did it. I could have hid that. I could have reset the account. I could have done a number of things. Why did I show up? Because I was living up to what I said this week. I was going to give you something that isn't real jade. And only the students that know what I'm doing and teaching can recognize there was nothing in that time to be a trade at that time how I was doing that. Zero. Zero. You're learning from the Jade Master. Didn't recognize until now. When someone tells you that the first presented fair value gap is bullshit and doesn't work, no one that's been in my presence this year is going to believe that. Why? Because you've had real jade in your hands every day, watching you use it, watching me tell you how it's going to behave, which setups are going to be yielding itself to you. That's experience. And that's what the Jade Master was teaching this young man by forcing him to submit to the process of holding real jade so that way you know what it feels like in your own hands. How can you be a Jade Master if you don't know what the difference is between a greenstone and real jade? How can you differentiate a high probability trade versus a low probability trade? By being with the trade master day by day and pointing out what makes it high probability or low probability. What causes it to be a high resistance liquidity run condition versus a low resistance liquidity run condition? How does the economic counter impact the levels of efficiency that may or may not exist in price on that given day? See, I don't complicate it for the sake of just complicating it. I'm satisfying two things. I'm making the lazy go elsewhere or tap out. And that's going to save them money. That's how I look at it. I'm doing them a service of mercy. I'm saving themselves from themselves. But I'm also rewarding the diligent. I'm giving you all of the real meat that you need to have. And the least important thing, the technical stuff, that's sprinkled in there. But you think when you first come to me, that's what you're looking for that. Let me go to this guy that takes out all the bullshit and goes right to the point where it's an ICT's gem. We're just going to slice up and just take all the other stuff out of the marketplace discussion that you just gave, and just going to talk about that little thing right there. That's this little piece right here, and we'll call it the secret sauce. That's not the sauce. All the extra talking, that's the sauce. It's all about mindset, how you internalize things, your internal dialogue. How do you manage your internal dialogue? Do you wrestle with yourself while you're in a trade? Or are you constantly asking the market to prove to you that it's still yielding what you expect it to do? You are the one that complicates it. I'm demystifying it. But it's a boring process, demystifying it. You have to listen to a lot of things that require you to think. That's why it's not easy. Trading, once you know what your model is, it's easy. You do this, you don't do this. But figuring out what's comfortable for you, that's really hard. That's really hard. And that's what the Jade Master was doing with that young man. He saw him come to him on a long journey to learn how to be a Jade Master. He expected to see, this is the knife you use for this, and this is the instrument you use to smooth it over here, and this is what you want to do to make a shape appear inside the jade surface by this and that. You want to get right down to the point of, show me how I can make money being a Jade Master. Okay, slow your roll, and we're going to have to teach you humility. Number one, patience. Number two, it's no different than trading. You want to be a hotshot, never losing trade, all big profits, payout trader, and you think people are obligated to teach you. Someone that knows what they're doing doesn't need to teach you. They don't need to teach you, but you come to them with a spirit of expectation and borderline entitlement. Listen, I walked all this way to find you on the internet. You owe it to me. I've watched all your videos and I still don't get it. You owe me. Every time the young man complained, the Jade Master sent him home. Made him wait a week. Okay. How's that any different to a trading week? None. You have lessons given to you. I tell you, look at this, look at that. So that way, what am I doing? I'm giving you real market insights that the market's going to use that day. Are you ignoring it? Are you saying this is bullshit? You're not giving me a trade entry? It's a lot of folks that I block every day that come at me with that dumb shit. Because that's like the same thing, the Jade Master sending them home. I don't ever want to hear from somebody like that, ever again. Because you're teaching me the most direct way to identify you as someone that's unteachable. You're unteachable. Trading, if it's so fucking easy, all these people that talk this bullshit, I complicate it. Okay, you come out here, you call the market. You come out here and execute based on what you called. Do it every single fucking day like I'm doing. Do it every fucking day unless I tell you otherwise I'm not going to be here. I'm doing it every day. These same people that have their opinions like that, they're not going to do it. But you let them bother you. They don't fucking bother me. I'm on the wrong app if I'm trying to hide from somebody. If I'm trying to hide from somebody, I'm on the wrong motherfucking app because everybody can come at me here. And I've invited it. And it's comedy that all the excuses are falling away. Falling away. So Robin's Cup is the broom. So you think that the Jade Master, or in my case, the Trade Master, I'm supposed to tip dance into a fucking everything you want me to do to prove myself. Fuck you. There's no better way than what I'm doing right now. Because if I fail in front of you this way, this is embarrassing. Think about it. I created a Telegram channel so that way you could come in there and watch me in a controlled setting. I don't have to read your bullshit, your opinion, took the same trade as you, boss. Get out of here. Whatever I say, that's it. That's the focus. You don't have to worry about remarks. You don't have to look at emojis, supporting or taking shots at whatever I said. It's just right to the fucking point. And delivering like gangbusters. Every fucking day. Proving what? I know what Jade is. And I'm teaching you how to identify it. So when people tell you, or you read other people say, ICT Concepts or Smart Money Concepts are bullshit rebranded and that nobody makes money with it and you can't see it and you'll never see them use it and you'll never see any consistency with it. There's no edge in it. These are people that are lying to you. They have no idea what they're talking about. Because now that you've been with me, even this year, the first 2 months, if I would have just stopped right there, yeah, that's enough. I had people come out and say straight up, say, you know what, I was a hater of you. I talked shit about you all the time. But what you did this year, I'm fucking convinced. Like you must really enjoy doing this stuff because you know how to trade. Right. They get my humor now. I'm not hiding it from anybody. I've invited every shit talker out here, and all of them find the excuse to block me and find somewhere else to be. Okay, that's fine. I'm not here to hate on anybody, but don't blame me because nobody showed me up because I've given them the stage for it and they don't do it. Because they know who the fuck I am. They just don't want to admit it. They know what I can do. They just don't want to admit it. And some of you are failing an IQ test because you're watching me literally fucking do it and you're denying it. You're fucking denying it. Guess what that shows you? It shows you that you have hero worship syndrome. You're not going to learn from anybody that might have a opposing opinion by, I don't know, more than 3 people. Because you care about your own image. That means you're a victim of social media. You're a statistic. You're a casualty of this bullshit, this science project, this social engineering project of social media. That's what this is. And you're fucking failing. Robin's Cup is easy fucking, that's lightweight shit. Easy shit. It's easy. Month fucking 1 of me in the Telegram blew out fucking Robin's Cup. It's done. Nobody's gotten that high yet. And look what's going on. You had somebody come out here call me a fucking scammer. I ain't dropping names. Oh, he's a fucking scammer. Blah, 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 blah. Showed up 2 days, shit himself, never came back. But guess what? That man has my respect because he got himself there. Most people would never do it because they know they can't. And the embarrassment that comes behind it. When here I am, I make a fucking clownery of it. Look at this shit. Look at this shit over here. Look at this. Look, 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 look. Now, look at me over here. Mr. fucking Perfect. Calling it, doing the fucking executions. Boom, 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 boom. And telling everybody behind the scenes, watch how they react. There's still going to be people that ignore what I just fucking did right there. Proving that there's nothing that I'm going to be able to do for certain individuals to make them realize that what I'm teaching works, that it works well in my hands, and you can learn it too. Perception. Go back to being a magician for a second. If I hold a deck of cards in my hand and I show you a card and I ask you to sign that card, and then I tell you to put the card back in the deck anywhere the fuck you want, and then shuffle that deck, what do you think the chances are of me cutting to the card that you signed first attempt? I'm going to tell you it's 100%. I'm going to do that 100 fucking percent. How can I say that I have 100% confidence that I can do that? Because I have a PD array in that deck of cards. Huh? What the fuck did you just say? Yep, sure am. What I'm suggesting to you is that I could have a stripper deck. Now, some of you think that's a naked woman on a pole. That's not what I'm talking about. A stripper deck is where the deck of cards is cut narrow going to one end and left the same width of a natural produced playing card. So when I tell you to take a card out, I'm offering you the deck. When you take the card out, I'm going to reverse the deck in my hand, and I tell you to stick the card back in there. It doesn't matter how many fucking times you shuffle that card. As soon as I grab the deck, I can feel that wide separation amongst the narrower side, and it'll cut right to that card. Now, you don't know that as the person watching the magic trick, but as a magician, I know that there ain't nothing you can do to fuck this up. I'm going to be able to cut through it right away. And what is my resource in knowing that I can do that? I know that there's going to be one card, one fucking candle that's going to give me what I need as the edge. You see how this made that transition from magic to trading? You have to have a gimmick. You have to have a novelty. You have to have something as a real catalyst to get you into a trade. But that cannot be retail horseshit that has no bearing on why price goes up and down. Oh, he's just using support and resistance. Okay, how the fuck am I picking the right support and the right resistance every single fucking time? Nothing extra, nothing wrong. Ask anybody. Ask anybody. What time frame? Pick a time frame and ask everybody, show us all the support levels and the resistance levels, all of them that are available. And then say, now, out of all the ones that's on that time frame, which one is the one going to be used next for a buy or a short? Crickets. Crickets. Everybody's lost their fucking voice, folks. Laryngitis is now spreading. It's the new fucking epidemic. There it is. Put your mask on. That's how it's going to be. They always come at you after the fact to tear you down. That's the accuser. That's the enemy. And some of you are foolish, and you listen to that stuff, and you ignore and you forget what you just witnessed and what you were a part of, and you watched happen. With detail, this is where it should go. And the time, because I'm using 1-minute charts, I don't have the luxury to outline every intricate detail. So when I do a review, I say this is the catalyst. This is what was going on behind the scenes. This is the reasons beyond what I pointed to. This is the reasons why I chose that to happen. And you all have the luxury of watching me do it right, correctly, consistently, every time I do it. And I'm leaving the decision, do you see value in that? Some think that, oh no, this is all bullshit. You're not telling me when to get in there. There's no stop loss, so this is all bullshit. It's trash. Your Telegram's trash. You're an asshole. You're an idiot and you're broke. You want me to feel guilted into giving you trades. I've been around the block for a long time, folks. I've seen this shit. You're never going to make me feel like I got to do more. You're never going to do that. But for the people that are really wanting to learn, they're seeing it. They see the value and they're like, wow, this is such a wonderful resource to tap into for the time that you've been offering it to us, being able to spend time with you over the charts, seeing it and watch how it pans out. That's something that you can't put a sticker of price on, because that's experience that's gone. It's not gonna, there's not gonna be another group that's gonna have that time like you've been spending it with me. And it sounds crazy, like I'm like I'm Elvis and some shit, right? That's not what I'm talking about. Again, I'm not Gandhi. I'm not some kind of, deity. I'm just saying that I'm offering that time with you here that I'm not going to do anymore in any medium. I chose to do it this year because I needed you to understand the separation between what your perception of me as a mentor or a person, what you think I can and can't do. Like literally, folks, like literally. Competitions or trading competitions, like you don't even see what I'm doing trading. Like you don't see it. So I'm able to do far better than feeling any pressure of coming out here and saying, okay, here's millions of people watching me. And there's going to be this overwhelming desire to see me do it wrong. And that's pressure. What if I choke? What if I got mom's spaghetti on my shirt? That's an Eminem thing, in case you didn't know. I'm not scared. If I was scared, I wouldn't be doing this. If I didn't have confidence in being able to do it consistently, I never would have started doing it. My image is nothing. I could care less about my image. My lectures and my teaching is where the heart of the matter is. That's what matters. And when I talk to you, I'm trying to speak to the rational side of you. What do you see? I have a lot of fun doing, the little stunts I do online for my own pleasure, because I know there's people that's not going to believe anything I do. And to me, that's fascinating. It's just almost like, wow, like that is ass backwards. Like that's really crazy. Like you're literally going to deny every single day results, every single day, right? And then seeing the satisfaction of seeing people say, you know what? I didn't need to see you do this, but the fact that you did it just gave me a huge bump in confidence, knowing that this is 100% rigged. You can see it before it happens when you understand what you're looking for. And it gives you a visibility that helps you fight off this uncertainty, this fear of missing out a move. See, that's the problem with all this retail horseshit. You can't tell me when the supply zone is going to form. You can't tell me when the demand zone is going to form. So you are forced to not predict price, and you must have to react to it. And I'm sorry, to react means that you're behind the 8 ball. That means you're behind something. Something has to happen as a catalyst that you have to chase. That's not me. I want to know where that shit is. Okay? It needs to be in my scope before I squeeze the trigger. I need to be ahead of that target, so allow it to walk into my crosshairs. That's being in front of the charts at the right time. Knowing that your mark is going to walk in there's crosshairs. That is time-based delivery. Anything outside of time-based delivery is guesswork. I don't guess. I have zero fucking fear of telling you what I think is going to happen and where it's going to go next. I have zero fucking fear. When I do it, I'm confident it's going to do it. Because everything that I understand about price is signaled that it's going to do it. So I have everything firing that this is good. This is high probability. I know it's going to see happen. Every other school of thought, every other mode of trading, analysis concepts, none of them have that. None of them have that. And that's why they teach you to accept the randomness of price. Winning and losing in trading is a random, even distribution. No, it's not. The fuck it is. That's not true. That is not true. Because every time you take a fucking trade, if you had 3 losing trades, the next trade you're taking isn't based on sound logic. It's based on fear. Because you're going to watch your setup form. You're going to know it's forming. Then you're going to watch it form, but you're going to be scared shitless to take anything on it. And then once it runs a little bit, you're like, fuck, okay, well, I know it's probably going to go there now. Let me just get in here. And I have confirmation now. No, you're fucking chasing price. That's what's confirming. You're confirming that you're chasing price. You're not following your model. You're not following your fucking model. So there's no even distribution of wins and losses that are randomized. That's not the only thing that's random is your ability to stay within the guidelines of your model. That's what's random. That's why supply and demand zones are horseshit and bullshit. That's why fucking trend lines are bullshit. Because they're too subjective. You know what? There ain't no subjectivity to the first presented fair value gap. There's no fucking way somebody's going to argue that that didn't exist right there at that time. You're not going to argue about the first presented fair value gap on Monday and extend that throughout the entirety of the week. Once you understand what that is, that's real jade. We're all going to have the same first presented fair value gap on the week. We're all going to have that. We're all going to have the same first presented fair value gap between 1:30 in the afternoon and 2 o'clock in Eastern time for the PM session, any given fucking day. We all have that. I've given you that gift. I've given that to you. That no one can hide it from you. They cannot take it from you. They can't pry it from your fucking hands. They can't tell you that it doesn't fucking work. I have pissed in their fucking face and they thanked me for it. Because they could have done this in front of me and you, where they could have ran that fucking market the other direction and fucked me in front of all of you. They could have done that. Given enough opportunity, they will start doing it. But that's just one of 81. One of 81. And I've already told you, don't fear them taking 24 hours into the equation. Because that same time, 4:14 p.m., when the market would be the last print, and the market would settle, okay? You see them ring the bell at 4 o'clock, ding, 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 and they applause like they did something that day, like they won something. And then for another 14 minutes, they allow it to settle. And it's usually, unless it's earnings season, 4 o'clock to 4:14 p.m. Eastern time, it's kind of lethargic and doesn't do anything. But that price, the last print at 4:14 p.m. and the first print at 6 p.m., watch. I'm telling you, nothing's going to change. The only difference is there's going to be candles between those two that normally aren't. You won't need to worry about having the electronic and regular trading hour tab toggled anymore. Then it's just going to be simply just knowing what time it is. Because those still will work. And I can't wait till they shift and they show this and it's still there. And then you're going to know who the fuck I am. Then you're going to know. You're going to fucking realize then, this motherfucker, yep, I'm that guy. I'm him. I'm him. Been trying to tell you a whole fucking time. Guess what? You just want to kick and scream and deny it. Who are you? I think he is. So I didn't want to do a shotgun Saturday. I was really just looking for a nice peaceful weekend, no troublemaking at all. And I got on the X and saw some people talking some bullshit. Larry Williams is the real author of SMC, and I copied him and I copied that, and they showed you little pictures. What the fuck? Like they're like, oh my goodness, this is where SMT came from. When I told you I was inspired by Larry Williams, by his relative strength and analysis. And that's why I told you to buy his book. Those things had impressions on me. But he doesn't tell you when that divergence is going to form. Would you like to know when they form? Give me a number 1 with a plus symbol after it. If you would like to hear me tell you in the next 5 minutes when to anticipate smart money divergence. SMT, smart money tool, smart money technique. I never settled in on a name on it. I can't see your posts because I'm walking around the house. So I'm hearing some things blinking and blipping in the background, so I'm assuming that you probably are doing that now. When you see a market move into a macro, now a macro is me showing you how it's been codified, coded, scripted to run for inefficiency or liquidity. That's what that 20-minute interval every single hour, it does this. Now, if you understand that that is where price is going to seek to jump to reach for, to draw towards, move in the direction of a obvious inefficiency above or below the market, or an obvious relative equal high or low, or a singular high or low, like a London session high or a London session low. Sometimes they're not always a relative equal low or relative equal high. In London session, that one we treat a little bit differently because it can be a singular high, not relative equal highs. So a SMT divergence will form usually just before the delivery from a macro. So in other words, you're going to get that price run high. Like imagine for a moment, the market's been rallying and it goes up, creates a short-term high, and it trades off. And we'll say we're watching the NQ, NASDAQ. And then some period of time, and I'll leave that up to the time frame you're looking at, because this forms on every time frame. And then it rallies up and makes a slightly higher high than the previous high in NASDAQ as we approach the beginning of a macro time. It can happen inside of a macro time. If it does, then it's super fucking star. It's gonna rock. It's gonna be a rock star performance because you got best of both worlds right there at the same time. But usually SMT will form just before a macro, and that stop hunt is the damage that frees the market to deliver under the basis of that macro time. Because remember, the macro is where all traffic is removed. It's like when air traffic control says, okay, we cleared airspace, you have the right to have a safe landing here on runway so-and-so. That's what a macro is. It's air traffic control to allow all things get the fuck out of the way. Now we're going to the liquidity or the inefficiency above or below the marketplace. The SMT divergence is the damage before that's permitted. So Larry Williams did not fucking teach that. He doesn't even believe the things, like he thinks that there's no them against us. And that's where we differ. Like that was the separation point with me, because I love him to death. I'm so thankful. I'm absolutely thankful that I was exposed to his stuff, and it came by a mailing list. I didn't find him any other way. Because I bought books from Trader's Library and had it mailed to my house. I was placed on a mailing list, and I got a hold of Ken Roberts' shit too. So it could have been from his mailing list, because he was selling the mailing list if everybody bought his course. So one of those two, I was placed on a mailing list that Larry Williams purchased, and then he direct marketed his course stuff, and I started buying it. And when I got to the point where I started seeing that there's measures of manipulation here that I can't escape. It's there. I don't know what's going on, but I know it's going on. And I do think it's a them versus me. They're stopping me out. I'm on the right side of the trade. And if I was not stopped out, it was going to go to my target, and I would have had the full run. I learned that real quick in my development, but I couldn't overcome it. I couldn't see it. So when I started looking for time cycles, and don't take that out of context, people are going to use that soundbite right there. I don't believe in time cycles. Okay, but when I started looking at Fibonacci time, when I started looking at the element of repeating phenomenon, I didn't go in looking for it to occur at the same times. I just went in here looking for data. And I started seeing this overlap of everything in the British pound futures, everything in the Deutsche Mark futures, and Swiss franc futures. And then I started seeing it in the bond market. Now I transitioned to trading just the SPOOS market, because I didn't trade NASDAQ back then. It was just the S&P market. It was happening there too. And I was like, shit. Well, let me just streamline this and get it down to a window of time where I only want to be focusing on setups to form right here and there. And that was the beginning of the macro. And that's why I've encouraged you last week. You look at a 15-second chart. Look for relative equal highs and relative equal lows, because if you study them on a 15-second chart, you're going to watch how the market goes back and forth and bangs them, back and forth, bangs them, bang and bang. And you can literally sit there all day long and trade a 15-second chart, and everybody else calls it noise, but it's just literally like just anything else. The time frame is very short. You got to be nimble. And you can learn a lot by tape reading a 15-second chart, even if you can't trade the lower time frames. So many people are they're just adamant about, no, I need you to start teaching me on a 4-hour chart, daily chart, or weekly chart, or I'm not interested. Then get the fuck out of here. Because you're literally that guy coming to the Jade Master saying, I'm not learning anything. When the 15 seconds doing every fucking thing that a weekly chart, a monthly chart, a quarterly chart, a yearly chart, 5-year chart, doesn't matter what the fuck it is, it's price. But you're getting so many wonderful examples that repeat inside of just a 1-hour chart. 15 seconds is a lot of opportunity to see it banging around and take relative equal highs and relative equal lows and noticing the time that it forms these things. And I promise you a revelation in that, because you will see how one of the most used high frequency trading algorithms operates in the marketplace every single day, buying and selling all day long. You see it clearly on a 15-second chart, 30-second for some of the more significant price runs, but the real detail, you'll see it in a 15-second. And I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to go out there and spend some time delving into that, and you will find what you realize after seeing it. That's what goes on behind the scenes. It's they're running the price on a scripted basis, and it's on time. If it's not ran by time, you're going to have a random distribution of when relative equal highs and lows are being taken out. But you're not going to see that. You're going to see that they happen at a conformed window of time. Now, right away, that's toxic to some of you. Like, no, you should just tell me what it is. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't be telling you any of this stuff. If we're being honest, you're not entitled to this stuff. But you have a wonderful revelation if you do that. I'll share with you 15-second charts for the people that don't have that chart. I'll share the morning session to the guys of a 15-second chart next week, this starting this week. And that way you can look through the chart and study it. And you'll see it. You'll note it. And once you get that, the whole idea of this market being scripted or there is no central algorithm, you're a full of shit, man. Every instrument has an algorithm price engine that literally drives the market up and down, and it attacks resting orders. It entices buying and selling. There's no buying and selling pressure driving it up. No more than the 3 or 4 ticks above the high that has a standing base of orders, maybe in the tune of 250 contracts. But 2 ticks above that, there's another 300 handles, 500 handles, 10 handles above that, but it stops just above to bump those, leaving all that real juicy liquidity. You mean tell me that nobody's interested in being a buyer? That they can't just rebook and send that price higher to higher to higher just to absorb that liquidity up there? They don't want it there. That's why it never goes there. It's controlled. They leave that up there because when they start sinking the market, more shorts are going to enter the market and that liquidity increases. Because what you're watching is the net longs that the smart money's holding, they need to exit, the liquidity to exit out of that. So they want to build these big pools of liquidity above old highs. That's why turtle soups work. That's why they work. Linda Rash's book never covers that, and you can go and look at her book. Look and see if Larry Connors and Linda Rash mentioned that's the reason why the turtle soup forms. They just say they're capitalizing on a pattern that historically has been proven 70% effective by being contrarian to what the turtles traders methodology was, which was buying a breakout of 20-day highs and lows. You ever seen me using a 20-day high and low? Fuck no. But the concept of a false breakout, which I didn't invent that, they didn't even invent that. They just gave you a specialized system of entering around that idea or premise, which is why I think the book was great when I first got a hold of it. I paid $175 for that book. I don't know what it goes for now, but I don't regret paying that much for it because it gave me an insight about stop hunts that it solidified a concern I had that validated it for me. Because if these people are writing a book about it, then they saw it too. So if they saw it too, then hey, man, to me that validates it. It wasn't something that I'm just feeling like it's it's limited just to me, which in trading can trick you. But if it's a large sample set of data suggesting something that's there, then the premise is probably having weight to it. Knowing how a turtle soup will form before it forms, same premise. A turtle soup can form right before a macro or just after a macro begins. But knowing the narrative of how that daily candlestick is going to form a down close day or an up close day is going to be understood based on where the liquidity is and how we start the day. Is it going to rally first and create the high of the day, or is it going to sell off initially, trick people short, leaving relative equal highs that they run for later in the day? That creates the high of the day, and the only thing they're really running out is the engineered buy side liquidity. Then send it lower for the close, and that's your narrative. That's the bias is short, but it isn't always open, go straight down, close. How we trade initially after the opening, because in a perfect world, what we want to see is when we're bearish, it opens, rallies up, and takes out the liquidity above 7 to 9 o'clock in the morning, or London high, or Asia's high. And we use the economic calendar to bridge that. Which one do I really want to focus on? But we always, every single day, use the liquidity that's formed just after 7 o'clock Eastern time, prior to the 9:30 opening bell. Those pools of liquidity cannot be hidden from you. And when it's a clear, obvious relative equal high or relative equal low, and it would match how the daily candlestick should form for the purposes of power 3. In other words, you're bullish, your bias is bullish. You think the weekly chart's going to keep working towards a level higher. Okay, wonderful. That means you're going to be looking for easy bread and butter idea is at 7 o'clock in the morning, go to 9:30. At 9:30, in that last 90 minutes, where is the relative equal lows? If there is no relative equal lows, just find the lowest low if it's a singular low. That's where you're going to expect the price to drop down in a perfect world. But because we have to watch and see what the opening range can do for the first 30 minutes, unless it just does exactly what we're expecting right at the gate, which is a Judas swing, and when we're bullish, it drops down and goes for the liquidity. Then you know what you're waiting for. Go down there and get it, soup it, use the first resistance fair value gap that you come to after it runs the liquidity. Okay, it's a little variant on the gauntlet. It doesn't have to have a breaker there. Okay, so running, I just slipped that in there, and people that didn't stay on, they didn't hear that. But the raid after going down to hit that sell side, even if it's going to go lower, the chances of you getting 50% of that drop down, that many times can be a trade. It can yield you 20 handles. It could yield you, and in today's volatility, it could be as much as 50 to 100 fucking handles. It's relative to what you're seeing in terms of volatility at the time when you're looking at the market versus, well, guessing what it's going to do. Yeah, there's a process of you determining what liquidity it should reach for. Perfect world, it drops down for liquidity, makes the low of the day, and then all day long, the rest of the day, it just keeps going higher. That's a perfect classic buy day. They happen about 4 to 6 times a year. I'm sorry, a month. Every other day might get like you're bullish, your bias is bullish. The weekly chart you're calling for a specific premium PD array, and then the market rallies first. Well, that don't make any fucking sense. Like you want to see it drop down. I mean, what do? You wait. And then if it's left relative equal lows during the opening range, it's going to come back down for the silver bullet to get that. And then run higher going into the lunch. And then whatever short-term high that's in the middle of that run, it'll bump down into that during the 2-hour lunch period, hit that liquidity, and then expand for the rest of the day, giving you the classic up close when you're bullish. There's only a few scenarios that's going to pan out. There isn't dozens, okay? If the market's going to close high or close low, there's only 3 scenarios that's there. 3, that's it. Experience is going to dictate how those 3 scenarios book and narrate that price being delivered for the daily candle. That's it. That's how it is. The only caveat to that is it's going to start off as it should, and then it goes into seek and destroy. And that's always the wild card. Well, guess when that usually happens? The week of PMI. It's the week of non-farm payroll, FOMC rate announcement, CPI number. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else invites the seek and destroy. So you may not know if it's going to rain today, but you can identify when the clouds start forming, okay, where are we at on the economic calendar? This could become seek and destroy. So if you made money and things start looking stupid, turn your charts off. Isn't that easy? That's easy. Everything has a process, everything has a place and a time for it. And you have these rules and these processes and protocols. It removes all of that fear of missing out. It removes all that greed. I have to have a winning trade right now. It removes the necessity of you being right every single time. It gives you the strength to know that what you're using is sound logic. It is not to do away with, well, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's usually what happens. And the long and short of it is until you place yourself in front of the charts and you submit yourself to it, you won't see these things. You won't benefit from it. It just sounds like mumbo jumbo, blah, blah, blah. All he does is talk, 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 talk. I'm walking it this year. I'm doing it right in front of you. Can you imagine? Can you imagine every single time I come out here, what I say is expected to happen in the price, and it did the exact opposite of that? How fucking embarrassing. How telling, how revealing would that have been? Then all of you would have had every reason to believe the bullshit that people say about me. But you don't have the luxury of seeing it that way, do you? You have the opposite. You have the terrible discomfort and argument of, well, he's getting lucky every fucking day. But eventually, what's going to happen is, yeah, it's delicious. I love it. But anyway, I just realized we've been talking for a little while. Yeah, looks like it's we're in the macro, 950 to 1010 macro. I guess all you guys should be woke up now, and most of you probably will be afraid to see the length of this one. So let's see, we started at 4 o'clock, and it's like 6 hours, isn't it? 6 hours. Is that the longest I've ever done? It doesn't feel like it's been 6 hours. You want to go for 10? Let's just fucking go 10. 10 hours, only the strong. Fuck that. I'm not. I got shit to do. I got to get out of here. I got things I got to be at the 11:30. So I had fun talking to you today. I was inspired by the bullshit talkers like I always usually do. You guys try to defend me from them, and you always think that like they're hurting my feelings, but you should be thankful because all those people that talk shit, all those individuals that talk shit and talk out their ass and they lie and they think they know something they don't. And when I see that stuff, chances are it's going to inspire me. And like rocket fuel, like it inspires me to set the record straight and say, here's what you are really talking about, but should be talking about. Here's what you're ignoring. And when people take a stop and they listen to this and they've been a student of mine, and if you've been listening to other people blow beat about bullshit that ain't true about me or whatever, it'll wear on you because you don't have the experience to say, yeah, I ain't listening to that. It's horseshit. I've been around him long enough to know that this is not what he is and this is what he's doing, and I've seen it in my own hands. That's experience that nobody can pay for. But they inspire me. I don't look at them as, oh, they're hurting my feelings. Like, I love it because I can come out here and remind you this, that, and the other thing, and you can't cancel it. You can't argue against it. It's not like I'm not telling you before it happens. Look at the week. Look how we traded inside that range of non-farm payroll Friday high. We were aiming initially for Thursday's high of last week, and we used that daily fair value gap that was bullish. I shaded in yellow. I said no close below keeps it valid for it to send price higher. And we spent most of the week doing what? Reaching up. Now, a apt pupil, someone that's really interested in wanting to learn, they'll go down into the 15-second chart and look for every relative equal low when it formed and when they ran through that and then sent price higher. And that is your everyday model. That's your everyday deliverer. Every time you get in front of the charts, you're looking for that. And that forms every 60 minutes. You got to know what it's reaching for, though. You derive that from a weekly and a daily chart minimum. Nothing less than a daily chart. But primarily, you want to use a weekly chart. What is it reaching for? And every relative equal low on a 15-second chart, once it's rated, if you take the first presented fair value gap, after that, you have a high frequency trading algorithm right there. For a short-term high or a relative equal high or any inefficiency above it, that's your first partial. And then you hold it and see if it can start delivering to that higher time frame target. And then if it does, once you get up to 11 o'clock, If you can afford to take a partial, do so. Because you might have the lunch hour, which is really 2 hours long. It could retrace and go even beyond where you got in at and shoot for a London low, upset the people that are in there long. That's more likely to occur if you're in the discount area of that primary range that you're expecting to see delivered on a daily or weekly basis. In other words, that draw liquidity that you're aiming for bias purposes. When you're in the first half of that price run that would materialize, there's going to be stop hunts like that will occur. So you have to trade differently a little bit there. But when we get to a premium side of that price run, you won't see these big drop down. They won't need to come down there because they want to get closer to that exit strategy of getting out at that pool of liquidity or that inefficiency that's a premium. But anyway, we're going to close it here and be satisfied with this. I didn't spend any time with you yesterday. I'm sure you probably all missing me going through withdrawal, strung out on ICT. So I'm going to wish you a very pleasant weekend. Have a very wonderful Saturday. And for all of you that are students of mine and are mothers, happy Mother's Day. I hope you have a very pleasant, relaxing day. And Lord willing, I will talk to you all on Monday. Be safe.